I came on early because I need to get some streaming hours in, so it's not necessarily 8 o'clock, but 15 minutes early, 15 minutes more streaming hours. So I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. If you guys wanna hop on. Let me pin this thing here. I'm gonna need to wear my glasses, but whatever. All right. Hello, Ronald. How you doing tonight? Box Talk 101. Jesus, how you doing? Um, Brandon, how you doing? You guys want to hop on and talk about plans for my weekend? Absolutely nothing. Just watch some boxing. Not really in a good mood, so I just yeah. I still have really bad sinus problems. So good evening, Danny. But I really need to stream and get my hours in. This is really I don't even know how many hours I have left if I can get monetized. Mm. Um, so the link is in the chat. If you guys want to hop on, let me post this YouTube link in on Twitter. On Twitter. Um, I think I'm gonna start leaving these lives on and just turn the camera off and the mic off for the rest of the night to get those hours in. Cause sheesh, me working and trying to do hours, not what it is. um, let's see. Put the YouTube link in on Twitter. Um, let's see who you guys have this weekend for the fights. Guess we could talk some basketball, even though my Knicks are not in the race. Oh, thank you, Ronald. I was so nervous because, I actually did not like being on camera like this. But, if I have a drink, I shall record. So yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It was fun. It was actually really fun, and I had liquor, so I was good. Oh, Carson, now you know you're being messy. I'm working on it. I already worked out 3 times this week. Yesterday wasn't my day, so I took a break. Later tonight, I'll do some crunches and some squats. So, Carson, they're coming. They're coming. I'm on a mission now. I definitely got a kick in the butt that I needed. So, um, yeah, I'm actually gonna be in New York next week, so I might go to the Tank fight. I don't know. I have to go there for a dermatologist appointment, so I might as well just stay for the fight. I don't know. Yeah, but it was fun. The chat was like engaging with me, so I had a good time. Um, that's good. Nice topic for say what I was in the recap. Hey, Alex of Bode of Boxing Building. How you doing? Um, Tonight I needed a drink so bad, so I'm gonna tell you the truth what's in this cup. There's Bacardi rum, and I mixed it with vodka and cranberry juice. So there's two different liquors. They're both clear, but I shouldn't have mixed it, but I really don't care. Just feeling the rumors for the alcoholic, people think I'm an alcoholic, so I haven't had a drink in like 2 weeks, but whatever. Hey BB, how you doing? Hey D Style, how you doing? Um, Anybody want to hop on and talk about the weigh-ins and what's gonna happen tomorrow. You know, I'm literally trying to get some. I I'm gonna leave this stream on all night. I'm not probably gonna record all night, but I'm gonna leave it all night so I could get some hours in. Because when you have a job, it's hard to like stream, and I don't know how y'all do it. Y'all be pushing, y'all be damn pumping those videos out. I can't be online all the time like that. So yeah, so here is the link. Oh no, sorry, that's the link to my page. I'm not doing like that. The hell? Oh, here it
Good evening. Good evening.
is. Good evening. How you
I,
doing,
I'm
baby?
I'm doing pretty well. I've decided to join you in your festivities. Although I must say I'm not a chronic alcoholic, so I
Yeah.
will not be consuming any sorts of alcohol.
I appreciate you hopping on. You're not old enough to drink yet, anyways. So,
Yeah,
right?
no, I'm not. Yeah, no, still like 3 years or whatever.
Oh my God, almost 3 years. Oh my God, you're such a baby. Jesus. As I take a sip. Oh my God, you're so young, baby. And you're so young, and you be like giving those people on Twitter such a problem.
Yeah,
When you
yeah,
when
no,
you
there's no
when
games
you
being
become
played.
of age, you're gonna be like even worse. Oh my God.
Well, I think I'm fine in controlling some comments that I want to make and choose not to make, or I'll just tell
You've been
someone in
better.
DM.
You've been better. You've actually been better. I have to. I've been calm down because you know, I don't know how your Twitter page is on the what do you call it? People reporting it, but mine's is like on the last leg. So you probably close there too.
I,
So
I, I don't know the
that's why you've been behaving.
I don't know how the bans work on Twitter, but I've been suspended quite a few times, so I don't want to risk anything.
I feel like they changed it because before it used to be they'll suspend you for 1 day. No, for like 7 hours. Then the next time it's like for 1 day, then a week, and then if you get reported again, then you're completely suspended. So
Yeah, that's what I remember, but they just keep giving out like 12 hours to me
12
now.
hours, yeah. So maybe they changed it because they see people are trolls online and they report for everything. So who are you excited to watch fight tomorrow?
Well, I think the top rank card's actually pretty good. Jesse Magdaleno's returning. He hasn't fought since like I believe it was June 19th or 18th. It was at the beginning of the pandemic. He fought NFL Vicente. It was a DQ. He hasn't fought since. I think he'll appear somewhere in the WBO rankings. You might see him fight Navarrete this year. So I'm excited about
Mm,
that.
if he wins, right?
Yeah, if he wins, but he should win it. It's just like a tick over fight because he hasn't fought in a while.
Mm, okay. Yes, we have the top ranked cards and we have the Showtime. No, the Showtime.
Yeah, but
It just
I'm
shows
not
Showtime.
too interested in the Showtime card. I think Yoelvis Gomez versus Jorge Cotto will be a good matchup, but Richardson Hitchens was really the one I was looking at. He's fighting someone that's like 12-10 on the non televised portion, so I don't know. And Benavidez versus Pepe Le Pew is not very interesting.
Wait, I guess who? Pepe Le Pew.
Pepe Le Pew.
Oh, you know what? You're horrible. Pepe Le
David
Pew.
Lemieux looked terrible in the
He
scales too.
did.
He has no
He
chance.
did. He did look terrible. So I'm not gonna lie. He did look terrible. Of comparing to what he usually looked like on the scale. Because there's other boxers that are way out of shape than he is. But I feel like he looked, I guess, terrible. Comparing to what he looked like prior
And
to the
especially
weigh-ins.
comparing him to David Benavidez, who I thought looked
Yeah.
pretty good.
No, yeah, he was slim and trim, so
Yeah, he's been on weight since
he's been
like
wait.
yesterday
He's
morning.
been making weight. Yeah, he's been making weight. I mean, I saw him when I was on the Boxing Voice. He was there doing the live commentary for the Canelo fight, and that was that a week ago? Almost two
That was
weeks
a
ago.
couple weeks ago
And
now.
yeah, 2 weeks now, and he already looked really slim the day I saw him. So I knew he wasn't gonna have problem making weight. So
Yeah, I believe he was on the Charlo Castano broadcast, if I'm not mistaken, too. He looked good.
yeah. Hey Damon, how you doing today? Early afternoon, don't blink. Joshua Buatsi versus Craig Richards 12 on the. Also, the Zone has a card too. Yeah.
Yeah, they have a card in the UK. I think it's a really good fight. Joshua Buatsi has all of the tools to be a champion in the future, and Craig Richards is a very good European level guy. He stopped Shakan Pitters back in 2020, and then he fought valiantly against Dimitri Bivol, but came up short. But it was a good fight.
And
He
so
did better
that's
against
going to be
Bivol
in
than
the early
Canelo did.
afternoon. That's going to be early afternoon, and then
Yeah, yeah.
the Showtime and the Top Rank. Okay, so we got a packed day of boxing tomorrow. I guess I didn't know all those people were fighting. All those networks were broadcasting tomorrow. And then next week we have Tank and Rolly. Are you
I
excited
don't
for
even
that
know what
one?
to say about that fight. Like it's genuinely like I don't know. I don't want to hate on it because I think it really genuinely has a chance and it could be fun for a few rounds, but I don't know. And then you pair it with the co-main of Eris Landy Lara versus a washed to pieces Spike O'Sullivan who never really had a chin or anything to begin with. There's just no interest in that fight.
Okay. I mean, I think we're gonna get some entertainment because Rolly is,
Yeah, Rolly will come to
ah,
fight. That'd be
yeah,
a very fun fight for like
he's
three
not
or four
coming to lay
rounds.
down.
What's
Checkmates, how
up,
you doing today?
Mango Mommy, aka Baby Bird? I miss you. Where you been?
I've
And
been
I didn't
living.
even know you was on listen. I saw that you was on the Boxing Voice like a couple days
Yeah,
ago.
yeah,
I was like
yeah.
I was like, you didn't even shoot me a message. Hey,
No, no, but I was posting it on Twitter and stuff like that. I posted it, and then I was saying it on here. I was saying telling everybody I was gonna be on.
I I did
You could
not
always
know. I
get
saw.
you caught the replay, no?
Yeah, I
No, but
caught
I
the
did. I
replay
did
and I was
say it.
shocked.
Yeah. I know, but I did. I was posting it all over Twitter, but you don't be on there like that no more.
Oh,
I
Nika, I have
know,
a
right?
question. What was it like being next to Pauli Malignaggi?
Okay, so I'm not gonna say anything rude because he was actually really nice to me. So
And you try to
I
cop
don't
a
have
feel.
anything. No, 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 no.
Listen,
He was
listen.
really,
This is what
he's
dude.
actually really nice to me. So I don't have anything bad to say about him. So
Oh, so he didn't put his hands on like your leg a little extra long and like,
no,
hey,
no, of
really?
course
Oh,
not,
okay.
of
For what
course
it's worth,
not.
Paulie doesn't give me those vibes.
Nah, he doesn't give creep vibes like that. But he, why
Oh,
would he do
damn, that's
that
creep.
anyways?
Damn, I
Being
guess I'm a, I
filmed
guess
like
I'm a
that.
creep then. Let me stop.
No, you wouldn't do that on like while we're being broadcasted live like that. He wouldn't do that. So he was actually really nice. So I don't have anything bad to say. And even though people hate
No, I was
him,
gonna
he
say.
actually is a
Oh,
really good. He's
you
really good
something.
commentator for fights. Like he just says what he feels, and
Oh
so
yeah,
I think
he's
he's
the
done.
best in the business when it comes to analyzing fights and
Yeah.
commentating
So
fights.
Let me tell you
I don't
something.
have anything
I
to say.
am so psyched for this Tank Riley. Let me tell you.
Are
See,
you
it's
really?
not about. It's nothing up. Listen, listen, listen. When I listen, I can't stand Riley. I think he's trash. He's got power. He's obviously strong. You know what I mean? He got that like that on the spectrum strong. You know what I'm saying? That on the
Yeah, yeah,
spectrum.
yeah, 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 yeah.
I'm trying to
I
be
know
politically
exactly what you. I
correct.
know, and you did that ever so gracefully.
Right. But so check this out. But after that fire, after that fire face off, I got excited about it because this is pure entertainment. It has nothing to do with legacy. It has everything to do about this is entertainment. People will pay to see Jake Paul knock out little short basketball players. Well, this is around the same realm. This is going to be entertaining.
But
You know?
fights like this usually, um, not usually, but these are the fights that could like change things around, like that you didn't have mapped out you know, in your path. Because what if Rolly wants to like pull out a win?
Well,
He
well,
has a
he's not going to
puncher's
pull out a
chance.
win outboxing him. That's for sure. Of course, that's the allure of it. He's bigger.
Yeah,
He looks appears stronger. He has a puncher's chance. One, he could knock Tank down. That's
and
not
then what?
without a
Ooh.
question. That could happen. It could happen. But I think Tank is defensively responsible when he chooses to be, and he definitely has the athletic and speed and skill above Rowley. So I just want him to punish him if he knocked him out within 3 rounds, I'm going to be disappointed. I need Riley punished and dog walked for at least about 9 rounds. Okay, I will be happy, satisfied with a 10-round KO because I want him to play with his food before he eat it. You know what I'm saying? But this is going to be this is like a street fight in the ring. I'm telling you,
I know, and that's why it could
I'm
go
excited
wrong.
about
So
it.
that's why, I don't know.
I mean, for
It,
what it's worth,
it,
checkmate. I think it'll go a few rounds. I think Rolly's definitely much bigger, much stronger, and he's not going to go in there to box Tank. He knows his limits and he knows what he's in there to do, and that kind of plays to his benefit. He's not going to see, oh, put my foot here, put my foot there. No, he's going to go in there. He's going to rough up Tank. He's going to try to treat him like a bitch, and he'll see where it gets him.
Okay, he's going to try that. That is the plan, but he's going to be swinging all his might, and he's going to be woofing. You know what I mean? He's going to be catching a lot of air. But check this out. The way I see it, look at Mayweather Canelo. Floyd moved up, right? And even in the ring that night, Floyd was a 150 and Canelo was a 165. We know Canelo was the bigger, stronger fighter, but what did Floyd do? He even stayed in the pocket. You know what I mean? So speed kills, athleticism kills. You know what I mean? And for what it's worth, Canelo's punches did not affect Floyd at all because the way he caught them. And that's what reflexes. You can catch punches, you can ride punches. And that's what, when you have that good reflex like that, and athletic ability, you can ride punches like that. So, of course, Tank is going to get hit. This is boxing. This is fighting. It's what they do. But I think he's going to put on a show. I want to see some showboating. I want to see him put them hands behind the back again. I want to see a couple of bolo punches. This is about entertainment. So people crying about who he's fighting, well, who is his peers fighting?
I think the glaring difference between Rolly and Tank and Mayweather and Canelo, outside of the Tank and Mayweather thing, is Canelo went in there to box. He went in there to try to match his skill with Mayweather, and obviously he wasn't that good, not even nowhere near that level. Rolly knows his job, and Rolly's not gonna try that. He's gonna come. Rolly might genuinely get disqualified. It would be interesting to see the odds on a disqualification or a no contest. I expect Rolly to come in throwing elbows, headbutts, and anything that he can.
I expect that because he's an awkward guy. I mean, I watched a couple of his fights just to catch up on this. I've seen probably one or two of his fights live, and I was definitely not, especially last one, definitely wasn't impressed. So I pulled up a couple of other ones and just not impressed with him. He's strong, that's obvious, but like I said, I believe Tank is going to put on a show. You know what I mean? I just want him to beat him like he stole something. I want him to beat him like that stepchild.
Jackson Marina has really laid out a game plan to outbox Rolando Romero, and it'll be interesting to see if Tank tries to go along those lines or he tries to create his own path to victory.
Well, Ronald Finkley says Rolly is not a back foot fighter. This will be a war. Do you guys agree?
Rolly doesn't know what footwork is. He's going there to fight.
Hey, Ronald Finkley, right. Rolly catches a lot of punches with his face as well. So his head gets snapped back frequently.
Oh, we got Julius. How you feeling, Julius?
Nayka, I feel good right now, man. What's up, Tank?
I still have to send you your honey.
I
didn't get to the post office this week, but I'm gonna still send you honey even though you're
recording.
Right, I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, man. COVID is something else, boy. Woo.
Yeah. I'm glad you're good. You're able to have fun and everything. So
yeah.
How are you feeling now? Like, are you still have like cold or something?
Just fatigue. Today was my first day back at work, so just fatigue.
Oh, so you went to work? Oh, so you did, yeah.
Yeah, I went to work today. I was like, nah, I ain't sitting in the house no more. I'm getting out mingling with people.
That's good.
Well, I'm gonna send you some honey.
I'm gonna send you some ginger too, because my mom planted some ginger. That shit, that's good for you.
I appreciate it.
Do you cook?
Mom got everything over there.
Yeah.
Well, it's mine now, but I appreciate her starting all that. Yeah. do you cook, Julian?
Yes, I do.
All right, so I'm gonna send you some oregano and maybe some cilantro too.
Hey, I appreciate it.
Look at baby bird turning into the mommy bird.
No,
look at her.
No, because I said it to people who cook because when you cook, you like nice ingredients like that, you know.
Right, definitely.
Yeah, she wanted to make sure you get healthy with the honey and the ginger. Absolutely.
Yeah, I appreciate it because, hey, man, I was sick and that COVID started playing with your brain. I didn't think I ever get healthy again.
No, it definitely plays mind tricks on you.
Hey, did you log on, Baby Bird? Did you log on for the Charlo? Did you log on after the Charlo fight at all?
No, I didn't. So we could talk
Because
about that.
absolutely. Let me tell you something. My soul is satisfied. Hey Julius, what did I call Julius? What did I call Julius?
You called that round, man. You said he was gonna stop Castano. You definitely
Because
covered it.
yeah, see, Castano is a very good fighter. I have no problem with Castano. I think he beat. I still think he's top three at 154. It's just styles make fights, and I knew what I know what Charlo was capable of, and he did not do that the last fight. So I knew he's going to get that same venom that he had in the rematch with with Tony, and come out and not lay on the ropes. And the one thing he did so, I even said the keys to the victory is when he throw them wide loops, and he's going to, because Castano has those fast arms, he's got to come up the middle with those uppercuts. He did it. He countered every time. So he didn't allow him to get comfortable. The first fight, he just laid there on the ropes and allowed it, and then shoot every once in a while, but it was in a passive way. This time he was aggressive with it. And even every time Castano tried to plant, boom, 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 he's come up and shooting his his combinations.
Boom,
You know
boom,
what I
boom.
mean? Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. So it was like I was so impressed with him. It was almost a perfect fight, because you got to understand, a pressure fighter, who's a volume puncher, that's just like a Leo Santa Cruz. I mean, that's hard to do. You're going to get hit, but he managed it so perfectly, and he made him
That was
miss
a really
so
good
much.
fight. It was actually a really
Oh,
good
I
fight.
loved it.
I can
I'm
tell.
I'm still living it. I watched it like 6 times already. I'm telling you, I love it. I love it. I love it.
I'm gonna second you, man. That's the best Jamel Charlo I ever seen right there. That was the best Jamel Charlo, because not only did he have to do that, but he had to do that against somebody that can really fight. Like
Wait,
that's the best.
let me answer something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Adam, I don't have a link for my honey yet. I kind of just sell it on Twitter. People just DM me. So if you have a Twitter account, you can follow me on
What's up, bro?
boxing_bird81, and then I'll give you the details so you can give me your address and I can send you some fresh honey from the bees. We don't add anything to it. We just shift it, like strain it, and that's it. So and then, all right, sorry to
Most
interrupt you
healthy.
guys. Okay. Yeah,
No,
right.
it's all good. But that was the best Jamel Charlo I ever seen right there, because he
That was
had the
fight of the
best
year.
opponent. He had
It
the
was an
best opponent he
incredible
ever fought,
performance, man.
and
And
he
I'm not
was
gonna lie,
slick
because
and
I
aggressive.
thought the
Well,
week
not
of
just now,
the
though, but later down the line.
no, I thought that the fight for Spence. I don't know how long ago was the Spence fight?
Just a
That was a
month,
month ago.
A
a month
Okay,
month
ago.
ago?
because I feel like him and his brother were drunk at that fight. So kudos to
Yeah,
him
they were.
if he was drinking. Yeah, if you were
They
drinking and
were.
you came back and you
Jamel and
performed
Jamal.
like this, kudos to them, because he definitely put on a performance. But he was drunk at the Spence fight, so
And I don't
Yeah.
think Jermall Charlo shows up to any fight without being intoxicated to some extent.
Yeah, but I mean, he had a
Well,
fight coming up, so I was like a little shocked. But
yeah,
it obviously
that's
it didn't matter.
I mean, look, man,
Yeah, but
that's gonna hurt his career eventually.
So Sports Heaven says, who is over
Guys that
Castano?
like to drink. I mean,
Is that question at
who is over
154
Castano?
pounds?
Well, let me say this to answer Sports Heaven question. I think that Fedora is a bad matchup for Castano, and I think that Charles Conwell is a bad matchup. But outside of them and the Charlo brother, Jamel, I think he could compete with everybody else in the division and might even win. But those are bad matchups for him.
I actually think Castano would have a pretty easy night against Fundora, because the thing with Fundora is he's really long and has the attributes to give Castano some issues, but he doesn't really use them. He really likes to fight on inside and be kind of like I guess like Paul Williams would be a decent example of that. And you can't really beat him on the inside, in my opinion. Even Charlo knew that after the first fight. You can't. Castano on the inside is just a completely different animal, and that's what we kind of saw in the second fight with Charlo. I don't think Fundora would implement that sort of game plan. I think he would just get outworked over 12 rounds.
Nah,
I
Fedora
agree.
stop Castano, and I'm gonna tell y'all why. Tall fighters are a lot of times those freak fighters like Paul Williams, like Fundora. Those guys are nightmares for certain guys. Now they won't beat everybody, but there are certain guys like if you're short and you like to fight on the inside, no matter how aggressive you are. See, we looking at it one way, but when they get in the ring together, it's a whole different intimidation factor. You talking about actually literally fighting a power forward. Castano, to my knowledge, is 5'5", 5'6", right?
He's like 5'9".
No, he. I don't, you think he's
Castano is 5'7".
He's
Castano is
shorter.
5'7".
Yeah, he's shorter than Earl Spence, and Earl Spence
He's
about
5'7".
5'9" and a half.
I
So I'm
mean,
gonna
but
say he's
even with
5'7".
Castano, he's a pretty big guy in terms of like
Okay.
his frame and
Yeah,
just
but
looking.
you gotta understand, he just got beat up in this fight. He just got beat up. He just got stopped. And then someone will ask him to go in there and fight a 6'7" giant after getting beat up and stopped. It's a bad
Well,
matchup.
I don't think that fight will.
Let me
I don't think
let,
that fight will ever happen.
let me say this. Let me say this, Jules. I look at it from this
Uh-huh.
perspective. I kind of agree with Vivi. Is that I think first of all, Castano has incredibly fast hands. Okay, he can take a punch. He took a lot of punches from Charlo, and you think I understand. You know what I mean. So he take a punch until he couldn't. My thing is his incredibly fast hand. He's going to be fighting a fight on the inside and not the outside, where Fundora have the absolute advantage. And because of Fundora's extremely long arms, he has going to have a slow recoil. And so with his slow recoil, you understand, if he's up inside of it, it's hard for me to imagine Fundora getting maximum, you know what I mean, power and and leverage on his punches if Castano is right there in his chest. And I think Fundora is so lean and built so small. I just think Castano is really going to be beating that body up. And then all of a sudden he's going to bend down and he's going to get one of them right hooks, overhook, the overhead hooks. So my thing is, if you look at what was the guy he just fought? Lubin. Lubin had some success, right? Because Lubin was actually winning the fight.
Right.
So I think Castano hands is much faster. Castano hands are much faster.
Then Lubin, I just
Well,
saw his face, and I don't know.
Yeah,
He was hanging in there, but
hey, look, I'm gonna tell y'all guys, man, don't underestimate the tall goofy guy with the big glasses and the skinny jeans on. That guy can fight, man.
I'm not underestimating him at all.
Straight up,
I just think styles make fights.
And I'm just saying, I think that right, and I think Castano wouldn't want that fight because that's a terrible. I'm telling y'all, man, Fundora, he would be right in Fundora basket because one thing Fundora do well for a big guy is that he fight well on the inside. The success that Lubin had was when Lubin jabbed from the outside and came in. But see, he was too much. I will agree with you. Too many times Lubin was caught in between. He won't in and he won't out. He was just right in, Fundora. And like I said, man, Fundora is a very violent fighter. He's a very violent fighter. And I don't see, and I'm going to go on and go out on the record. I can't see Castano coming back and having the same punch resistance after these two fights to fight a guy like Fundora. I can't see it. Or a guy like Conwell. I just couldn't see it. Castano, and I mean, it is what
actual facts says he would
it
like
is.
to see Castano.
It's what happened when you get in them wars, man.
Actual facts says he would like to see Castano versus her.
I think it'd be a good fight. I think the issue there is with
her to have no punch resistance. Her take too many punches, no defense.
Even with the punch resistance, like Hurd can't keep up with Castano's punch rate with the leaky defense that Hurd has. I think Castano would probably be like the worst matchup Hurd could take.
I see.
When's the last time he was in the ring? Because I think I saw him tweet something
He fought Luis Arias on the Mayweather Logan Paul card.
I hear playback. If somebody got the I'm not sure who's
Yeah,
computer it is.
Heard was last in the room. What Aries, right?
I can't remember
If
when
I
they
ain't
fought
mistaken,
last.
Heard
Yeah,
lost
yeah.
to
He
Aries.
fought he fought Luis Arias on the Mayweather Paul card.
Yeah.
And lost.
And
Yeah.
Heard
But see,
ain't been
even
the
I was,
same. Not just yeah. Go ahead.
but I was never sold on her. Even when he had the 2 belts, I was like, you know
Right.
what, this dude, he's big, you know, but he gets hit way too much. I was like, he's not going to
Yeah.
last. You can't take those type. You know, he's game. He's got a heart, but he's not smart with it. You know what I mean? He likes to brawl, and he's like, okay, you know,
And here's another thing
he
about
plays that
that,
war of
Heard.
attrition, and he just can't take those punches.
Right. And the
But
other
funnily
thing
enough,
He's
his
that
good.
downfall was really the boxing skill. Because it wasn't that Julian Williams really outgunned him; he just outboxed him. Like he went to war and beat the likes of like Arislandi Lara. He beat Austin Trout, Tony Harrison before that, and then Julian Williams just came out of nowhere and just outboxed him.
Well, I
those
saw him
guys took a
tweet
lot out of
something
it
the other day
about his
saying that
father.
he took some time off and started a couple of businesses and that he's ready to come back. He said
Yeah.
he was having a hard time with his father's death.
But
So
Nike, I'm
I
gonna
don't
tell
know
you
if
something,
Castano would be the first
Nike.
fight that he should take coming back.
Well, I don't
Yeah,
think he can make 54 no more. But the problem with him was he had an amateur record of 20 and 25. So he was killing it as an amateur either. You know what I'm saying? He was just doing enough, and he was a 50-50 type fighter. To me, that's what he is. Those Lara and the Trout and the Tony Harrison fight, I mean, all them fights took it out of him, man. So by the time he got to J-Rock, and to this day, it's over for him as a top fighter. Them days are over. And I hate it
yeah.
because he a good guy. You know what I'm saying? But
I say
the truth is
Castano
just
put him
the
out.
truth.
I
Yeah,
would love to see.
I don't know if that's the best fight for him to come back at.
I would love to see Charlo get that body on his
he
record
can't even
though.
make 54. He can't
Priest need a
even
body.
make 54 though.
I mean, you
You
get a
never
good
know. It
nutritionist.
depends on how
You get a
motivated
good
he is.
nutritionist,
I think you really have to look at 160 for his kind of options. Like if you're looking for a comeback fight, maybe like Montiel or someone like that, and eventually you can make like the Rosario fight.
No. Montiel knocks him out.
I disagree. I don't think so. Montiel's not that good.
Bro, I'm telling you, man. Jarrett Hurd
Yeah,
that
because
I have seen
this
last
201
two
Chris,
fights, bro.
he says he thinks Hurd is about
Yeah,
200. It's
exactly.
probably 200 pounds now.
And that's being generous. That guy right there being generous.
Yeah,
Hurd
he looked
probably weighed
massive and next to
230.
Jared Miller.
Bro, I'm telling you, if Jarrett Hurd come back to 154 or 160 and he fights somebody that can punch, he's gonna get knocked out. Montiel is the wrong guy for him to fight. I'm gonna tell you who he should fight. He should fight somebody like Aleem, because Aleem isn't a puncher and he's small for a middleweight, and it'll be a war of attrition. But Montiel, no.
Hold up. Ronald Finkley said Jamal ain't doing nothing. What do you mean by that? As far as he's not doing anything, I get confused.
I knew you were gonna see that.
Listen, I get confused how people say, "Oh, who is he fought?" Well, Eddie Hearn. I post the videos all the time. I can send you the video right now, baby bird. You can play it and hear Eddie Hearn tell him he's not going to get Jamal any fights unless he comes over to the zone. He says, if you want a big middle 160 fight, you ain't gonna get it unless you come to the zone. So then Eddie Hearn to turn around and say, well, who have you fought? Well, idiot. If you're freezing me out, how can I fight anybody? So I'm fighting the next best available. Now people are complaining about Selecki, right? Selecki is number 2. Selecki is number 5. So I'm getting a bad feedback.
Yeah, I don't know who's
bad feedback.
Does somebody
I think
Julius.
Julius.
Does somebody have a laptop that has the volume up?
Hold on, I'm gonna go to my lab. Get on the laptop.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So the thing is, Selecki is 30-2, and his only 2 losses are versus Jacobs and Andre. So if he's good enough for Jacobs and Andre, what is the problem with him fighting Jamal? Okay,
Well,
now
checkmate. I think it's even
wait,
beyond that. It's beyond that. Like you have to really
wait,
look at Suleki's. You have to look at
let
Suleki's
me.
career. He arguably beat
Okay, but
Danny Jacobs, and he was a really good
right.
fight with. He wasn't a good fight with Dimitri Andrade, but he like who doesn't get shut up by Dimitri Andrade? I
Okay,
believe he beat Jack Kokai as well.
I was just going to say this though. My point is this: if you send a contract or if you send an offer to GGG, he declined. You send an offer to Canelo, he declined. $50 million offer. You send even Andre has declined. You send an offer to Munguia, they declined. But yet you complain about him fighting the number 5 ranked Sulecki. I don't get it. So this is about the hater situation. So you're trying to what you're trying to do is age these guys out. You're trying to stall them out so they'll leave the division, and then you can go ahead and let Munguia, who has the worst and the quietest 39 wins I've ever seen in my life. Like this guy is so invisible. He's constantly, in line to fight a champion and declining to fight these champions. I do not respect movement like that. If you're going to be a fighter, be a fighter.
L-Dub says that Sulecki is sparring Munguia for the Charlo fight.
That's a good word.
Yeah.
Well, Munguia need to go ahead and step it up. He's been offered fights because he was, the next in line. He was supposed to fight Andre. He didn't fight him. He was supposed to fight, again, Charlo. He didn't fight him. I do not respect that type of movement. You know what I mean?
But I think with all of these fighters, you can kind of like look at why certain things happen. Like with Jaime Munguia, he has agreed to everything that Oscar De La Hoya has put forward. It's just on Oscar De La Hoya who said himself that he didn't think Munguia was ready. Munguia had agreed to fight Gennady Golovkin at the age of 21, and the Nevada State Athletic Commission didn't let it happen. And he signed his part to fight Jermall Charlo. And Oscar De La Hoya had to cry about a DAZN deal that he did not have and actually didn't have until like this week. So it's just a real situation. I don't give Charlo too much slack for fighting Sulecki, which, by the way, a correction, he didn't beat Jack Kokai. It was Gabe Rosado, and he actually looked really good against Rosado. But I don't give him too much slack. I thought the Montiel fight was a joke, but that was purely because, I felt he could have fought someone a little bit better. But, at the end of the day, he's with PBC, and there's not many options unless he goes up to 168 pounds, and all the options over there with DAZN where nothing's really happening anyway.
Well, here's the thing. Here go the one wild card we haven't thought about, and that is Demetrius Andre. He's getting out of the contract with Eddie Hearn. Also, too, something that I'm very interested in that we haven't discussed yet is Eddie Hearn, along with Tyson Fury and all those guys, are they on that list, the no-fly zone to America? See, the reason I say that is because all these guys, and from the look of things and from the sound of things, if you had any dealings with DK and you don't live in America, you will not be allowed into the country. And if y'all look at things, and I'm just a person of energy, and I saw how Tyson Fury was drunk the other day and going through the motions. Look, man, he ain't in America no more. He might be on the no-fly list. Andy Lee and Matthew Macklin are up there on the list. They can't come to America again. And this is serious. Like Eddie Hearn doing a lot of work over here. What if he can't come back in the country?
No, so you're saying that Tyson Fury is drinking because he can't come back?
Yeah, I mean, you think about it.
I think he's just
Tyson
enjoying
Fury. I'm just saying. I think that Tyson Fury is a drunk, but
he was just on vacation with his family.
Right, I feel you, but I think now this is just me.
I think you're being a little hard on him. I think
I'm
allowed a drink or two.
Nika, I'm just telling you, Nika, I'm just telling you, he could be on that list. You have to understand, Bob Arum gave DK $8 million over the last couple years. Now think about that for a second. The United States government is up there looking at a drug lord known for murders, kidnappings, and drug trafficking through the not United States, but through the world. This guy's a drug.
Let me tell you,
I'm just telling you. I don't think
just cashed in a couple, I don't know how many $1 million check. I would have me a drink too. I'm just saying.
No, I'm just
Have me a couple of drinks.
I feel you,
Have me a
Micah,
couple
but
of
I'm
drinks.
just telling
I
With
you
an
already hit that
umbrella
check
in it.
and I'm
And,
happy.
that
and, and, and
So
I'm
that we
even,
don't
I mean,
know,
even
but we
looking at
also don't
looking at
know if the
from a
United
broader
States.
scale.
Well, hold on one second, VV. We do not know if the United States haven't frozen accounts and things of that nature. Like this thing is a lot more serious than what we, giving it life. But if we read what's going on, the Ireland newspapers, I mean, this thing is real serious. It's 600 names on that list. And the only reason the United States said it, this is what the United States government said, not Julius. They said that the reason they made this list was because of Daniel Canahan's boxing portfolio. Also, Richard Schaefer is probably on that list as well.
So let me
Okay.
answer this question for Steven. He says what's going on with the boxing versus. It's still gonna go on, but I need more. I need more Crawford competitors. I have a plethora of Spence competitors for the boxing versus, but I'm having trouble getting. I guess a lot of Spence fans follow me. I don't really have that many Crawford fans, or at least not ones that want to come on and compete against
VV,
other Spence
Polo
fans.
is your friend, right? VV, Polo is your
Hey,
friend,
hey,
right?
I like Polo, but me and Polo go back. I tried to get Polo on boxing versus before the Shakur Valdez fight, but I don't know what
I'm trying
happened.
to
He
catch that
also bitched
body.
out though.
The
You might
streets
have to
need a
watch out
body.
though. You won't catch Polo. You won't catch Polo. He's you know who he's really like. He's like Joe Smith Jr.
He meets me
He's too
now.
stupid. He
He
was
he
like
meet,
you
he
be
meets
telling
me
about Canelo.
now.
He'd be like, well, Zerdo, well, fucking some Mexican Australian. So you don't worry. Polo never loses a debate because he don't know how to lose.
Listen, Julius, I want to say this about the situation, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
I personally think Bob Arum is the one who initiated it.
I
I
do too.
personally think he's the one initiated because he was encroaching on his territory.
Yeah.
Understand
Wait, hold
this,
on.
you know what I
Wait,
mean?
I think so. Who is this? Because I know this is my high school. Who is AG? Say your full name.
Bronco
At
Love,
least,
class of 99.
yeah, this is somebody I went to high school with, obviously, for me.
Okay.
But
Uh-oh.
so, like,
You
who
gotta
are AG? Who is AG? Ann Gilbert? Put your name in the chat, please. I would love to. Sorry.
yeah. But
Oh,
I do
okay.
think Bob initiated it. I do think Bob initiated it because again he was encroaching on his territory. Understand? He wanted to become powerful, and this is all after, of course, when you see Mauricio, the WP. Let me tell you something. Mauricio get on his knees so quick. I'm telling you, boy. I'm telling you, he get on
Yeah.
his knees and teabags it so quick. It's just ridiculous. He's the greatest thing in the world. He's doing so much. We will stand behind the 100%. We give, and all of a sudden, and then all of a sudden, the next a week later, the ball drops on him. So you're supporting this. You knew what this meant. Oh, we give everybody a chance. We don't. And so
Facts.
Maurice, yeah. So my whole thing is, I do believe Bob pulled the trigger because and I also think Bob got Tyson Fury immunity because Tyson Fury should have been a first one. They should have pulled them because Tyson Fury said, "Yeah, Daniel got the job done, got the thing over the line. We got the AJ fight. Thank you for doing this." So we know Tyson Fury's working with him. You understand? So I think that it was a immunity deal that Bob did with him and Tyson, whatever. Because why haven't anybody brought that up? If they are, sanctioning everyone who's worked with them, why not those two?
Well, yeah. I mean, think about it. Everybody that works with Tyson Fury team was not allowed to come back into America. So we haven't seen Tyson Fury try to come back into America. But if he does come back into America, he has reached a deal, like you say, where he can tell on Daniel and be free of prosecution. But Nayka, here's the thing about this. Daniel Canahan is known.
The way you said it just sounded like a conspiracy theory.
No, this is it's
Tyson
real.
Fury is drunk because he can't fight back.
No, I'm just saying those things. Look, the man got a boxing career, and he needs America. And if the United States government was freezing accounts, So we don't know. I'm just saying, we don't know if this guy account didn't get frozen. Like, we looking at the Daniel Cunningham situation is serious. The guy, they committed murder 3 years ago at a weigh-in in Germany. Like, these guys aren't, and I'm talking about a literal murder happened on screen at a weigh-in. This guy isn't nobody that you play with. Bob Arum went on record saying that Daniel Cunningham was using bullying tactics against him. So
plus,
it wouldn't be, go ahead.
Plus, Bob is a former U.S. attorney anyway.
Absolutely.
So I think because Bob, all of a sudden, he started dropping dimes. Oh, he says, he cleaned up his act. He said he done some bad thing. Bob was just dropping dime on him. So I was like, yeah, Bob definitely set this up. You know what I mean? Because he was getting too money. He was getting too powerful. But
Munoz,
I want to talk about what Munoz put up.
Yeah, that's what I was about to bring up because I think this is a good question. He wants to know, can somebody tell me why Loma is on the Ring magazine pound for pound?
Bias.
Wait, no, can someone tell me too? Because I'm trying to look. I did a breakdown of his career like last night. Actually, I'm trying to figure out how the fuck he's pound for pound because he is a top 20 featherweight of all time for fucking nothing. He has accolades and put pound for pound top 5 at 130 for doing nothing. I'm trying to figure out why he's pound for pound too.
It's called propaganda.
Before you guys go, Lone Star Steph, they everybody's looking for you on Twitter. They worried about you because you've been missing in action. So I'm glad to see that you're all right. But you gotta hit people up on Twitter because they're really worried about you. All right, go continue.
It's called propaganda, artificial anointing. You know what I mean? And racism. Think about this. So I actually got into it with little Dougie. You know what I mean? I was debating Dougie. Yeah. And so he jumped in a little conversation and say, oh, whatever the case may be. So I, sent the message back. Well, my point is this. We know if you look at that top 10, 5 of the top 10 are with Bob Arum. Basically, the Ring is Bob Arum's. It's Oscar or De La Hoya owned, but is pretty much Bob Arum control. 5 of those spots are reserved for top ranked fighters that don't deserve to be there. Now, I never said Loma is a bad fighter, but you can't be 16-2, lose 2 of your first 16 fights, and all of a sudden you're pound for pound. Right.
It's Lomo's skills though. Lomo's skills are untouched, bro. He never ducked nobody.
He just lost.
Hold on. Because no, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. Because if you want to say,
bro.
You can be serious. You can be serious, right? You want to say Lomachenko never ducked anybody? We can go through his career because at 126. His second fight, he fought Salido and he lost. And he was offered a rematch and didn't accept it. And also 126, he somehow magically got the fucking title shot against Gary Russell Jr. above Pierre Pino.
But what did he do to Gary Russell Jr. though? But what did he do to Gary Russell Jr.?
I don't care what he did because he shouldn't have got the title shot. He shouldn't have got the title shot. But anyways, after that, he fought 3 tomato cans, moved to 230, dragged Nicholas Walters up, who they had to go fucking find him in Jamaica because he was retired and not even training. And then he fought Jason Sosa. I don't even know who the fuck Jason Sosa is. And Miguel Mariaga. Okay, you know what else?
But then he fought Rigo, though.
He fought Rigo, who's 118 pounder. You know why he fought Rigo?
Come on, brother.
Why did he fight Rigo? Because he didn't want to fight his fucking he didn't want to fight his mandatory Miguel Berchelt. He told Berchelt to go get a belt, so Berchelt went and gone fucking fought Vargas, the guy that Lomachenko also didn't fight. And when Berchelt got a belt,
he would have washed fucking Berchelt, bro.
He could have washed him, but he didn't fight Vargas. He didn't fight Salido. He didn't fight Miura. He didn't fight Uchiyama. He didn't fight Corrales. He didn't fight.
It's the angles. It's the movement, bro. It's the angles. It's the movement. It's everything Lomachenko lost.
Against the best guy.
But he lost twice with those angles and those movements. He lost twice and then he struggled against Luke Campbell. He struggled against Linares. He got floored by Linares. He struggled against Pedraza.
Yeah, he did get floored by Linares.
And he got the panda eyes by Pedraza. And this is the same Pedraza who Tank starts. Okay, so listen, great if you think you like his movement, you like his angles, whatever the case may be. But
you see what he did to Nakatani, though. You see how he beat that nigga to a pulp, though.
Dude,
He's still in the
Nakatani
pound
is
for pound
trash.
list, bro.
Nakatani is trash, dude.
I
The
mean,
only
even for
only word you
Nakatani,
never
you know why
heard of
Lomachenko's never
Nakatani
had a
is
lineal?
because of you only heard of Nakatani because he
He's
lost
a
to
big dude. He's a
Tio.
big dude, though.
Okay,
Nakatani's a
but
big dude,
Nakatani
though.
but he's trash. He's
Lomachenko never
trash.
had a lineal because he never fought number 1 versus number 2, and the one time he did, he got cooked.
And Luke Richard Comey is trash.
Nakatani should still be on the pound for pound list, bro.
Who?
I mean,
Who?
Lomachenko. No,
That
Lomachenko.
was
No,
a
I didn't mean to
mistake.
say
That
that.
was a mistake. No,
No,
that was a mistake.
shout out to Verdejo because Verdejo was giving him the business.
Okay.
But then I appreciated that fight, bro.
Okay, but who are
Verdejo, the one who's
Lomachenko?
locked up now?
Yeah, the murderer.
Yeah, he locked up now.
Okay, who are
But he gave
Lomachenko's?
Nakatani fits, bro. He gave
He's a
Who
Nakatani
are
fits.
Lomachenko's
He's a
3
piece of
best
shit.
wins then?
Nakatani is not talented.
Nakatani's his best win right now.
Nakatani is if Nakatani is his best win, then that's horrible for his resume. Period. I always said Lomachenko's resume is propaganda, artificially anointed. They had him 6-1 at number 7 pound for pound. They had him 9-1 at number 1 pound for pound, and now he just come off a recent loss, fought 2 Tio retreads, and still number 7 pound for pound. That's so a hit of wait 1 second. Let me land this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, and then he ahead of Charlo, who just knocked out 4 of the 3 of the champions to get the undisputed. He knocked out every one. Come on, that's a murderous road run. And you think having who? Come on, brother.
Nakatani is not trash, yo.
Better than anyone that Lomachenko's fucking beat.
If Tank get past Riley, Tank should be wanting to fight Lomachenko right after, bro.
Okay.
If he get past fucking Riley,
of course we need that.
Right,
and Tank is going to start him.
Yeah, man. Let me say something because talking about Nakatani, and I ain't trying to be funny, but it don't even make sense. But I would say this about Lomachenko and Roman Gonzalez. Those 2 guys, I don't understand what the affection or the love or what that these 2 guys get. Neither one of them deserve to be on the pound for pound list. I mean, Roman Gonzalez is 4-3 in his last 7 fights and been knocked out. So I don't see how he there. I don't see how Lomachenko there.
Hold on, we're not gonna do that with Chocolatito. Chocolatito has one of, if not the best resume of current boxers.
Oh my God! There we go, man. There we go.
No.
We talking to guys.
Just because
his resume is full. All right, if you and this is my thing, and Nayka, this ain't disrespecting these guys. I just have to keep it 100 with myself.
You're entitled to
when we get up here and we see these guys, when we see these guys punch each other 1,000 times and nobody get knocked down in the fight or wobbled, and we sit up here and we say, and we sit up here and we say, oh my God, he beat McWilliams Arroyo. Or, oh, did y'all see Chocolito beat Brian Valoria? And I just sit up here and be like, man, come on, man.
Estrada versus Chocolito was the fight of the year last year to me.
Man, he could get the fight of
2021,
he could get the fighter of the year for the rest of his career. I know that if you are 4-3 or 5-3 in your last 8 fights and you got knocked out and had to leave the ring on a stretcher, it's just my opinion, but you shouldn't be on anyone's pound for pound list unless you're from Nicaragua.
So do you think Tommy Hearns is shit because Marvin Hagler slipped him?
Hold on a second.
No.
Thomas Hearns had got a better resume than Roman Gonzalez. You talking about a bunch of 112, 115 a pound fighters that no one knows and no one cares about.
See, but it's not a popularity contest
because of the weight class or what? Because
I mean, listen, Nayka, weight class matters because I'm sitting up here talking about the fighters that he beat. He beat Brian Valoria. He beat Edgar Sosa. But all these guys was, to me, These guys were journeymen to a contender type fighters.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
You're talking
These
about
guys ain't
champions
no
saying they're
killers.
journeymen. Like, come on.
Look,
Like, come on.
Y'all better
Let's just
listen to
look at
actual
your face.
Nike,
facts
So
in the
get
yeah,
some
comment
respect.
Nike.
section.
One of your words, Nike. These guys aren't killers. Ain't no killer in there. Who he thought that's a
Listen.
killer? Nobody.
Don't use
Let me ask you. Let me
names.
ask y'all. Let me ask y'all.
Who got
Is
the
Shaka
best
I had to
resume
use
in
it.
135?
Wait.
Who got the best
Let me
resume
ask
in
you.
135? Is it
Let me
Lomachenko
ask you.
or is it Teofimo Lopez? Who got the
Let me
best
ask
resume
you.
in
Teofimo
135?
fighting at 140.
But no, who
Tio
got the
fighting
best
at
resume in
140.
135? It's damn
Tio
sure
is
Lomachenko, bro.
Tio is fighting now at junior
So
welterweight.
you
He just
call
lost a fighter.
He's asking you who has the best resume at 135. That's the question.
Yeah, who got the best 135 resume, bro? Speak it.
Who you talking to me?
Teofimo Lopez does.
Yeah.
Nah, it's not Lopez. It's Lomachenko has the best resume at
Lomachenko, yeah.
135.
What are the wins at 35? Is it the Luke Campbell win?
Wait, no, I have a
Or
question. I have a
is,
question.
I mean,
We
what
know what the
fight is
wins
it?
are, bro.
What
We know what the
win
wins are.
does
I
Lomachenko
asked
have
you,
better
who
than
is it?
Lomachenko?
Loma
Is
resume is hollow.
Linares?
The more Loma wins, the better Teofimo's resume gets because Teofimo beat Lomachenko.
Stop
But
it,
yeah, he did
brother.
beat him, and I love that fight. I love that
Loma
fight, bro.
fights C level
I
fighters.
don't
He's
know why
never
you love.
fought against a great fighter in their prime. He's never fought a fighter that someone says this is an elite fighter, and they're both going to going at. Never. He's fighting all these fighters that just to be cherry picking, man. Come on.
Hold on.
Why do you
Are
think
we talking about Lomachenko or Roman Gonzalez or both of them?
No, we talking
It
about
sounds
Loma.
like you're fighting about both of them.
Talk about Loma, but my
You
thing
can't tell
is,
me one fighter Roman Gonzalez cherry pick. So like get that.
Man,
That's
no,
so
all those
disingenuous. That's so
guys are
disingenuous.
cherries.
I'm not talking.
All them
I
little
don't
guys
think
are
even one of them
cherries,
cherry
man.
picked. I don't
They're
think
not
even one
even
of them cherry
cherries. They're
picked.
strawberries. They're not
I don't
even
think even
cherries.
one of them
They're
cherry picked, bro.
strawberries, man.
Teofimo was a 15-0 prospect who just beat Richard Comey. He just won Prospect of the Year. He's still raw. I picked Teo to beat Loma because of size. Okay. But that not because I think Teo is a great fighter. So I picked him. As Julius know and people know, I picked Teo to win. But I also, again, but when I look at those skills matches, when I look at all these people you guys are talking about, Roman Gonzalez, come on, Chocolatito, do you think he's a better fighter than Tank? Come on.
He is a better fighter than Tank, bro. He's tripping now, bro.
I'm gonna log the hell off. Did you just say Roman? Did you say Chocolatito was a
he's
better
a better
fighter
fighter
than
than Tank?
Yeah.
He's a better fighter than Tank. Hell yeah, I'm gonna say that shit.
Oh my God, man.
He does everything Tank does with a higher work rate and fucking better. He does it
Against
better.
Scrubs.
Against better competition. Scrubs is fucking Mario Barrios.
Against Scrubs.
Of
He
5'10", Mario
5'3".
Barrios, 140. Tank went from 130 to 140 and knocked him out.
For a
couldn't
bum.
even
For
knock
a
him out.
cab driver.
Listen, he was a bum. How was he a bum?
Hey,
How was
hold up a
Who
second.
did he beat to get these credentials? Who did he beat to get these credentials?
Hold up a second, checkmate. I got this. If Chocolito was a fighter at 140 or at 130 or 135, they would be wiping the floor with him all
with size
day
parity?
long.
The
guy can't fight, bro. I understand. Bro. I understand the Latin love sometimes.
With size parity, he beats everyone at 135 pounds easily.
But we gotta stop.
To do with
I'm just saying.
love.
No. Some of them, the propaganda.
No, it's just the nuance with the lower weight classes. People don't understand
oh
the
my
depth of the
God.
resume that Chocolatito has. He's a fucking Hall of Famer. He's the
Hey,
greatest
look,
fighter
bro,
in the history of Nicaraguan history.
Hold up a second,
he's
brother.
a phenomenal fighter.
Hold on a second, brother. I grew up in the era of Mark Too Sharp Johnson and Ricardo Lopez. Those are small guys. Jeff Chandler. All those guys are little guys, just like Chocolito. But I'm just telling you, in my opinion, the guy's 5-3 with a stretcher loss involved there against regular fighters. I know it hurt people's feelings when their favorite fighter lose to someone that's ordinary, but I will say this: it never stopped Eric Morales from being a great Hall of Famer when he lost to Zahir Rahim. It happens. It's called boxing and it's called styles. And in my opinion, Roman Gonzalez is a fighter that has benefited from being in those lower weight classes, fighting against ordinary guys. Look through his resume. He fought at least 30 regular everyday Joes. He fought a guy, Valentin Leon, that was 29-29. Like, let's stop making people all-time greats off a basic fight.
But that's
and
foolish.
fights
That's
where
so
they
foolish.
get knocked out.
He's a 4-weight world champion. He at 21 and
He can
20
win
and 0.
8.
At 20 and 0, he beat Yutaki Nida. Do you know who that is?
Oh, bro.
I doubt you do.
Hold,
He
hold,
did it
hold
in
up
his
a second.
20th fight. His 20th
Hold on
fight.
a second, bro. See, you sitting up here talking, do you know who that is? Yes. And let me say what he is. Ordinary. He's ordinary. You gotta
To you. That's your
yes,
opinion.
exactly. And to you, he is someone, but to me, he's ordinary. He's ordinary.
To you.
In
He's
his
average.
25th
To me,
fight,
yes.
beating
When I
Kazunari
hear-
Takayama, who's a
average.
5-time world champion. That's ordinary, though.
Okay.
Five-time world
Adrian
champion,
Broner
okay.
is a 4-division champion.
Yeah, do you think Adrian Broner's a scrub?
won titles at 130, 35, 40, and 47. And you know what I will say about Adrian Broner?
He's not a better wing than Juan
ordinary.
Francisco Estrada. So there you go. He's not a
Bro,
better wing than
Juan
Brian Valoria.
Francisco Estrada is good to you, my man.
He's good to everyone. He's good to everyone.
No, he's not good to everyone because I'm just telling you. To me, he ain't good. So
let
me let Sports Heaven weigh in. What were you saying, Sports Heaven?
How you doing, Queen? How y'all doing, brothers?
What's up, my brother? Sports Heaven.
Yes,
what
sir.
do you have to weigh in on this?
No, I would just listen. I ain't gonna be too long. I'm just I'm not passing judgment. You know, I don't want to knock nobody because you know these brothers out here putting their life on the line and entertaining us. But what's the average size? Because when I wrestled in the States in high school, my senior year, I wrestled at 119. So what's the average weight of a man? A grown-ass man.
Probably about 150, 160. I mean, if you talking about average size of a human being, male, so probably about 150, 160.
Brother, I agree with you.
In the United States, I don't know.
But I think you cooking, brother, because I'm not taking nothing from Chocolatito, but Tank, you know, people talk about Tank. Tank, he dog walked Pedraza, and Pedraza just went 12 with Ramirez.
Absolutely.
People say Ramirez is a killer, and he dog walked Mario, and Mario just went 12 with Thurman. Actually, he had Thurman doing the stinky leg, sitting out his mouthpiece, pulling off a Ric Flair, trying to stall time.
Facts, brother.
And as far as Lomachenko, which he's fun to watch, don't get me wrong. He reminds me of Troy, Achilles from the movie Troy. He is a damn good fighter to watch. But 14-2, they try to put Triple G over Roy Jones as a pound for pound. Like
propaganda, artificial order, trying to whitewash boxing. That's just what it is.
And then listen to this. And they talk about T.O. T.O. just struggled against. I'm not taking nothing from Kambosos, but you could clearly see in the middle rounds that there was two different levels in there. Just T.O. wasn't ready, but T.O. is not no world class legend or anything. Lomachenko really he got dog walked, and when he tried to fight in the 12th round, and T.O. damn near clipped him in the 12th round. They went fit. He was about to knock his ass out in the 12th round.
T.O. still a prospect, man.
Exactly. So it's not like he lost to some world beater.
Still raw. He hasn't figured out his style yet. That's what I'm saying.
Lomachenko took an L to that.
T.O. I liked T.O. until he beat Loma, then he became a monster. Now I just can't even stand to hear him talk. You know
I get that, but I'm saying Loma lost to him. Loma lost to him.
Absolutely. And I picked T.O. to beat Loma. You know what I mean? You think I'm picking You think I'm picking T.O. to beat Tank? Hell no. So who is your favorite fighter's favorite fighter?
My favorite fighter. Yeah, my favorite fighter right now is Tank. I mean, Tank ain't afraid to take a punch in the face. He sets you up with traps. He got good boxing skills.
Check this out.
I'm gonna play this video that this. You know, Chapman is good for a video. I'm like, you gotta hear it.
Gervonta Davis, I like him. He's young, very talented fighter.
Gervonta Davis is an incredible fighter. Gervonta Davis is a pound for pound great. You know, he's an exceptional fighter, and he's a dangerous motherfucker. And I love it.
They call him the body snatcher.
Yep.
Call another body. He called another body. Call another one.
Who do you like to watch fighting?
Oh, I enjoy see Germontade.
135 is stacked right now. What do you think is going to be the big fight for Shakur Stevens?
Big fight. I gotta be honest with you. I think like me and Tank later on down the line will be an amazing fight.
More competitive, let's say. Me versus Tank. Why is that? I think Tank is better than Chip.
I wanted to organize a fight with Gervonta Davis.
You put him above Loma. I think they're good now. I think that's above Loma and Loma. But if you told me there were people going to fight Tank will not be out. If I say is who I think would end up being the best guy, Tank will be number one.
Tank got that Tyson-esque fast twitching and the power. The pace he sets, the level of action. He's the most exciting.
The greatest fighter around.
My style is impetuous, my defense is impregnable, and I'm just ferocious. I want your heart.
But is his resume better than somebody
I don't with you though, like this about ticket to see me get my butt whooped.
Okay, this is the thing here. All your favorite fighters. Tank is all your favorite fighters' but you guys are going to talk about Chocolatito. See, if you don't recognize someone's talent, we know his resume is still proud as he performed. He beat a very tough Cruz with one arm and outboxed him in a master class performance. You got, it was that close? No, it wasn't that close. He beat Cruz 8-4 with a broken hand. Okay.
Well, so check, man. I have a question, right? I have a question. So, because you had that amazing video about Gervonta Davis and the love that he received, because everyone has a respect for Gervonta Davis, regardless of his opposition.
But let me finish. But let me land first. You can ask me anything you want. But you gotta let me land first, and then you can ask me. So my point was saying that all your favorite fighters, Tank is all your favorite fighters. They're not saying Lomachenko. They're not saying Chocolatito. They're not saying that. They're all calling Tank. When you got, listen, Eddie, have you ever heard Eddie Hearn say he loves someone? I can't stand Eddie Hearn. You know what I mean? He's talented, but he's just destroyed American boxing. But have you ever heard Eddie say he loves anybody? Mike Tyson telling everybody is telling you your favorite. Canelo is telling you Tank is his favorite, but you guys want to question what he brings to the table. It's all about skill. You guys talk about these belts. Well, guess what? People get belts. Charles Martin had a belt. Okay, go ahead, Vivi.
Facts.
I still have a question for you guys because this was after Vivi. Go ahead, Vivi.
Oh yeah. My question was like it was just regarding to like if it's about like favorite fighters or whatever. Like Errol Spence and Floyd Mayweather's favorite fighters were Chocolatito. Errol Spence said it recently, actually.
After he been knocked out?
Yeah, he said it like before the Ugas.
Oh my God! And I would say to them, I would say, come on, man. Yeah, hey, you ever heard who say that? So one of them guys up there, the announcer, Chris Carter. He used to have a segment called "Come On, Man," and that's what I say when they start talking about Chocolatito. I say, "Come on, man." I don't even have to discuss and break down his credentials because Nayka, there is none. The guy beat a lot of no hops, and then he fight. And this is what happens. Like Nayka, I know you have seen this Checkmate Sports Heaven when y'all watch a fight, especially on DAZN. If DAZN like a fighter and a fighter throw a combination, they say, oh my God, look at that 3-punch combination. It landed on his head and his body. Oh my God. And then I'm like, come on, man. Only one punch landed. Like it's crazy, man. It's crazy that a guy like Roman Gonzalez is on the pound for pound list and he lost 3 times in 7 fights at 115 pounds. Like, man, come on.
Even worse, he just said Gonzalez was better than Tank. He just said Gonzalez was better than Tank.
Exactly. Like, man, come on, man.
Yeah,
what you gotta say, Michael Mommy? What you gotta say, Michael Mommy?
I was gonna ask, what do you guys feel? Because I see a lot of people going like with different like opinions and thoughts on Devin Haney's father not being able to fly over to Australia, and they're just like, some people are just like, oh, I feel really bad for him, like he's not gonna have his dad there, and people are like, suck it up. It's just, you go to work by yourself every time. People go to work by themselves every day, so it's like,
Nayka, I'm gonna say this about the Devin Haney situation. That saga. I think that the last Red Cup you had, or maybe the one before that, I said that it could be some funny business. And if I'm Devin, I'm gonna try to have this fight in the United States, because what has happened is, they he didn't. He signed up to go there, right? This gonna be a real difficult fight for him to win. And I'm talking about on the scorecards, because his dad couldn't come into the country and he been flying abroad for years. And this thing happened in 1992. Mike Tyson, all type of guys that went into Australia. But the Australian government is involved in this fight. And I have seen those guys cheat fighters. I have seen Germany cheat fighters. But when you sign up for it, you're just going to have to suck it up. Because now I agree with you. He got to suck it up because he signed up for it. No one pulled his hand and made him do it, And I hope that the brother is able to overcome it and win in spite of what's going on. But yeah, some funny business going on, but he signed up for it. That's my opinion.
Okay. My opinion is that I think it's a setup. I think it's a setup.
I mean,
listen,
that's what happens when you have like stuff on your record and you're applying for a visa. It's different from like a regular passport.
Yeah, but he's been going to Germany.
Listen, he been flying all over the world with Devin and the amateurs and everything else, right?
Right.
So all of a sudden, he flies all over the world, take these world tournaments for amateurs, winning awards and everything. All of a sudden, Australia got to do this. Listen, they're going to let him in, but they purposely did this, and I think Bob Arum has something to do with it as well. I didn't know. Listen, but we didn't know. You knew. Because think about it. If the Australian government is behind this as far as putting money up and everything, right?
Absolutely.
It's the government. They can say, since the government is backing, okay, let's get them in here. We understand. Oh, they didn't deny it yet, and they didn't approve it. That's because they stall him. They're going to let him get in. I'm sorry, I just ran back upstairs. Hold on. So they stall him because they want to take him, they want to basically take him to the edge. They want to take Devin and put him in an uncomfortable environment. So eventually Bill Haney's going to be there, but they're doing this on purpose. They're trying to steal it.
What you gotta say in sports heaven? Do you think? Well, what if they don't? What if they deny it altogether? Like, do you think that's gonna make a difference?
They're not going to deny it. They're going to wait until the last minute to bring it.
Last minute to let them in.
The government is involved in this particular into this particular fight, right? Into this promotion, the government is actually putting up money for it. You think they can pull the string? So what do you think they're doing? They're sitting back, laughing, giggling. They say, "Okay, we're going to make them sweat, and then we're going to let them through." Because notice they didn't deny it from a weed charge from 30 years ago. So again, it's all about getting that hometown cooking. You know what I mean? Look what happened with Canelo. He was already he had all three judges had scored the first 4 rounds for him. You know what I mean? And so you're going to have these type of cooking. And right now, I think this is what they're doing. But Devin Haney, I think this is going to motivate him. He's already done his training. There's not much more that he have to do. He just got to get acclimated to the time zone and all of that. And that's it. Don't drink the water. Bring your own water. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just be careful. But I believe he has to put on an extraordinary performance, or he's going to get robbed. I see a robbery. I think Bob Arum signed him so he can lose. I mean, think about it. Well, think about it because Bob Arum, right? Because Bob, and then another thing. Bob Arum was saying, first of all, I don't know if y'all caught, but he was telling Shakur Stevens that he don't want to do anything with Undisputed, right? Have you caught that?
No.
That he's saying undisputed is stupid. He don't want, Shakira shouldn't be worrying about that. You know what I mean? But then but Tyson Fury, he want him undisputed. He want Loma undisputed. You know what I mean? He wanted Josh Taylor undisputed. He wanted all these fighters undisputed, but he don't want Shakira undisputed. Obviously, he wants Kambosos undisputed because he sees that as global money. He sees that as capturing the Australia market. He has business interests there. He's trying, really nail that down there. He has, and also the Greek market. So Bob Arum sees Kambosos, if he can get this win, as somebody he can parade around the world. So his best interest is for Devin Haney to lose. So I see that home cooking.
We will see. What day is that fight?
It's coming up in a couple weeks.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good one. I'm ready to see that one. I'm not gonna lie.
They're gonna be announcing Shakur Stevenson fight soon too.
Who do you think they got lined up for?
I really don't know, man. Ain't no telling, But I doubt it's another champion. But
I saw him tweeting about like Lomachenko and stuff, but right now Lomachenko is like out of the mix. He's like got the war going on. He's not really thinking about fighting right now. So.
Right. And that was public pressure, on him and Usyk. Why would y'all leave your wife and your family? Because literally these guys' mothers and wives are over there in the country to get ready for a fight when Russia is, actively going through your streets, killing people, so yeah, man. Tough situation.
Yeah.
But
let me see. Trying to see who else fights that week.
All right, well, how about this? I see Canelo next opponent being John Ryder.
Of course, he's the Eddie guy.
I see Canelo's next opponent being John Ryder. And at Nayka, I saw you with my man Paulie Malignaggi, on the show. I ain't had a chance to say nothing, but I saw you up there.
I'm not in charge of who they put on there. He was
actually
really nice.
I'm not
actually really nice to me.
I'm not gonna say nothing about Paulie, man.
Paulie
is the type of guy.
He didn't like when he was on the show. He just spoke boxing. He didn't speak like politics.
Right, and that's what I was about to say.
He's really good at the boxing thing,
Right, Paulie is the type of guy. If you get him going, he'll fly into anything. But if you keep it straight boxing, the guy is real knowledgeable about boxing.
Yeah, but so it was all boxing, so
right. But yeah, man, I think Canelo's gonna fight John Ryder next. I can't see him again jumping in the ring with someone tough after getting beat up his last fight. I can't see it. I think it's gonna finally. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was reading the comment here. Which Nelson you talking about? Steven Nelson, the one who missed weight today?
Oh, he's got to be talking about Steven Nelson, that fight with Bud.
Yeah, but he actually missed weight today, so his fight tomorrow's canceled. So.
Right, but here's the crazy part. Now he had been out for almost 2 years.
Yeah,
and so he was coming back for a fight that really. You know what I'm saying? A no-hop fight. So a lot of times in those situations, if you go to your promoter before in a fight that's not for any belt or anything like that against a guy with a losing record, they don't postpone the fight. I think that because Terrence Crawford is suing him and he about to make this fight with Bud Crawford, I don't think that they want to deal with So Cold anymore. Like literally, I don't think they want to deal with him anymore. I mean, because
he shouldn't have gave them those cards to deal with. He should have made weight.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm just saying, that's
6.6 pounds is like he wasn't even trying.
Yeah, well, I think it was a fight that should have, I've seen guys do that, but you don't normally on Nayka, it's not an embarrassment like that. Someone would change the weight before. I have seen PBC do that so many times.
Oh, they've done it for Broner. Yeah.
Absolutely. 100%, man. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
they could have did something. So I
Yeah.
think you're right. It probably was like a little dig in there,
Yeah.
stocking to Crawford type.
Exactly.
We're gonna scrap this fight altogether, like
Yep.
But
You ain't making no
Hey,
money with us.
yeah,
Yeah, he popped his Achilles. Correct, Steve.
I kind of clicked out when you was talking about Paulie Nayka, and I wanted to know, did you get the urge to ask him? So, what do you think about the black fighters now?
no, because I was drinking and I was like in my own zone, like,
Right.
and he wasn't saying nothing. He wasn't like if he would have said something that would have triggered me, I probably would have. But he was like he was on his best behavior. Like he really was
Right.
just speaking
Well,
boxing,
I would have just asked the, our person, like, okay, so what do you think now? You got the, Charlos, undisputed, got all these fighters going for undisputed. You said the time for the Black American fighters was over. So what do you think? I mean, have you rehashed your, have you rethought your,
we weren't they
your
weren't
outlook on
really.
that?
None of the topics were close to that, so I wasn't gonna like shift the mood like that.
You'd have brought that thick cloud in there.
Checkmate. I was telling Nayka that Paulie is one of those people where if you get him rolling like that, if you start throwing stuff in and get him hype, he'll jump in there and he'll say some of that craziness. But I mean, I can understand why people were so hyped with the Eastern European fighters because they could fight. But to call them the greatest species, that's one thing. To call people species, and you talking about boxing, that's just crazy.
Yeah.
Like they got Paulie really hyped that day.
He said they're the dominant species, and the time for the Black American fighter is
Yes, he
over.
was. Yeah.
He didn't say anything racially motivated or anything.
Oh man,
he was
said
definitely
the
on his
time
best
is
behavior. So
over.
I damn sure would have checked him.
Oh yeah, he ain't gonna say it.
He didn't say anything crazy.
And Nayka, we know you the Puerto Rican princess, but a lot of times when those guys see you, initially, I think
they
see you as they say, oh, that's a black girl, so they ain't gonna go there. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but your boy likes to call me an immigrant and a foreigner.
Well, look, man.
I saw that, but I don't.
He's disgusting. And that's what, like, when you guys are online, like going back and forth with people, you always have good points of like when you go at actual racists on the timeline. But when he does the things that he does and says the things that he says about Hispanics, it takes away from the argument that you guys are trying to
Well, it doesn't take away.
He's being racist. He's being racist himself.
Right. It doesn't take away from us if we ain't showing that same racism.
It takes away from him. It takes away from him because he tries to be, like pro-black and I hate racism, but he's being racist himself, and it's disgusting. It really is.
Yeah, I have.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started.
Yeah, I don't look at a person from Puerto Rico as being an immigrant. Now that's me. I have expressed this with Checkmate. Checkmate was on the show when I said something about this. So no, I don't roll like that. And to be real with you, when I talk about race, it's normally and here lately, it's been outside of boxing. You know what I'm saying? About especially what happened in your home state in Buffalo. Like, man, like the seriousness of racism far out, you know what I'm saying, weighs a boxing ring. You know what I'm saying? When a guy is so angry, and this is so crazy. He think that black people did so much to him that he actually went 2 hours out of his way to go find some black people to go kill. It just showed you the craziness and that people will go to, man, and the depths that they'll go to ruin people's lives, man. So me personally, I don't take racism lightly. You know what I'm saying? And I'm surely not gonna engage in no racist talk to someone. I'm never gonna be racist. So you don't ever hear me calling.
I never hear you calling, but the
Hispanic
guy
to
that you
nobody.
associate yourself with, he does that on a regular basis. Like
Yeah.
he literally said, stay out of this, Emmy. IMMI. Like he was trying to abbreviate it as immigrant. So it's like you are so fucking ignorant. Like I swear to God, if I saw this guy, I would spit in his face. Like I don't have no respect for him whatsoever. Like you can't be online crying about racism and then being racist yourself. Like it don't work like that.
I don't get down with. For me, only I call out the racism in boxing, but obviously I'm not a racist person. I've never been.
He thinks it's
That's just
funny.
not how I was
He's
raised.
a troll, so he thinks it's funny. But
But
he's safe behind his fucking keyboard. That's why he says shit like that.
yeah, I just call it out in the business of boxing, especially with those pound for pound rankings and things of that nature. You can clearly see with the boxing media who they put forth, who they promote, and who they don't. I mean, there's excellent fighters in there, but they're going to promote, pretty much the non-black ones and put them, artificially anoint them at the head of the pedestal. You know what I mean, on top of the pedestal to try to get that shine and light, to try to get their next something hope other than Black American, because they're trying to create their their own version of Floyd, to try to run this boxing game. So I don't get down with the racism at all. That's just not me. I respect people from whether you're religious, whatever religion you, ethnicity, nationality. You know what I mean?
And the crazy part, man, is when I was a youngster, a teenager, kid, and I used to see Julio Cesar Chavez fight. Man, I'm gonna tell you something, bro. It won't nothing better than that guy running to the ring, and he used to have this song that he would come to the ring on. If y'all go back and look at some of his old fights, the name of the song was Mexico, 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 and he would come to the ring running with the headbands with the date on it. I mean, and the way that people now look at boxing, if you're not of that nationality, now you're not supposed to root for this fighter. It's the craziest and the stupidest thing I ever seen. Because No, I was gonna say because I was a tremendous Tito Trinidad fan. Now I had other people that I liked too, but I was a Tito Trinidad fan, a Julio Cesar Chavez, and I'm just telling you, man, that's the one thing in boxing today that wasn't in boxing when I first started watching boxing.
Yeah, but you see, I don't know how come this little boy can't keep it. He can't keep it boxing. He has to say things like, "Oh, when Charlo wins, we're gonna pull your green cards away and stuff like that." And then when people snap back at him, then he starts retweeting and playing victim. Oh, look at how they treat the foundational Black American. It's like, my guy, you just said the most racist thing ever, and you don't expect people to defend themselves. Like, I don't know. Julius, you're such a nice guy. I don't know how you associate yourself with this man. I really don't.
Well, you notice you'll never see me in those type of conversations.
Yeah, I wasn't in that. I definitely won't in that conversation. And I saw what you talked about. I saw.
Hello?
Yeah, I saw.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I saw that.
Y'all can hear me?
Yes,
yeah. No, you from Buffalo?
No, I'm not from Buffalo.
No, she's from New York. That's why I said that.
Okay,
because of what happened in Buffalo. Yeah.
You from where?
Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
I'm not
hey, man, shout out to
black people live in Niagara Falls. Okay.
Hey, look.
You almost Canadian, Sports Haven.
Yeah, I am Canadian, brother. I accept it.
Hey, look.
You on the other side?
No. I'm on the I'm on the New York side, but it's so close. The New York niggas don't accept us, so I just accept we Canadian.
Hold on, but let me say, hey, look, Sports Heaven, checkmate. Let me say something about Canadian history, right? So where I'm from in North Carolina, we are direct. We have direct cousins to people that are from Nova Scotia, because the black Nova Scotians were the actual slaves that was in North Carolina and Tennessee that went to Nova Scotia and to escape, the racist South, and they allowed them to come into Nova Scotia. So I always,
Thank you. I just learned something new. Thank you.
Yeah, man. So I always got love for you know what I'm saying, the Canadians, especially those that are from Nova Scotia. But man, my heart go out to everybody that was in Buffalo, Syracuse, Niagara Falls for that racist stuff that went down, man. 10 beautiful black souls was taken off this earth, man, for nothing more than just being black. And this is 2022. The same thing would have happened in 1932. You get what I'm saying? Like, they didn't wait around to see if some of the black people that they were shooting was of Puerto Rican descent or Dominican descent or Haitian. No, they said you're black, you gotta go.
Listen, Julie,
That's
some
the
people
race.
Well, color.
Some people just
You
driven
know,
by
color.
hate.
Color
Go ahead.
overrated, anyways. You are your nationality, so you got black people all
Right.
over Europe, America,
Right.
Africa. White folks, you
And-
got white people in Africa, so that color thing really gets overshadowed. You know, I bred pit bulls for 20 years. I bred game dogs for 20 years, and what I realize is that if you the same species, then you can reproduce. So if a white man or a black woman or whatever can reproduce with one another, they the same thing.
Right.
Period.
It's just ignorance to think anything else. Hey, I wanted to touch on, you said something about nationality a little earlier. Again, how, and this is the thing about it. This is why I was really so proud of Jamel Charlo, excuse me. He, you know, he wore that American pride. You know what I mean? And so, I mean, I got all into that.
Mind you, Art Man called Charlo a coon.
Who? Well,
Art Man
listen.
called Charlo a coon before this fight. And then he jumped on the wagon saying, "Oh, let's go for the foundation of Black Americans." Like, guy, you would just call him a fucking coon. Like,
Well,
you gotta stop playing this racist troll game that you do. It's not cute.
I definitely made an American Pride video about it, you know, with a Charlo American Pride video, because I was proud of that. Because the whole thing is, Americans, think about it, we're so used to being the, you know what I mean, the epicenter of world sports and things of that nature, right? So everybody's always against us, whether it's Mexico, no matter what it is.
True.
They will a whole country against us. So all of a sudden, you know, the first time in a long time that we actually had a chance to, as far as national pride, was with Wilder versus Joshua. That's when America, it's U.S. against, you know, the U.K., whatever the case may be.
Right.
And then, of course, you know, so now when Charlo brought that out, I felt some pride in that, because Americans generally don't do that. They will side, whatever the case may be. Now, if I like a fight and he just happened to be from Jamaica, or he just happened to be from UK, and he's from Russia, and I'm choosing that fighter, then I'm not going to have American pride, because I like this particular Russian fighter. But in the case that I'm choosing,
So what are
your
your favorite fighters that are not Black
that are fighting now, that are non-black?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you, man. I
never ask you guys that, because
I like David Benavidez. I'm a big hey, checkmate. Know this, man. I'm a big time David Benavidez, because first of all, I like his story. David Benavidez didn't have no amateur career. He was a fat boy that they used to throw in the ring with Triple G and all these guys, Manny Pacquiao. He was a 12-year-old chubby boy, and they threw him in the ring with them, and it hardened him, and that was pretty much his amateur career. And now, years later, he kicking butt, and he taking names. I definitely like David Benavidez, man. One of my favorite fighters, you know, that's going right now. I will tell you somebody that I dislike, and that's Caleb Plant. Every chance I get to down him, I will. You know, he's a sucker. Yeah, he's a sucker. And his wife, I don't even go at people's wives, but she's a sucker too. Thank you.
And she said some racial things about Mexicans.
And hold up. Now, and here's my thing. How can a bad wench say something racist about a Mexican? Let's call it like it is.
You know what? Julius is feeling it.
Yeah. And I will say that too, Caleb.
So were you enjoying the back and forth between
him and Ray? Yes.
Ray.
I was pouring gas on it. I was like, Ray, because Ray was gonna let it slide. I said, Ray, cook him. And Ray went crazy. I was like, keep going. cooking because Ray didn't do nothing to the guy. He wanted
He
to
just
try
said
to
your wife
bully
is
Ray.
sitting next. Yeah, he said your wife is sitting next to you. You could just tell her. That's all he said. It wasn't really.
Well,
He
Ronald,
was
you
just
think that he cooked Ray? I thought Ray cooked him because some of the stuff that Ray said, Ray went further than I would have went. Ray had a post of him hitting the man wife from behind and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So
Ray has no cut card. He's just
Ray
He's
cooked.
gonna go.
I see stuff like that, and I just, you know what I mean. I don't even participate in it. I saw y'all.
I don't either. But
I saw y'all biting on that steak.
He struck a nerve. I've never seen.
No, he struck a nerve with
going
me.
back and forth with
Because
anybody.
hey, and here's another thing too. I gotta talk about this guy. This is a man whose mother got murdered by the police, and this guy, instead of him being furious and just angry, the guy said, "Oh, I'm gonna make a statement," and hasn't said nothing, and it's been years. This is the type of guy that used the death of his daughter to try to act like he was so concerned. But the mother of the child said that the guy never even visit his baby in the hospital. He's a fraud. He's a fraud. He is a fraud, and I'm gonna call him out on it. He's a fraud. And also his beautiful wife was running circles around him, getting ready for the Canelo fight. So I knew he didn't have the athleticism to get away from Canelo when Canelo started bringing that heat to him. He couldn't even outrun his wife. Yeah, she's a track guy, but I'm just saying she was running circles around him.
Like,
the most athletic person in the family is the wife.
Oh, you said during his training camp?
Yeah. Man, kill your mother.
Runner.
I'm just saying, they killed his mother. The guy didn't say nothing.
I never heard you this off, Julius.
Yeah, man, that guy upsets me. And I think that he's a racist too, but I ain't gonna go there. But I'm just telling y'all.
I want to know why you say that.
Because this is a sad truth. But where I come from and where Caleb Plant comes from, you know, it's common knowledge that a white gentleman would date a mixed girl. You know what I'm saying? They feel like that's really, you know, something high for him to do. But that doesn't mean that they enjoy or like black people. And Caleb Plant has shown us on so many occasions how offended he is when people said that he fought black. He didn't like it. He don't like for people to say stuff like that. He didn't look at it as a compliment. When James Toney tried to give him advice on fighting, he looked and turned his nose up at James Toney. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just telling y'all, man, that guy's a fraud. And to think PBC paid him $10 million for the Canelo fight. This is a guy that in his next fight, he's supposed to fight Darrell. Darrell gonna beat him. He's a fraud. Look at his record. He never beat nobody. Huh?
Is that set in stone yet?
No, it's not set in stone, but that's supposed to be like the next fight when he comes back. And y'all watch. Anthony Darrell gonna beat him up. This guy got $10 million. People gonna look at him for what he was.
He had the belt that Canelo wanted. So
right, that's all. Tennessee Whiskey. That is his name. Caleb Tennessee Whiskey.
I don't know. I actually put money up for Plant to beat Canelo.
I remember.
Well, you see, checkmate. I didn't roll with you on that one.
What'd you say, Jules?
I didn't roll with you on that one, check.
I hear you, my brother. I just the thing about it is, to be honest with you, I still feel Caleb Plant, if he had all the tools. I actually had him winning at the time of the stoppage. The problem was he wasn't aggressive. He was being countered. How are you going to be the bigger guy but act like you're the smaller guy?
He was afraid. He was
giving Canelo too many liver shots. Canelo was hitting him in the kidneys, and he was getting all, when he turned to the side, what are you trying to do? The shoulder roll, but you're not protecting your body, and all those free shots going on while you trying to cover up. So I just felt like his inexperience played a big part of it. He just wasn't ready.
Hi, Canelo. How am I doing, Canelo?
Okay. But the same token, I picked Bivol. I picked Bivol to win, and I told people it wasn't going to be close.
You did say that.
I picked Bivol.
I mean, that doesn't take away from Canelo being a fighter. He just moved up to the middleweight.
Listen. Canelo was good.
I'm just going to put that out there.
You always put out that baby bird. Listen, Canelo was good. I know. I saw you had your Canelo bandana. I know you was feeling. You were heated. You listen, and I was like, baby bird ain't even smiling.
I wasn't mad that he lost because.
Where did you get that from?
I ordered it on eBay for like.
Oh, okay.
I ordered it.
But the thing about Canelo is a good fighter. Canelo is a good fighter, but he's not great. I mean, let me put it straight. He's not the best. Let me put it this way. I'm not gonna say he's not great because he's going to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
look. I said he's not. Listen, well, he's obviously.
You said
he's very good, but he's not the best. He's never cleared out a division. He never cleared out 154. He never cleared out 155, the division he made. He never cleared out 160. He only fought 2 fighters there, and he ran from 168. So how can I call him great when you're actually ducking the fighters that want to fight you? Look at girl. You better stop biting that lip. Listen.
You guys hate Canelo so much. It's funny.
I don't hate him. I don't hate him. I hate the
mad that he lost. I just, if he would have won, that would have just been another accolade of his. Like, I wasn't mad that he lost. Like, he went up and.
I want some money.
Be great.
Listen,
so.
Hey,
I don't hate him. I don't hate him. I hate the politics behind trying to artificially anoint him. I want him to fight the best, and if he wins, congratulations. Yes, sir.
Checkmate. This is the only thing I gotta say. Hi, Canelo. Am I doing good? I look good for 17-0, right? How am I doing?
Oh my God! Like, what is he doing? I'm pretty good, huh?
We were talking about that on the Boxing Voice.
The biggest. I'm gonna tell y'all, man. The biggest sucker. Caleb Plant is the biggest sucker in boxing history. I ain't never seen it.
I
don't have that sentiment against him, but that's you got the right. You feel the way you feel about him. You know what? That's how you feel, Jules. I'm not gonna try to change your mind. I view differently. I think you'll actually be champion again one day.
Oh
but
my
I don't
God.
know. I don't know what happened between you and Plant. That's between y'all and you, my boy, and I ain't jumping in it.
When did and I'm not a Caleb fan at no point, but when did he turn his nose to James Tony? I saw the video. I mean, I saw the video when James was talking to him, but when he turned his nose to make it seem like he was like better than James? Because Tony is a great fighter, so I don't know.
Oh, well, hold on. James Tony is them two guys not even in the same sentence together.
I agree.
But when James Tony was talking to him, to me, he looked not standoffish, but he looked like, man, I wish this nigga would stop talking to me.
Well, how old is Caleb? Because a lot of people don't realize. See, a lot of people don't realize.
31. I'm gonna say 31.
Right.
I'm gonna say 31.
Okay.
And my point I'm really trying to make is, like, a lot of people, like, that's young. So, like, a lot of people don't realize James Tony it's a good chance that he did knock Canelo out pound for pound. So, like, that fight, it could go either. I mean, people say what they want, but James Tony was a bad motherfucker. So, it's definitely
Hagler could beat everybody from fucking 160 to 175.
I mean, well, I won't argue that. I'm just saying, I'm talking about James Tony.
Hagler lost too. But let me say this though, brother. But let me say this though, brother. When a guy like James Tony, that's the equivalence of an NBA.
I agree. No. Hold on, brother. Hold on. No. I've been listening to you, so I agree. I don't disagree with you. What I'm asking is that
it look like a JJ. What's going on, brother?
They say in the camera. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Ain't no for JJ, brother. I'm not a JJ, brother.
No. Yeah, if you look what we see, you gotta look at what we see.
Okay, well, I'm gonna do that. Yeah. Ain't no for JJ, bro. My wife, she gone having fun right now. I'm alone.
No. I didn't know. I'm just saying. It looked,
Okay, well,
I'm not the only one who thought that. No,
Okay,
I didn't say you
okay,
were.
brother. I know. I'm letting everybody on the chat know. Everybody on the internet know. Ain't no
No,
shit.
I knew it was his ear. That's why I didn't kick him. Right?
I said it was his ear. I said what
we
it
would get
looked like,
banned
but it was a.
if he did that. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm not calling
But
you that.
all I was saying is I'm just putting it out there in general is that James Toney's one of my favorite fighters. I'm just saying in general, like, do Caleb Plant even know how great James Toney is? Like, did he even know, like, James, did he even know when James presented himself and when James was chopping it up with, did he even know who he was talking to? Like, did Caleb even know the
Caleb Plant doesn't have a personality. I was looking at him on Instagram one day. The dude was like a robot, bro. He was just sitting there with his eyes like bulged out, like he didn't even know what the fuck people were trying to say in the chat. Like, I don't think he understand like how normal he is compared to James Toney's character. James Toney had character and he had boxing abilities. You see what I'm saying? Like, he was in a fight. When he was in a fight, he was actually in a fight. Like, I feel
So
like
what you're saying is like in the interview, he was probably felt out of place. Like is that what it is? Maybe
he just seemed like he was. He just seemed like he was a robot, Nayka. He was just like in the chat, but he was like acting like actually thinking like people was respecting him. Like, I just thought like he wasn't answering no questions. He was just like out in space, like he's like a space cadet to me. Like, I felt like he wasn't gonna beat Canelo at all because he doesn't seem like he take boxing seriously. Like, he got a threat in front of him. Like, that's the way I feel about Caleb Plant. I don't know why people picked him to beat Canelo.
I picked him because he's bigger. Because he's naturally 6'1". He's bigger. He's actually a very good boxer. My only issues with him, he doesn't have that aggression. You know what I mean? He doesn't have that killer instinct. And because he was beating, I had him winning at the time of the stoppage. He was doing some good boxing, but then he just let it get away when he kept taking free punches. You know what I mean? And I also think he's green. He's green, and you know what I mean. He doesn't have that experience at that level. And I believe by the time Caleb Plant get to 30 fights, he's going to be very, very good. He's got a lot to grow. He's going to grow. He's going to mature.
I want to see him against Charlo.
We're gonna disagree on this one, brother. I see an untalented guy. I see an average fighter.
I did not know you didn't like
average.
Like that.
Julie, I wouldn't have put my money on him if I thought he didn't have any.
Hey, look, he bamboozled you. He bamboozled you, man.
I lost a couple of $100, but
Billy Joe Saunders is a better boxer than Caleb Plant.
Hey, look,
man, Billy Joe Saunders is a better boxer than Caleb Plant.
Don't lose no more money on Caleb Plant.
What did he do?
I like him though. I like him, Julie. I think he's a good fighter.
I think he's average. I think he's average as a fighter.
He's gonna get
better.
I was so mad when Caleb Plant didn't fight fucking Demetrius Andrade. I mean, when Billy Joe Saunders didn't fight Demetrius Andrade, yo, I was so mad. I wanted to see that fight so bad.
Well, he fouled out of that fight. He had all them steroids in his system. But
that nasal shit.
Yeah, but let me say this though, Nayka, about Caleb Plant. Oh, what's good, Ronnie boy? What's up with you, man?
Boy.
Hey, if you look at the guy, PBC, Al Heyman deserve a gold medal for what he did with Caleb Plant career. Man, that guy didn't fight nobody. Go look at him. I mean, just go look at even to him to win the title. Now, I know Ron Boy going to agree with me on that.
You don't like him as a person neither, right?
No, I definitely, look.
Yeah, see,
that has nothing to do with his resume.
Yeah,
someone please Google.
You guys are always asking me like, why I don't like Shakur. It's just like something about him I don't like.
But
I feel like that's how you are with Caleb.
But you will admit that Shakur Stevenson can fight, though. You have admit that
he can fight, but I don't.
But I'm telling you that Caleb Plant. But I'm telling you, Caleb Plant can't fight. Ain't right, boxer girl. Take the crust off the bread. That's what they need to do with him.
He did try to play my girl and tell her that she need to get in the kitchen.
Puerto Rico, stand up. Puerto Rico, stand up, yo.
Hey, look,
he went videos lately.
Hold on, here go Caleb. Canelo, how am I doing? Do you want a sandwich? You want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? I'll give you one. Man, Caleb Plant is hot garbage.
I listen, Jules. I know how you feel about him. I ain't even trying to change your mind on that. All I'm saying is, I think he got some talent. I just think he's got to, gain a little bit more experience and refine it. and get
Yeah, so
all
you
he need that dog in him. He needs
you
that
guys don't think he
dog
could
in
be
him.
anybody
Nah,
else?
y'all
Al
wrong.
Heyman
Whoa, whoa,
made
whoa, whoa,
Caleb
whoa.
Plant.
No.
Let's see what
Al,
Brown Boy Fresh got to say.
whoa. First of all,
Let me hear
Caleb
the
Plant
experience.
is not garbage, Mo. You
Yeah,
way
he
off.
is, Ron Boy Fresh.
You're right. He
Yeah,
hot.
he is, Ron Boy
Nah,
Fresh.
Slim, you gotta
You got
understand
some
what
good bettings, but that's some bullshit.
exactly.
He got
You
garbage,
gotta
bro.
understand. Caleb Plant had a position. His position was, we need Cinnamon. We need you to get Cinnamon. If you actually ran a tournament at 68, Caleb Plant might be the second best motherfucker at 68.
Let's see it, bro.
Hot garbage.
Let's see it.
But okay, but this is what I'm telling you. It's not look here. It's a business plan they ran. That's why they over marinated all the fights. Benavidez and Plant should have already fought.
Oh, I agree with you there. Facts.
So it's a whole game. And actually, I take it back. I think Morrell and Caleb Plant probably come neck and neck as number 2. And at
Benavidez
68.
is number 1.
No. I
Benavidez
disagree.
is
Well,
number
I mean,
definitely
to each
number
his own.
one.
You got to make the fight. I disagree. I think it's Cinnamon. If you ask me, I think it's Cinnamon, Caleb Plant, Morrell, and Benavidez. Those are gonna be your 4 dogs right there.
Cinnamon just got started. 10-2.
Cinnamon lost to a 75-pounder. Mo, y'all act like
What's
Bivol
the
was
difference
some
between
shit.
68? But what's the
Look, Mo, I'm not
Benavidez
doing
is
this exercise. I'm not doing this.
Benavidez
Name me
is
one
6'3".
fighter at 68 who got a bet. Name me one fighter at 68 that got a better win than Bivol.
We're not talking about the wins.
We ain't talking about Bivol, though.
I'm talking about the skills. I'm talking about when I'm matching skills. First of all, Benavidez is a dog. His hands are actually faster than Bivol.
Okay, that's fine. I said he top 4. You upset with that? I said he top 4. What's the problem?
What I said was I think he's number 1 at 168.
Okay,
but
that's your opinion. We cool.
Ducking him.
But he's not. How is he number 1 with no strap, Mo? He's not number 1. That's your.
The fact is,
Ron Boy Fresh.
Ron
Boy Fresh.
No one.
Ron Boy Fresh. Can I ask you a question, Ron Boy Fresh?
Yeah, Mo. Yeah.
Didn't Caleb Plant say he want Jamal Charlo when he come back?
Caleb Plant said he wanted everybody. He didn't just say
he said
Mo.
He wanted Jamal when he was over in Europe. He said he wanted Jamal when he come back. That's why I want to see him fight.
Said that? Wait a minute.
Yeah, he said that.
Right. Caleb Plant said he wanted everybody. He said he wanted Darrell, he wanted Maul, and he wanted Benavidez. He said he wanted everybody except Darrell.
After the Selecki fight, Caleb Plant versus Jamal Charlo should be happening right next.
I said this. You see, what's this? Y'all saying shit I was already saying, Mo. People jumping on this wagon when I've been the main one telling you they're over marinating the fights because they need the Cinnamon money. They want the Cinnamon money. You're not going to get those fights till Cinnamon fight every last one of them.
Real talk.
Well, I don't want only person at 68. I want the fight. Only person at 68 I want Jamal to fight is Cinnamon. Other than that, he needs to.
This is what we're gonna do then. Since we got people that think Benavidez is number 1 at 68.
Absolutely.
Well, why don't Benavidez go fight Morrell then? Morrell already called him out, so why don't he go fight Morrell?
Okay, but we want Cinnamon. That's what we want.
No, but you're not going to get Cinnamon. Cinnamon. See, this is the problem with you new boxing fans. This is the problem with you new boxing fans. Cinnamon already tied up. Cinnamon is already tied up. We don't want to see
Cinnamon said fight each other. He said fight each other.
Exactly. That's y'all trying to protect boxing. See, you trying to protect. Basically, you trying to protect.
He turned down over 60 million to
You're
fight
trying
Benavidez.
to protect
Did you know he turned down over 60 million to fight Benavidez? Yes,
you're trying to, and he fought a bigger monster.
Did you know Cinnamon turned down over 60 million to fight Benavidez? Yes or no?
And for the bigger monster. He turned down
over 60 million,
and he made over 60 to fight a bigger monster. Yes, he did.
Caleb Plant is the new Danny. Caleb Plant is the new Danny Jacobs. He gotta fight Jamal, yo.
So
he gotta fight Jamal.
What you're telling me is, so let's get it right. So basically, what you're telling me, if Benavidez is the best motherfucker, right? Well, Cinnamon is already tied up, right? So why don't Benavidez fight the motherfucker that's calling him out and fight Morrell?
Hey, hold on, guys. Look, I want to ask Ronnie Boy something. I gotta run. Ronnie Boy, I think I seen you at Royal Farms the other day, man. I said, damn, that look like Ronnie Boy right there.
You ain't see me at Royal Farms.
Oh, it looked like it. It looked like it. It looked like it. I ain't gonna lie. It looked like it. I was like, I wonder if that's Ronnie Boy, man. It was in Laurel, man. But I thought I saw.
Which? I mean, nah. Nah, you ain't see me at Royal Farms.
I was getting some gas in there, brother. I thought it was you, man.
What the hell? I probably was getting gas. I mean, did I get gas? Was I was inside
No.
or was
You
I
was
outside?
You was probably getting gas, leaving it
Yeah,
in the
we all
store, but
need
I wasn't
gas.
for
We all
sure.
need gas, bro.
Nah,
We
I don't
gotta
even
stop
use
somewhere.
Nah, I wasn't even getting gas then. What car
Okay,
was that?
probably not. Okay, it looked like Ronnie Boy. That's all. And I was
Nah,
just, I thought it was you, brother.
Nah. I don't really go. I don't eat Royal Farms like that. So that's why I was like,
Yo, come on, eat. Oh no, I don't eat from there. It was strictly gas.
Yo,
no.
Ron Boy
I don't
Fresh,
eat
you
from
going to
Royal
the fight
Farm.
next week? You going to the fight next week?
Going to who
In New
fight?
York?
What
In
fight?
New
No,
York.
hell
In
no.
New
I'm
York.
not going to see that weak ass motherfucker.
Yo,
I'll
I
be in
want to go
DC.
to that shit. Yo, I want to go
For
to that
what?
shit so bad, bro.
For
I
what?
want to go to that shit
You
so
going there
bad.
you going there for the chicks. You going there for the chicks.
I'm going
I get
over
it.
there to see who get knocked the fuck out. That's what I'm going for. I got a
Man, you
girl.
know
I got a girl.
Hey, I'm married, so what's the point of me going to a fat boy fight until he fights
Yo,
somebody?
you know them chicks is, ain't nobody better than Nika, but I'm gonna go, nigga. I'm thinking about going, yo.
I'm gonna be in Minnesota for the I'm gonna be in Minnesota for
Stephen
the
Fulton?
Fulton, and then I'm gonna be in New York for the Better Beef and
Okay.
and Joe Smith fight. I gotta see my man.
Hey, look,
Yeah.
Joe Smith gonna get knocked out, but he'll be dangerous the first round or two.
That the first 4 rounds of that fight is gonna be a classic. I'm trying to tell you.
It's gonna be some
It's gonna be
slugging,
very interesting.
But once
yeah.
if Better Beef ever start rolling,
I don't know.
Them
I'll
first
be in New York next week. I don't know if I'm gonna stay for the Tank fight though.
Tank Davis. Yeah.
That shit gonna be off the hook. I ain't gonna lie to you. That shit gonna be off the hook.
After this fight right here, though.
I don't think I want to spend my money to see him fight.
Yeah. Hey, look, man, y'all take it easy, guys. I gotta run, man.
Yo, I'm back in the chat. Hey, yo, Ron Boy Fresh, yo.
Yeah.
That Barclays fight next week gonna be off the chain, bro. I
It
got a feeling
is.
that
It
that
is.
shit
If
gonna
I
be
was
off the
single,
chain,
and I just wanted to do something, that'll be the spot. But for
No
me being
doubt.
a boxing fan, I will never put. Well, technically, I would even pass it. I will never put money in Fat Boy Davis' pockets until he fights somebody. I refuse to follow that
Yo, dog, this is
bootlicking of the
breakout
Hispanic
fight.
fan base. Man, ain't no
Yeah,
break.
this is
Rolly is
breakout
barely
fight, bro.
How is it a breakout fight versus a motherfucker that's barely a professional
If
boxer?
Riley sleep that nigga, bro, I'ma laugh like a motherfucker.
Rolly is barely a
Well, you
professional
won't be
boxer.
laughing because that's not happening.
That'll never happen.
It can happen. You don't think
It's not gonna
Nah,
happen.
hell no.
He's
Rolly,
a fighter, like
awkwardness don't have. You could look, man. Look. As much as I talk bad about Fat Boy, and it had nothing to do with his skill set. It has everything to do with him being protected. He can still fight. And Rolly ain't even a top 20 135 pounder, Mo. I'm gonna be quite honest with you. The boy is terrible.
Fights like this are always jinxed, and
Nah.
it could happen.
You think they go? If they really thought Rolly was a problem, they wouldn't put him in the ring with Fat Boy. Holla back when Fat Boy go back to 140 and fight Sabril Matias, holla back then. Other than that, I ain't interested in all that shit.
Because he say like, oh, that he's not gonna renew his contract with them, so that's
Man, he don't. That's just talk. It don't. Exactly. Nobody, if you notice, nobody ever pays attention to Rolly. The only motherfuckers that pay attention to Rolly is motherfuckers on social media and Twitter. The boxers don't even pay attention to Rolly because they don't take him serious. What the hell?
The only thing he got is size and strength going for him. I think he's on the spectrum. He actually said in an interview that when he was younger, they told him he was 2 years. They said he was 2 years delayed. So,
nah, I heard it was the opposite. I heard that Rolly is a genius.
Well, they said the doctor told him he was 2 years delayed.
Oh, I heard the opposite. I heard Rolly is advanced. So,
advanced.
I mean, that's what I heard. I mean, I'm telling you, I heard he was in some type of motherfucking some type of school for like gifted, and it wasn't on the spectrum because he's like good at chess. He's like, he's good at math and shit of that nature. So that's what I heard. I don't know. I mean, if he said that, I don't know. He must have been trying to throw motherfuckers off. I can't tell, but when a motherfucker told, like, he ain't another two motherfuckers told me this. So I'm like, damn, I guess he is. I mean, you know what I mean? I don't know. All I know is that motherfucker can't fight. That's all I know.
On his workout, when he just did his public
Nah.
workout, that's when he mentioned it. That that when he was growing up, he said the doctor told him he was 2 years behind in his growth and all of that stuff, and now that he's getting
Behind
older.
or you sure? I need to see that interview. I think he might. For
I'll
real,
find
I
it
need
for
to
you.
check that out.
I
Yeah, I need to
promise you,
check
he
that one.
said that. But
Oh,
it makes
okay.
sense. It makes sense to me.
I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I was shocked. I mean,
And
I thought he
them
was
people
slow.
on the spectrum be cock strong
But
too, boy. You don't want to fight them, boy.
But see, that's how I found out, because I was thinking he was slow too. And the dude corrected me. He was like, nah, actually, Rolly's smart as shit. He actually good in chess. He good in all these fucking games. And he was like he was in this highly gifted at fucking high school or some shit and all that. I was like, for real? He's like, nah. He's like, for real, Slim. I was like, oh, damn. All right. I'll take your word for it. You be in the gym with the motherfucker. You mean you've been in the gym with him? So shit, I can't, you know what I'm saying?
Well, it certainly hasn't translated to his persona. I'll tell you that.
They haven't translated to what?
His persona? Is that what you said?
Yeah. He's just Rolly.
Like I said,
The good thing about Rolly gonna talk his way into one thing about Rolly can talk his way into a paycheck, because right now
No, he definitely talked his way into this paycheck.
yeah, I mean, well, he had on. You mean he already knew that was a gift. Now he gonna now they gonna gamboa his ass. Then he gonna end up fighting Ryan Garcia. He gonna end up fighting motherfucking Shakur. He gonna end up fighting all Devin Haney. He gonna end up fighting all these motherfuckers just to get a check. I'm telling you.
Are you saying they're gonna slut him out?
They go, hey, you better believe it. You better
Floyd
believe it.
offered him when Ryan Garcia was making $50,000 a fight. Floyd offered Ryan Garcia $200,000 a fight. Rolly. That's because I heard that Rolly was doing them something dirty and sparring. You know what I mean? So Ryan was going on the back.
And Floyd even said that though.
Yeah. So he never took that. So he made again. Listen, I just need Tank to punish him. I need Tank to catch a body. You know what I mean? I need to see Rolly.
And then after this, what's after for
I
Tank?
got 200 on Fat Boy stopping him in the fourth round. I got
I have a
200.
question for you, Ron Boy, because I know you can't stand Tank.
Huh.
What does he have? Who do he has to fight after Rolly?
American black fighter, American black fighter, or the best Eastern European out there.
I need Tank to catch that Loma body.
Well, he's not getting that Loma body. That's day late dollar shit.
Tank catch it, you know what's gonna happen? Then they're gonna make all the excuses. Oh, he got Lomas. His country's at war. His mind wasn't focused.
Well,
you know they're gonna have so many.
That might be an excuse. That might just. I wouldn't be surprised if that is an excuse.
It's a valid excuse. It is a valid excuse because I think.
I didn't say it was valid. I don't think it's a valid
I'm just
excuse.
saying, if your mind is your family dying in war, that's a valid excuse. My point
That's
is,
definitely valid. Yeah.
But I don't think like that.
But don't take the fight. If you think that's going to stop you, don't take the fight.
Well,
so
I'm smart enough to know.
This
is the problem is I'm smart enough to know that Loma don't fight really for money. So it's a different animal with him. So that's why I can't use that as he had to fight, because mainly the reason why boxers are in fighting is because of the money. You know what I'm saying? Loma comes from a different background. Money he's already pretty much, well, I mean, due to the fact that you have a war, he's still got a government that pays for everything. They don't have to pay for shit. That's why these motherfuckers can be amateurs till they damn near 30. What do they pay for? That's like, motherfucker, if a government is gonna give me a mansion, pay for my kids to go to school, private or whatever the fuck, what the fuck do I need to turn pro for? Everything is taken care of.
Yeah, well, I just need Tank to take care of him in that ring. That's all I need.
So the money, that's why the whole. Well, that fight.
Tank
Well, first of all,
fight, I'm gonna be disappointed. Tank.
It's a day. Remember, well, that fight ain't never happening. It's a day late and too short. The fight should have happened years ago. It should have happened years ago.
2020, Loma lost.
Nah. It was supposed to happen before damn 2020. But at the end of the day, it's a day late, dollar short. Top Rank got bigger fish to fry, and they're not about to feed no fucking Loma or make a Loma fight with no goddamn Fat Boy because
So
he decided to take the bubble wrap off. Too late, too short. They got Kurt, they got Shakur they need to feed. They got Brachel, I mean not Brachel, they got now you'll fuck around and see Loma versus Nakatilia before you see some fucking Fat Boy.
who do y'all think they are gonna pair up with Teofimo Lopez? Because I saw them saying that there's gonna be
I
a fight
spoke to
announced for
Teofimo.
August.
I spoke to Teofimo out Vegas. He don't know. I mean, if he didn't know, shit, I can't
Because
even.
I saw somebody from Top Rank tweet today that they spoke with Teofimo Lopez today, and that
Yeah,
there's gonna be an announcement for a fight in August at
right.
140.
But my whole thing is like straight up, like he did not know who he was fighting. I was like, Slim, how do you not know? He was like,
No.
I don't know. I was just like, that you were one of the thoroughest who I always said 140s is the best division. He was like, man, well, it doesn't matter to me, man. You bring him, I'm gonna chop him down. I was like, but yeah, you should have. But he sort of alluded that they were trying to make the Josh Taylor fight. But I guess they figured they'll make it with Zapata because it's a better fight because Josh coming off a gift decision, Teofimo coming off a fucking loss, that don't even look right. So, and I guess they went in the right direction, but at the end of the day, he act like he didn't even know who the fuck he was fighting. So that's fucked up. I was like, damn.
Well, he said.
need
Mean,
him.
they said that he went to the office today to talk about it. So
Okay, yeah, and that's probably because I gave him the butt. I was like, Slim, you should know who you fighting because I don't think it's Barboza. Barboza's fighting somebody else.
yeah.
So I
Well,
told him,
I
I was
need
like, you need to know who you
I
fighting, bro.
need
Like, it's
T.O.
crazy.
I need T.O. and Gary Antoine Russell. I need to see. I need Antoine
That
to catch a
fight,
body.
no,
I need to see Antoine catch a body
Gary
on
got
T.O.
Sabril Matias problems. Let Gary fight Sabril Matias.
Matias,
Let him fight. What about Lee? What about Brandon Lee? He got a whole fight. First of all, the good thing about 140 is what I keep telling y'all. This is what makes 140 the best division. We
see,
ain't
look at
gotta
this
work.
this tweet right here from Bruce Trampler.
Yeah,
Says, I
yeah,
was
Bruce.
really,
Yeah,
really
yeah.
happy today with Teofimo Lopez and father came to office of Top
Right.
Rank to discuss future fights with Bob Arum and staff. The kid was happy, funny, and excited. He should be
Yeah.
cleared medically by the end of the month and is targeting an August date at 140.
Right.
So
like I said, so he was spot on because that's what he was pretty much alluding to me was that he didn't have an opponent, but he was sort of giving the idea that they were working. Basically, what happened is Top Rank was trying to figure out how to keep Taylor at 40. That's basically what it came down to, and I guess they figured that they're going to go with the Zapata route instead of the Teofimo route, which I think makes sense because y'all motherfuckers, you coming off a L, other motherfucker coming off a gift, nah. And then unfortunately, Jack is on the wrong side of the street. He would pro bellum, so that shit wasn't gonna happen. And they railroaded Jack.
Oh,
no,
no.
Jack Cottrell. Remember the one that
Oh yeah,
that Jack Catterall. I
they
keep calling him
supposedly won that fight. So
right,
He
exactly.
did win. I had him winning. I had
He won the
Terrell
fight.
win.
he won that
that
fight.
motherfucking
He won
fight.
that fight. Yeah,
He won that shit. He won that shit,
And
then
and Taylor knows it.
yeah, Taylor knows that shit because he was like, I looked at the fight, you kept belly aching. If you was confident about that motherfucking fight, you would have pulled a Floyd and be like, man, I ain't fighting nobody till I run it back with that motherfucker.
Yeah.
And they was like, he don't want to run it back with that dude. It's just that, man, he shouldn't have won that fight. And I fuck with Josh, but like I said, two things happened to Josh.
Wrong is wrong and right is right.
Right, exactly. Two things happened to Josh. He got beat up, and then he saw that Crawford. Because I was at the fight. I saw him. Josh. I was like, him and Ben whole demeanor changed after they saw Bud retire football Sean. They whole disposition changed. I was like, you still want that Bud joint? He is this, because before the fight, they at the weigh-in doing. I was there. I was right there next to him doing all them interviews y'all saw Josh doing. I was right there. I was like, yeah, okay. He was talking big shit right after the fight. A lot of things changed, bro. That whole difference, like, nah, we ain't ready for that shit yet. We ain't ready for that shit yet. That's why if you notice, that's why he ain't never talk about Bud no more. You ain't noticed that shit? That happened. His whole disposition changed. And I posted, I was like, this nigga, and I like Josh. I just think I just think Bud would do him something dirty. And like I said, it was going to happen anyway. I mean, it's just levels. Josh is my man though, but right now, I think Subriel Matias is the best 140 pounder.
I need you, Ron, to come on the verses, to go against with the fans, people. Why?
Nah, I'm not fucking with. I'm not, man. Nah, I'm not dealing with that fantasy fight, man. I'm tired of that fight. I'm tired of talking about that fucking
I
fight.
heard it's gonna happen.
It's coming.
It's not a
What are you
fantasy
talking
fight
about?
anymore. It's there. It's
What are you talking
there.
about? Fantasy fight. The fight is just
okay.
playing
I hear you.
home stretch. What are you talking about? That
I
fight
hear
happened
you.
in
Okay,
2022.
well, hold your breath. Hold your breath, and we'll see who'll be alive at the end of the year.
$100 that fight happens in 22. You're a better man. $100 that fight happens in 2022.
I don't know.
You're a better
Nah,
man.
nigga. I don't. Nah, you will fight you. You in New York, right?
Send the
Are
money.
you in New York?
No, I'm in Arizona. Send the money.
You in Arizona?
Send the
I
money.
thought you lived.
Yeah. No, I'm from
Nah.
Maryland. I'm from Maryland.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm tripping. Yeah, you're right.
I
I
went
don't
to
know your
California.
money. I don't know, Mo. I
My
need
money
somebody to vouch for you. I don't know.
Hey, we
I
can
need
send the
somebody to
cash
vouch.
app to Nike,
He's
and
not our man.
Nike could hold the cash apps and then release it to the winner. I'm about mine, brother.
All right,
I don't play
cool.
about
I
that.
will do that. We'll do that.
I could do
Make
that.
it 125. Just because make it 125. We getting Nike 25. Let her get her little back. Maybe so that'll give Nike an incentive. So if Nike, we got to make sure this fight. Well, shit, how we gonna do this?
2022.
Right, hold on. How we gonna do it? Yeah, we just cash app you. All right, is he good for it? Nike? Is he? You think he good for the bread?
Yeah, I do because I've never.
All right, we good. Make it
$100
bet. We make it $100 bet.
Yeah, I've never seen anybody.
Right.
They would have called them out on Twitter.
All right, check. So wait a minute. Make sure we get this clear. So it's $100. Is the fight happening this year, or is it a contractual thing? And then they fight in next 2 years from now. What we talk about? Because
if
y'all
the fight
motherfuckers.
don't happen by December 2022, I owe you $100. If the fight
cool. My
happens
man.
this year in 2022, I don't care if it's December 31st, you owe me $100.
I got you. All right, cool. That's all I want to hear. It's a bet.
It's on film.
It's a bet.
It's on film. It's on film.
There you go.
It's a bet. It's good.
It's on film. So
I got you. But yeah, Mo. But yeah, that 140. I just think. I want to see. Even though I'm DC'd out, but I'm still. I like Antoine, but I just think Subriel Matias is a different savage. Though. Right now, he is just a different animal.
The Muhammad Ali looking guy, right?
No, Subriel Matias, the one that killed David what's his face down in the harbor.
Okay, I thought you were talking about the one that looked like Ali.
Nah, that's
Puerto Rican.
That's Michelle Rivera.
Rivera. Okay, Michelle. That's
Rivera.
Okay.
I'm talking about Subriel Matias, the Puerto Rican, the motherfucker that beat the shit out of Malik Hawkins.
Oh yeah.
Oh well.
He fighting for the vacant IBF anyway. They got him and what's his face fighting for the vacant IBF. So what I was originally saying though, Check, is that the good thing about 140 is you ain't got to worry about politics for these fights. The best motherfuckers to fight because it's evenly split. You got a whole side filled with PBC boxes this deep with Hitchinson, Brandon Lee. Subriel Matias, Antoine, and a couple of shit. And even if AB and even if Easter Jr. somehow come back, you got him. Then you got Rancis Bartholomew. You see what I'm saying?
Who do you guys have winning the fight? Who for Roman and Fulton? Since you're going to that
Fulton all day. It's just levels. Roman are older now. You know what I'm saying? Fulton is just on a whole different level, man. They need to hurry up and make that MJ fight though. So I'm like, God damn, what is going on?
They marinating everything.
Yeah, they not sending on, but how we play these games, man. I'm about undisputed matters to me. So they need to send her off for the MJ and get that shit popping. What
about you, Checkmate? I'm pretty sure you Fulton too, right?
Absolutely, Fulton. Of course, definitely. But Baby Bird. Remember, for the last couple of years, I kept telling people I only wanted Spence and Bud for Undisputed. Everybody, no, we want it now. I had this conversation with you. We want it now. Why wait? We want it now. It's not gonna happen. I said Undisputed, that'd be the biggest fight in boxing. So now
No, I need to. I don't agree with that because
I don't
eventually
agree
it's
with
gonna happen like with somebody else, like Undisputed. Like get the fight that everybody want to see now
Man, the shit
because
is
things happen along the way that
exactly.
prevent these. Look at Shields and what's her name? Clarissa Shields
Savannah
and
Marshall.
Savannah Marshall.
Marshall.
She had to go
Right.
get surgery. So it's like, come on.
It's the
Okay,
over
but
marination, man.
Yeah,
Like
too
this
much
isn't
it's
even.
marinade.
not
I'm
about
Too
not
much
even
marinade.
excited
over
about it.
marination. It's
It
not
is.
like, for instance, Bob Arum was trying to push, for Spence. He was trying to push it before the Ugas fight because he wanted to prevent them from fighting for Undisputed. Now Spence said from the beginning, I just want to get all my belts on my side and I'm saving you for last. That was the plan, and now we're
And
getting
that's
it.
fine.
Now
It don't take
but
5
Bob
years to run that plan, Mo. Like it
well,
took
hey,
5
it was
years to
an
do this.
accident plus eye surgery, my brother. Come on, man.
Exactly,
That's
because
how
of over
that's what I'm saying.
marination.
Things happen. That's why
That
we
shit,
don't
you just proved their point. So we got you
well, guess
just
what?
proved their point. Mo. Like the
But
fight should
guess
have
what? But now
already
they're gonna
happened.
fight.
Exactly.
Well, I never wanted. 3 years ago, I said I
If they
wanted
would have
for
did it the
Undisputed.
right way, they could have been on this trilogy by now. So I don't think so. I think they could have been a rematch or a trilogy by now. You know what I'm saying? Bud could have been at 154. They could have met it. So if one of them lost at 147, cool. They would have dusted themselves off. They meet again at 154. This is basically what we about to see is a one take Jake. This is they two. It's been over marinated, and now we get a one take Jake, and over marinated one take Jake. Motherfucker, we could have seen this. We could have seen this fight 2-3 times over by now.
And I know who you're going for, so you might as well go ahead and bet me 200 on the fight because I'm going for Spence. I know who you got.
You already know
That's
who
your
I
boy.
got. I got a house. I got a
That's your
mansion
boy.
on my man. I got a
All
mansion on
right.
my man.
All right.
So the money is there. The money. Hey, Nike, the shit's so sad is that I have the shit is in an escrow and it's been drawing interest ever since 2018. That's how fucked up this shit is.
I
That's
know.
how
You
you
see,
know.
it is over marinated.
It's crazy,
It's too
and
over marinated. I'm
people
sorry.
excited about this shit. I'm not even excited about I just want them to hurry up and fight and get it over with. At this point, I don't know, man. At this point, I'm just like, man, y'all just hurry up and fight. I'm tired of both of y'all for real. You know what I'm saying? We just need to get away from these motherfuckers. They too old. It's taking too long. Everything is getting maximized.
It takes the luster out. It takes the luster out.
Yeah, I'm like,
really
is this
does.
the luster out of it? Let's let the young motherfuckers fight. Now I'm glad Boots is on it. I'm glad Boots is on their ass. I hope Virgil Ortiz stay at 140. Be on their ass. Somebody at this point, and you know, I'm a huge Bud fan, but at the end of the day, man, if you avoid it, move up. Or I don't know. At the end of the day, we just need to move on from this. Hurry the fuck up, because I'm tired of talking about this.
Bud has only had 5 fights at 147. So what is this? The sense of urgency that y'all feel like
is
he's
a
only had 5
Bud
fights
is a
at
pound for pound box. He had 5 fights and had just as many fucking defenses as Earl. So make that make sense. And he came from 135.
Excuse me?
I said he had just as many defenses as Earl. And you talking about how many fights Bud had at 47. Well, he had just as many defenses as Earl. I think Earl probably got one extra defense. My bad. Earl probably got one extra defense.
He's had 5 fights at 147. So
okay, and how many defenses have he had? And how many defenses have he had?
Well, Jeff Horn was his first fight, so that will make him have.
How many? I asked you a question. Okay, he had 5 fights.
4.
How many defenses have Earl had?
Brooke was his first. Brooke
defenses. I said defenses.
I said Brooke was his first one, so I'm trying to count after that, brother.
It's going box right.
I don't know, probably about 6 or 7. Yeah. I don't know.
And so you sit here talking about a motherfucker that came from 135 having 5 defenses compared to a motherfucker that had 6 defenses. That's a career welterweight. So which one you think look better?
What do you mean look better? Look better.
Come on, stop it, bro.
Listen. Spence, first of all, Spence has broken the eye sockets of 2 champions. Okay,
that's not Bud prop. That's not so.
But exactly, but we can't compare as far as the
opposition
compare at 147. No, we can't.
I don't care.
Bud has really had horrible opposition.
You got
at 147. I like Bud. I don't talk bad about Bud. But I'm just
Look,
saying,
man.
Spencer's had the better opposition and done
That's
the.
fine, and that's cool. That's fine. I hope Earl is a huge favorite. Please, I hope this motherfucker is a huge favorite. I don't care. Make the fight. I don't
I'm gonna make me
care.
some money too.
Right, just make the goddamn fight.
I'm gonna make me some
Y'all
money
want to
too.
go back and we've been doing this back and forth on who better. At this point, I'm exhausted, Mo. I got other boxes I need to tend to than worried about these two motherfuckers at welterweight, bro. Like this
It's
shit.
gotta be nice.
We
It's gotta be nice because I don't want to hear nobody has got into an accident. Somebody that it's
Yeah,
gotta be
I'm
nice.
like,
It's
this
gotta be
is
nice.
ridiculous. It's like
It's
I've
gotta be
never
nice.
seen so many motherfucking boxing fans, this wannabe boxing fans, it's okay with this over marination. Like this shit is the
I don't
lamest
call
motherfucking
Bud
shit.
being at. I don't call Bud only having 5 fights at 147 over marination. You guys just wanted it right away. Me, I always wanted it for undisputed. So for me, the only delays are the accidents and the eye surgery. That's it. Now we get what we
And
need. We
the
get what we all
accident
asked for.
that was self-inflicted. Like I mean, that's what
Oh,
I'm
we
talking
know,
about.
baby.
Like that could have stopped the
Mango
whole
Mama,
thing.
we
It's like
know
I
that.
don't. That's
We
what
know,
we're
but it's going
saying.
to
It's
be
over
a
marinated.
great fight. It's going to be Charlo Castaño worthy fight. I'm telling you, it's going to be great. But I'm telling you, I already know who's going to win. I like Bud, but there's levels.
That's cool. It's levels, yeah. It's levels. I hope please keep saying that because push the motherfucking books up. Because I need it to be levels. I need you to tell all the Dallas Pirate Nation that
And you gotta let me
Earl.
know what sites to bet on because
Right, I got you.
I want a
But
little
I need
percentage on
all
that
y'all to
too.
say that. I
My
swear to God,
bookie.
I hope everybody think that it's levels. Please push this motherfucker up because I need Earl to be a serious favorite. Please let this motherfucker be a favorite. I beg of thee.
Yeah,
So
see?
I'm at. So when y'all push that shit, I think on a whole different page. Keep doing it. That help my pockets. Keep doing it.
Yeah.
So I think
Hey,
different.
Twin Munoz, this is what we're saying. It's happening next. But the point is,
I hear
what
you.
I was trying to make is Bud has only had 5 fights at 147. So it hasn't been like it's been over marinating. We ain't on that Manny Pacquiao
Bud
Mayweather
is
train.
a pound for pound boxer, is what you
Okay.
don't understand. Earl
Okay.
is not. You understand what I'm
Ooh.
telling you? It has nothing to do with 47. It has everything to do with Bud being a pound for pound boxer, meaning he's been to division to division.
Okay.
I'm like, God damn.
You
When
know
Bud
what?
was at 135, they should have cleared this shit up already, and they still
Oh,
ain't cleared it up.
okay, but guess what? Bud ain't even go for undisputed 135 because he couldn't make the weight anymore. That's what generally happens. So when people go from division to division, it's because they can't make the weight and they have to move up. And if you're a good fighter, the cream is going to rise through the crop. I mean, the
And that's
cream is going to rise to the
exactly,
top.
and that's
So,
why Earl is still at motherfucking 47 because he ain't the cream, and he's still at
oh my goodness,
47
he's
at the
smashing
tender
eye
age of
sockets.
32. He's still at 47 at the tender age of 32 because he ain't rising to the top.
Man, come on, you hating on Earl and Tank at the same time.
All I did was tell you all I did was repeat exactly what you just said.
But you
You
said
said
he's
the
not a
cream
what? You
rises
said
to
he's
the
not a
top.
absolutely, and he's showing it. Come on, he's showing it. I mean, it's
But you
evident.
said the reason why the cream always rise to the top and they go to division. Well, what division has Earl been in?
Well, I said
One.
if they can't make the weight, they go to division.
Oh,
Nobody's saying
okay.
anything about Marvin
So,
Hagler staying at one division.
but
Nobody's
please,
saying
Marvin Hagler was undisputed before the tender age of 30.
okay, but Marvin Hagler still only stayed at middleweight.
He was undisputed. He was the
No,
man. Yeah.
nobody complained about
Earl ain't the man. That's the
DTG,
difference.
Triple
Stop
G,
comparing.
Little G. Nobody complained Little G staying at 160 his entire
A
career.
lot of
I
people
complained
complain
about
in
it.
Little G because I call him a
Well,
gimmick. So
well,
that's
guess
not
what?
true.
But of course he is. He had a horrible resume, and he had 11 defenses of his
Very
WBA
equivalent to
record that they
Earl, if you
always give
ask me.
thanks.
Extremely
But guess
equivalent
what?
to Earl, if you
But guess
ask
what?
me. But
But they had him at
equivalent to
number one
Earl.
pound for pound. You equivalent to Earl. Well, guess what? Like
Yeah, and
Earl to
Earl
me,
ain't.
Earl is
And if
multidimensional.
you notice, Bud been number one pound for pound.
But
Little G
that's
been
the
number one
Bob
pound
train.
for pound.
That's the
Earl ain't
Bob
never been
train.
number one pound for pound.
But that's the Bob train. That's the Bob train. Eventually your pound for pounds, they age out. And I think right now Bud's pound for pounds had aged out. Nobody even talk about them. In fact, he had the worst pound for pound
The
run.
reason
And
why Bud
Dongo,
isn't number one pound for
I
pound is because he's avoided. Let's just keep it a buck.
Okay, well, I think if Earl has got 3 belts and he's the number one certified number one at 147 until further notice, then guess what? He's ahead of Bud in that category as far as pound.
That's fine.
You
And
know what
I
I mean?
said, and once again, Earl is not ahead of Bud on the
Thanks,
pound for
Andrew.
pound list. So it is what it is. But at the end of the day,
Well,
Mo, you can have it. I don't even want to talk about these two
Yeah, because
motherfuckers.
we just need the fight to
It's
happen.
just y'all don't get tired of
Okay,
talking about that
okay.
shit.
Let me ask
Like,
you. Okay, but check this out. Well, no, we actually didn't talk about it. We only talked about it just now. We didn't talk about none of the
all
streams.
right,
So let me
go
ask you
ahead.
then about Bibble. Did you pick Bibble to beat Canelo?
Absolutely. I got paid and I posted it on social media. Everybody saw I got
Okay.
paid.
Okay, I got paid.
I told everybody this was going to happen. I got
said it
paid.
too. Absolutely. Styles make fights. For
And
me, it
just
was a
like I'm
no-brainer.
telling you that Cinnamon is what happened at 75. Cinnamon is still the best 68 pounder. You can go with Benavidez
Yeah,
all you
that's why I
want.
don't understand why people don't understand
I
that either.
can't
Like,
wait. I can't wait till Benavidez starts because again, Styles make fights and Benavidez hands are quicker than Bivol. And I like Bivol. I always told people Bivol is like the Tim Duncan of boxing. He's steady, he's consistent, he's in and out, great foot movement. You know what I mean? He's got great work rate, something that Canelo doesn't have. Canelo's been fighting with this lumberjack style. I'm going to come in and every swing he's trying to time it.
He's been winning. I don't know if you
And
say that
he's
he's been
winning.
winning.
Like, I
Okay.
mean,
So,
we talking about a
Alan
guy.
Smith,
So this is what we talking
Alan
about.
Smith,
So
Billy
this
Joe.
is once again, this is what we get down to the meat and potatoes here.
Sienna.
So Cinnamon is tied up. Who does Benavidez fight after Lemieux? That's the question. We already know what
the
Cinnamon
best
doing.
available. I want Charlo to max out at 60.
Charlo
I
ain't the
want him to
best
get the
available
belts
at
at 60.
68 though.
No. I'm saying I'm sick of people keep calling Charlo for Benavidez. Why are you forcing this guy to move up when he hasn't maximized his own potential at 160? I hate this. They
Can't
always do that to the
maximize his
black
own
fighters.
potential because he can't
They
get no
always
fights.
do that. Well, because Eddie is holding all the belts. That's why. But guess what? That's going to change. But listen. So I don't care if Benavidez fight Morrell. Hopefully he fights Morrell next. Hopefully he fights Morrell next. I want that. I want Benavidez. I want the best versus the best.
Okay, so then you need to be pushing while Cinnamon is tied up. In the meantime, in between time, y'all need to be pushing Benavidez to fight Morrell. Benavidez to fight Poe. So
hey, Box
that's all I'm
Diana,
getting.
are you guys going live today?
Absolutely, and guess what? And I'm telling you, I'm here to tell you right now, Benavidez will be the number one. He will defeat all of those guys at 168. I just see something you guys don't see.
I hear you. I met Benavidez several times. That's cool. I just say Cinnamon is still the number one motherfucker at 68. I don't understand why you're so offended over that.
No, I'm not offended, but you can't get starched. Listen. You can't get starched 10-2 by 7-1 underdog, and then by a guy who's 19-0, 11 KO, thinking he's a stepping stone to Cruiser.
You really don't have an
this is what we
argument
need
though.
to do. Then why don't you ask for Benavidez to go fight Bivol then? Well, why don't you go ask Benavidez to go fight Bivol and see how that turns out?
Yeah. Like if Bivol came down to 168,
because I bet you Bivol will be better than any
opponent.
opponent that I bet you Bivol will be better than any opponent that Benavidez will fight at 68.
Bivol,
yeah, you don't.
like
Your
Bivol,
argument
so you're
doesn't
not
make
telling
sense.
me. Okay, of course, Bivol is better than the rest of those guys, but I think Benavidez is better than Bivol. That's it.
Okay, well, you need to push for that fight.
I'm pushing for Benavidez to get his just due and become undisputed at 168. That's what I'm pushing for. And then after that, I want him to move up to 75 and fight Bivol because I told everybody years ago that I think Bivol is the number one fighter at 175. The only thing that better be at
Better
But I think
Beterbiev is
a
the
lot
number
of
one
fans.
fighter at 175. So
No, but I feel like you see, you guys, you move the goalposts. Like it.
What's the
why do you demand so much from Canelo but not from some?
I never commanded.
From any other fighters.
I wanted Canelo to stay at 60. Then I wanted him to stay at 68. I didn't want him to go up to 75. He said he was doing that and then going to Cruiser and then fight Usyk at 201.
Why you don't want Benavidez to fight the rest of these guys? Why?
I want Benavidez to stay in his
fighter?
division.
I don't get
want Charlo to stay in his division. I want Canelo to stay in his division. But pick one.
Canelo don't have a division. He is a pound for pound boxer, bro.
Well, guess what?
That's
He just
different weight
lost,
classes.
and he just got starched. Okay,
And that's fine.
So
all
guess
right,
what?
that's fine.
All right. So guess
One
what?
thing for sure, we'll never know if Benavidez will get starched if he moved up because he's still at 68.
Benavidez will fight Bivol at some point. Absolutely, they will
At some
fight.
point,
Their cross will
I'm
pass.
sure he will.
But
I'm sure
I
he will.
need Benavidez to maximize the potential. People keep moving up and down. I was mad because Tank didn't get all the belts at 130. I don't like all this stuff moving up and down stuff. When you do it, okay, I congratulate you, great. But pick a division and master it. Become the king of the domain on some king of the hill shit.
What the fuck? Who do? I mean, but that's not. That's usually this is what happened. I don't know. It's just some new boxing shit. Usually, when you the motherfucking man, they force you to move up because you don't have nothing else to prove.
But did Canelo have anything to prove at 160?
Apparently, he didn't because he beat Triple G. So what the fuck did he have to prove?
Whoa! First of all, he ducked Andre for undisputed at 160. Okay. You don't duck an undisputed and say you're the best guy. So you duck. You actually literally ducked out there. You don't duck your WBC mandatory.
So now you telling me. So whoa. So now you telling me that Triple G wasn't the guy. It mean, come on now. Like, come on. Like, so you telling me that Triple G and Cinnamon didn't fight for lineal?
Well, no.
Wait, my man, they didn't fight for lineal because Cinnamon already had the lineal. So hold up.
What I'm telling you is, I think Charlo also beats Triple G. What I'm thinking is Andre has a chance to beat Triple G.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's already.
Okay. I mean, that's speculation. But the fact is, Triple G was ranked higher than Boo Boo and motherfucking Big Charlo. So that's just the fact, bro. I don't know.
But ranking higher to the propaganda media. Listen, I like Triple D. I never had an issue. I never had an issue with Triple G. The only thing I had an issue with.
We talking about now. So now you shaking pom poms for a motherfucker that's fighting Selecki now, and I'm a more Charlo fan, but come on, Mo, he's fighting Selecki.
He's fighting Selecki. Well, guess what? Did you have that same giggle, ha chuck on Gafar when Jacobs fought him? And you know,
no, because Selecki was that dude. Because Selecki, remember, I asked for the Selecki and Charlo fight 4 years ago. Why did it take so long for this to happen?
Well, Selecki is 30-2. Why is it taking so long? First of all, Canelo said no to Charlo. Andre said no to Charlo. Triple G said no to Charlo. Munguia said no to Charlo. So guess what? Selecki is number 5. Selecki is rated number 5. So people complaining about that? How y'all
it's a trash fight. I personally think it's a trash fight.
How was it a trash fight? But it wasn't.
I personally think it's a trash fight because it's a fight that's years late.
Did you see that? Listen, he's 30.
Mo, I've already expressed to you that I asked, is documented on Twitter that I asked for this fight 4 years ago. I mean, correction, my bad. 3 years ago. So now you're giving me a fight I asked for 3 years ago.
Okay, you asked for Spence Bud 3 years ago.
It's a trash fight. He's already got beat up by Andrade already.
He got 2 losses, dude. He got 2 losses.
I hear you. I hear you trying to boost something. I hear you trying to make excuses why you think this is a good fight. This is not a good fight.
Canelo got beat up by Triple G twice. I thought Canelo.
Okay, that's fine. I don't give a fuck. Neither one of my favorite fighters. I don't give a fuck.
Did you think that? So you tell him what happened, but again, the same thing. Deverenchenko beat up Triple G. So my point is, he's fighting Selecki. He's fighting the next best available. Do you have any other people available? So you can't just have all these people ducking him and then complaining about who he's fighting when he's sending out offers. That's just not how boxing works. You guys, and the main person who's telling Charlo how bad his resume is, the person who's keeping his DAZN fighters away, and that's Eddie Hearn.
Eddie Hearn.
How is he keeping his DAZN fighters away when Andrade have a deal where he can go anywhere in a DAZN, and Eddie don't have anything to do with Jaime Munguia?
Even Espinoza said 2 weeks ago that Andre, they said, well, why don't they make the fight with Andre? He said just recently Andre turned that down. He said,
no, he didn't say he just recently turned it down. He said he turned the fight down 2-3 years ago. What are you talking about?
That was the other Charlo. No, we're talking
how can you turn down a fight when he's already under contract with somebody and he still have to get past this fight? How can you turn down something? How can you offer somebody a deal and you still in a deal?
Okay,
That
well,
doesn't
let
even
me
make
go ahead and
sense.
post it. Let me
You
go
don't
ahead
even
and
make
post it.
sense.
Sure.
I
I'll
don't
post
care
you
what
the
Steven
tweet. I'll
Espinosa
post you the
said.
tweet, baby bird.
I
You go
don't
ahead and
care.
post it.
You see, y'all
Well, you're
cherry pick
asking me a
with white
question.
boys, y'all want to with white boys,
You
because when one
asked
white boy
me.
say
You
something you don't
asked me
believe, when
about
another white
Andre.
boy you believe him. So I mean, at the end of the day, I bet you.
Well, Steven
Well,
Espinosa.
this is what. I know. Steven Espinosa
Well,
is the truth,
Steve,
and then of
well,
course Hearn ain't
did
the
Steve,
truth.
let,
So
let
what
me
the
ask you a
fuck?
question. Did Steven Espinosa offer Canelo a contract and turned it down? Yes or no?
Yeah. So
did Steven Espinosa offer GGG offer and they turned it down? Yes or no?
Okay.
Did Steven
Yeah.
Espinosa offer Jaime Munguia offer to fight Charlo and they turned it down? Yes or no?
No, because that was done by Tom Brown, so that's not true.
What do you
Tom
mean?
Brown did Tom. Whoa, Tom Brown of Tom Brown. Tom Brown.
What are you talking about, Tom Brown?
I just told you that's the promoter. It's Tom Brown.
That's no. Tom Brown is not his promoter.
Tom Brown is the promoter. Tom Brown told y'all they offered Charlo. They offered Charlo. They offered Cinnamon the Charlo and Benavidez and / Earl fight. All that was in conjunction. That came from Tom Brown, which you're talking about. But
I didn't
okay,
get that
so you done
information.
with
I
your
got that from
exercise. Can I do
Benavidez
my
promoter.
exercise next?
No, my
I
point
said
is
yes to all.
no.
Okay,
But my point
all right,
is
let
you
me know when
said
you.
yes
Okay.
to everything. Okay, my
Okay,
point
and so can I
is
do my exercise?
okay, yeah, but
Okay.
let me. Can I land my plane? Listen, my point is all of those contracts were sent. They all said no, and then you're still complaining about him fighting Select.
Okay,
Now you can go ahead and do your exercise.
Okay. Did they not send Charlo an offer and he said no, I'm not going to the zone? Yes. Did they not send? Did they? Right? Okay, right?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Who you referring?
I'm
Who are you
telling
referring
to
to?
both.
Canelo?
Matter of fact, they sent the offer to
I'm
both
asking you.
Charlos and they said
Who are
no.
you?
Didn't go.
Who are you
Didn't they?
referring to?
Yes or no?
Canelo or Andre?
I'm referring to DAZN. I'm referring to Eddie Hearn sending an offer to the Charlos about fighting on DAZN. Then they turned them down, right? That's the first original. Keep in mind, they've been trying to scout the Charlos for 3 years. That was the first offer, right? In 2018, correct?
No,
and then
they didn't
he came back. Okay, so now
they didn't send him an
we'll
offer.
agree to
They
disagree here.
tried to.
I don't feel like doing this, Mo. All right,
Well,
we'll
can you
agree to
allow me to get my
disagree here.
sentence out?
We'll agree to
That's not how it
disagree
went.
here.
Eddie Hearn offered them multi-fight deals on the zone. He did not offer him a single fight offer. He offered
and
the
you didn't let me finish. I
deals.
said they offered them several deals. I said it started in 2018. You didn't let me finish. But I see where you want to go with this, but you don't want me to do my exercise because it's going to be the same exact thing. We dig it. You sitting here shaking pom poms, but I know one thing: you're not gonna be in Houston. I bet $1,000 you ain't gonna be in Houston to see that fucking Selecki and Charlo fight.
No, I won't be in Houston to see that fight. But
no,
hey,
you not. Stop lying. Stop.
I said, hey, I won't be in Houston.
No, he said
I won't be in Houston.
Of course you
not.
not, because
I'm a boxing fan, so I'll definitely be watching.
Fight. Of course you not, because it's a trash fight.
You calling it a trash fight, man? Hey,
it
a lot
is
of trash.
That shit is trash.
Somebody, one person's trash is another person's treasure.
I hear you. Well, I ain't
so
going
all I'm looking
you ain't
forward
going out
to
there, so
is
it's
to
trash.
see Charlo put on a show with the best available fighter. Okay, if Munguia, GGG, and Canelo is running like little bitches, then guess what? He's fighting the next man up.
Hey, he fighting the next man up. Yep, get Selecki in there. Hell, ain't nothing wrong with that. Might as well.
It's better than Yildirim, right? It's better than Yildirim, right?
I'm not a Cinnamon fan. Maybe.
Okay,
I don't know. I can care less. I can care less.
All I said was it's better than Yildirim, right? Is Selecki better than Yildirim?
I guess.
Better
hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. Then why is Maul wasting his time at 60 when he should be fighting Yildirim then and go to 68?
No, we don't know. No, he needs to max it out. He needs to get them
that sounds like a better move to me.
No.
Yildirim a better scalp than some fucking Selecki.
Yildirim is trash. I can't believe y'all even bring his name up. Come on.
Yildirim right now is a better scalp than Selecki. At least
is Rocky Fielding better than Selecki? Is Rocky Fielding better than Selecki?
They both trash.
Now hold up. Now you're saying they're both trash. Now nobody gives Rocky. No, Rocky Field is a straight Euro bum. That's what it is. Okay. We didn't
Okay.
ask for fight. Nobody asked for that fight. But guess what? That's the
Did
fight.
nobody ask for
Jamal,
Selecki?
somebody. Well, that's right. Jamal didn't ask for him either. You know who he did
Okay.
ask
So
for?
why are we
Mugia
doing
said
this then?
no. You know what
Why
he
are we
did ask
doing
for?
this?
But everybody down the line said no. So what are you talking
I
about? Eddie
know.
Hearn
I
said that
know.
he wasn't
Of
going to feed
course.
Charlo those fights. He
Of
said Charlo's had
course.
to come to the zone to get a top 160 fight, and now you're complaining?
What are you
Come
talking
on,
about?
brother. You said, of course. Now you're complaining about him fighting Selecki when all these other top fighters at the zone.
I'm complaining that he fought Selecki because it's 4 years, 3.5 years too late. That's all I
Why
said.
is it? Because Selecki got 2 losses.
That's not what I said. I said 3.5 years too late. Man, you mean to tell me, let this sink in. This is how you new boxing fans think. Because y'all think it's okay that y'all think it's really this. Hey, Nayka, look at this. This motherfucker took a whole for 3 years. These are his 3 opponents: Chinko, Montiel, and Selecki. He could have fought all 3 of them in a year.
Yeah.
Why is you splitting? Why is this so spread it out, Mo? Why are you spreading out Selecki? Why is you spreading out Montiel? Why is you spreading out Chinko? What the fuck
Because
is
they're
going
waiting.
on?
They've been waiting for the cinnamon
Exactly.
sweepstakes.
That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, but why should?
Hello.
Well, hello, what? You don't make it sense.
But
Like,
they've been sending out offers, right? They've been sending out offers for GGG.
and if
They've
you
been
ain't
sending out
getting
offers
it,
for Canelo.
go to the
They've been
next
sending out
best
offers.
thing.
They
That's
wait a
what
minute.
I
They
did.
only
So you
sent.
go down the lines. So what
They
else?
didn't. Wait a minute. Whoa. They sent the offer to GGG before he even went to the zone. And you are right. GGG didn't want to take the PBC deal because he didn't want to fight Charlo. You are absolutely right on that.
Charlo's been calling GGG out all this year. What are you talking about? He's been calling. He calls GGG all the time.
I just sat here and agreed. I just sat here and
Here
agreed
say
with him.
GGG. Y'all don't like to say triple G.
I just do it because he did it.
Lil
No,
G.
I call him
Lil
triple
G.
gimmick. I just sat
Lil
there
G.
and agreed with you, and you still upset with me agreeing with you.
No, I'm just saying that you
Bro, are you
Charlo called
okay?
GGG
I mean,
out
what
all
is
the
going
time.
on with you? Like,
Charlo calls GGG out all the time. So why? So if he said if I can't, he said if I listen, he was on Brian Custer's show a few months ago. He said if I can't if I can't get Canelo, where the fuck is GGG? Can I get GGG? Why can I get GGG?
And I just
That's what he said. I got that because that's what Charlo called GGG.
And I got you. But all I did was put the cherry on top to what you said. I agree. Triple G don't want to fight Maul, and it had a lot to do long before the zone. Remember the PBC almost signed Triple G, but the problem was that they wanted Triple G to fight Maul Charlo. Triple G said no. That was it. So that was end of the deal. And when he was at ESPN, Bob and him kicked Triple G out the office because he was too arrogant. Like, remember, he went through the whole carousel. So I agree with you, and you still upset with my answer that I'm telling you that Triple G never wanted to fight Maul because he don't want to fight him, and you still upset with this.
No, I'm not. I'm saying all I'm saying is Jamal tried to fight everybody, but everybody said no. So therefore, look, who else? Murata. Okay, Murata, you just lost to GGG. And I keep saying GGG because that's what Jamal.
Oh my god, that is so annoying. I'm not gonna lie.
Lil
Please
G.
just say triple G. Oh my god.
Listen, so Murata, somebody need to step up. What they got? Who else got? Who's over on Eddie's side? The British boys, them black British boys.
Who? There no black British boys. They at 168, 175.
No, no. What's this?
You talking about Eubank?
Yeah, Eubanks Jr.
Wait a minute, hold up. Bringing a Eubank. Eubank left PBC because they wouldn't even deliver him more Charlo. So I mean, it'd be like that.
I don't know why he left PBC, but he was on there.
I just told you why he left.
He
wouldn't deliver him more
He didn't
Charlo,
like that
and
answer, so he just
right, exactly.
Hey, baby bird, what's up?
I'm
What's
just
up?
saying, no, because he just told you what he knows, and you're like, well, I don't know what reason, and he just
That's
kind
the
of
way
told you.
that's the reason
Look,
why
I
he
got
left
listen.
PBC because they
I
didn't
got
have a
Mr.
plan
DC
for
and baby bird chirping at me. Listen.
Look at MVO. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Well, we
Yo.
outside, kid. We outside.
No, I just want Jamal to fight the best available, and you know he wants to fight the best available. He's never ducked anybody, so
Of course, he can't.
therefore,
He's not going to duck anybody because
and
it's
he's
not
not
his.
making his
He
own
follow
fights.
marching orders. Why would he duck somebody? He
Absolutely,
follow
there you
marching
go.
orders.
There you go. He fights whoever they put in front of him. He just wants the best
Right?
because he
You
desires to be the best.
okay? Dude, look here, Slim. You do know. You do know. I've been going to Charlo fights for years, right? So don't Slim. Don't do this. Don't do this because you got discombobulated right now.
What the hell are you?
MVO, what are you doing tonight? Are you on your way to a fight or something, or?
Nah, I'm about to go home. I'm lit. I ain't gonna front.
You left? Are you leaving a karaoke place?
I am. I
What
had
do
to
you have to
close
say
early.
about
Nah,
what they're discussing? They're discussing the Triple
I
G,
wasn't even listening.
Charlo.
I wasn't even
I don't
listening.
even.
I need you get red cup, Nayka.
Yeah, I did. I always have a red cup.
We already know Triple G ain't gonna go nowhere near Charlo. So that ain't even worth discussing. What we need to be discussing is what's the game plan for Charlo to get a fight that we give a fuck about if he can't get these guys that
if he can't get Canelo
on different platforms.
You already know what the game plan is. Take the lightest touches and stay in single file line. That's it. Move a step in, move a step closer. They just in single file line. That's all they doing. Because none of the fans are demanding it. Because the only thing they demanding is we want to fight Cinnamon. We want to fight Cinnamon. That's all they demanding. They not demanding nobody else to fight. They just want everybody. They just want Cinnamon to fight everybody.
Ronnie Bravo says one thing's for sure: Don King would have made all these fights happen.
Exactly.
Absolutely, Don King.
He would have fed the. He would have starved the beast.
Yeah.
Well, Don King is not the one who's creating this propaganda artificially anointed and ducking people and trying to make, you know what I mean, and trying to discard the Black American fighters. So obviously Don King, that's why he made the great fights.
Don
but
King,
he's on.
He would have made all the fights happen because he keeps all the money. What the fuck you care?
Say that again?
Beat the hell out of each other. Don King will make all the fights because he keeps all the money. So he don't care. Y'all can beat the hell out of each other. He'll find a way to pocket your money.
Don King, he robbed the fighters blind, but he made great fights, and that's one thing, you know, we got to love about it. Today, they're trying to create their little artificial anointing, and they trying to play keep away, and that's the reason why we're not getting a lot of great fights. Because they want to.
Y'all getting a lot of great fights. Like you just upset your favorite fighter ain't getting no great fights.
Well, I'm definitely 100% upset that in 160. First of all, it's really about legacy fights, and there's only 2 legacy fights for Charlo at 160, and that is GGG. And I know, Nayka, I know.
40-year-old
Canelo.
Triple G is not a legacy fight. That shit is
okay.
dead.
Manny Pacquiao was a legacy fight for Earl. Doesn't matter. It's called passing the torch. It's a symbolic. We know Charlo gonna beat the shit out of GGG, but it's about passing the torch. Yes, sir.
Why is Andre not a legacy fight for Charlo?
What'd you say? I don't think
Andre not a legacy fight for Charlo.
Because Andre has never been number 1 pound for pound. So when you got Canelo and you got Triple G, they've both been number 1 pound for pound and high up, and they've been bantering. So guess what? You beat one of them. To guess what? That's a legacy fight. Now a win over Andre is a
Triple
good
G
fight.
is I didn't say nothing about Cinnamon not being a legacy fight. Triple G ain't no legacy fight now.
It is a legacy fight. He was number 1 pound for pound, right?
So basically. So Ugas was in a legacy.
He got 2 belts right now, right?
So now you telling me Ugas was in a legacy fight?
No, Triple G got 2 belts right now, right?
Are you telling me Ugas was in a legacy fight?
No, I wouldn't call Ugas a legacy fight. No.
No, I said when Ugas beat Manny, that was a legacy fight.
No. It would have been a legacy fight for Earl because that was a symbolic passing of the torch. Ugas was never the number one guy at 147. So no,
How
that
can
wasn't
you
a passing
pass
of
the
anything.
torch if you don't have the torch? Cinnamon got the torch, Mo. What are you
That's
talking
okay.
about?
Well, listen, I said there are 2 legacy fights for Jamal Charlo at 160. You know what I mean? And because we remember they still got Cinnamon listed as they still got him listed as
But just stop calling that grown man Cinnamon.
what's that?
Huh?
But you
We
look,
can't
man.
hear you, MBO. Your mic
All I said
is
was that
horrible.
Triple G ain't a legacy fight anymore. That's all I'm saying. Cinnamon is a legacy fight.
I think it is a legacy fight.
All right, well, we'll agree to disagree again.
Yeah, just the same
then you
reason
gotta
why
say
Canelo.
so you're right.
The
So
same reason why
Ugas,
they're pushing for Canelo 3.
they pushing for Canelo
That ain't a
and
legacy
Triple
fight for
G
Canelo.
because of money. It has nothing to do with that. They know that that's the money maker. They gotta pay a bill. Ain't nobody asking for that shit
Because
except
nobody's
super
asking
duper
for that
casual.
fight. Nobody's
So
asking.
Super
I
duper, they
don't
know
want to
it's
see
gonna
it at
sell
all.
money.
I
Nobody
don't want
wants
to
to
see it at all.
no
Because
diehards wants to see it. But
and
it makes
Canelo doesn't
money.
even want that fight.
But it's
Shit,
okay for them
Cinnamon
to
don't
push
even want the
for it.
fight, but
Yeah.
shit, that's what
No.
he was like. If y'all gonna give me the money, fuck it, I'll go ahead and fight him again. But Cinnamon didn't even want the
He
fight.
didn't want that fight.
They pushing it
Yeah,
on
well,
him because they know they need to make some money. So that's the fight that they know they can make money off of.
Well, I want to see
But they ain't even
Charlo
gonna
versus
really make money off of
Triple
it.
G and Canelo.
You want to see what?
I want to see Charlo versus Triple G and Canelo.
You want to see Charlo versus Triple G and Canelo, even though you know
Absolutely.
that Triple G had one last fight left.
Absolutely. I'd rather
Mo,
Charlo to get it
look,
than
look,
Canelo
look,
get
look,
it.
look, look. That
Triple
ship
G
has
already
sailed.
beat Canelo twice
That ship has sailed. Mo.
and was robbed.
Nah, I mean, that's fine. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care. Like, who was robbed? All I know is it's over and done with. You can't rewrite history, so it don't
So you
matter.
think the same thing, MVO? You don't think it's a legacy fight for Charlo, MVO? I absolutely 100%
Triple G.
think it's
I
think it's a
think so.
legacy fight.
I think so.
Absolutely.
Because, well, not legacy fight. It's a big name that could be a launching point.
So it's not a
to
legacy fight,
something.
right? It's a big name. It's not a
It's
legacy.
a
It's a legacy
name.
fight.
No. It's like, you know how you say Manny was gonna pass the torch to Spence. When we say that, it was that was because we thought fighting Manny Pacquiao will put Spence so far in the public conscience that he was gonna be the big money maker. I think that's what a Triple G fight would mean to Charlo. It's not a legacy fight. It's a I could make money on my own now kind of fight if I win this fight.
Thank you.
It's passing the torch in the sense that, okay, I beat this, I got this on my resume. When I'm retired and you see that
How
I
can
beat
you
Triple
pass
G,
the torch? Triple G don't have the torch for real.
How many belts? How many belts Triple G got right now at 140?
That's not the.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many belts he got. He's way past it right now.
Right.
That's
Like, come on.
We know he's 40. Just like
Shit,
Manny
then
was past 40.
wait a minute, hold up. If Triple G still got the torch, then what the fuck is Cinnamon running around with? The whole volcano? Is he running around with a volcano then?
Well, Cinnamon got his toes crunched.
You got what?
Cinnamon got his toes crunched.
Oh well, yeah, that ain't
well. Boom. That was a good one.
But nah, Triple G is just he's not really. I mean, he's relevant, but he's not for real. Like, he's really not.
Saying he's just a guy.
He is.
He is like he is, bro. Like y'all gotta stop. Y'all giving him y'all gotta stop giving him.
It's a legacy name. That's what it is. It's a
name. I don't know about legacy.
So now, is it a legacy name
legacy.
or a legacy fight? That's what you said. First, you were saying it was a legacy fight.
Well, it can't be a legacy fight unless it's a legacy name.
No,
now you're moving the goalpost.
You're
changing it up now.
You're
saying a name.
You know
that's
what
different.
I meant. Come on, listen, Nayka.
No, I don't know what you meant. You said a legacy fight.
A legacy fight and a legacy name to me
That's
are
not
two
the
different
same.
things.
Okay. For instance, Bud beat a whole bunch of nobodies at 140 and got a legacy fight when he got his undisputed, right? Because nobody cares about Ndongo and none else he beat for his undisputed, right? However, there was no legacy name on that 140. Triple G will be a legacy. I beat Triple G. I beat the guy that you guys said was pound for pound number one. I beat the guys that you said that you
Pound for
rated
pound
over
number
Roy
one.
Jones. He was when they had him pound for pound number one at one time. I beat the guy that you rate in the last 25 years was better middleweight than Roy Jones Jr.
But he's
Okay, that's
already
called a
been
legacy.
beating. He's already been beat, though.
Okay,
You need to fight the
okay.
guy that
Well,
beat him. That's what you need
Cinnamon
to do.
been
You
beat
need to
too.
fight the guy
Cinnamon
that
been
beat
beat.
him.
Cinnamon been beat too.
I still want to see Charlo versus Andrade. I want to see Charlo versus Andrade.
They don't want to see.
That
They
would
don't
be a
want to see
legacy
that fight.
Like to
They don't
me,
want to see that fight.
Spence versus Crawford is a legacy fight. That's not like a legacy name where you say someone like a Pacquiao or, like you said, Patrick.
Exactly.
Between
That's
like
a legacy
Oscar
name
De La Hoya
and legacy
Manny
fight.
Pacquiao. That was passing the torch. Or like Mayweather and De La Hoya, that was passing the torch. A legacy name doesn't necessarily mean that it's a legacy fight. Like,
Exactly. That's why I think it's two different things.
That's what I'm trying to tell him.
If you want to view Golovkin as a legacy name, okay, cool, but like it's not like a legacy fight because he's way past it. We've seen what happened to him against Derevianchenko. So you think that he's even at the level of before he fought Derevianchenko? No.
And keep in mind, Charlo beat Derevianchenko worse than Triple G. So how is Triple G a legacy fight?
Okay, well, guess what? Derevianchenko beat Triple G, and okay, he was robbed.
Yo, you proving their point.
You made my point.
No,
You always making my point.
Well, guess what? Triple G beat Canelo. Triple G was robbed 2 times versus Canelo.
So you
I
say.
mean, that's your opinion. You can't rewrite history. That's your opinion.
No, that's my opinion. You saying now? You come on now. You what? You didn't think it was a robbery? Come on, brother. Stop it.
I don't think it was a robbery, but I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinion.
The
That's
judge
cool.
was
You can't.
suspended. Come on,
Slim, like I mean, I don't know what to tell you, Mo. I mean,
my opinion, and most people had Canelo. Canelo losing to Triple G the first fight, and the second fight they had it a little closer, and it still wasn't.
And it's people like you, the reason why we getting a trilogy. So thank you very much.
People like me, people like me. I don't want the trilogy. I thought Canelo.
You just said
Triple G won both fights. Why do I need the trilogy? I don't need that. I don't want to see it.
You keep saying that. So if you feel that people keep saying that, and keep putting it in the air,
I need Charlo to get that body on his record. I need Charlo to get that body on his record.
If everybody was on the same accord and said Cinnamon beat the shit out of Triple G, nobody would be talking about some fucking trilogy right now.
That's a fact.
So please stop saying y'all motherfuckers. Exactly, y'all kept bringing that shit up. That's why you don't never hear me talking about that trilogy shit.
Listen, I felt Triple G was robbed. That's it. I don't want a trilogy, but I do want Charlo to catch that body. The streets need a body.
I know.
The streets need a body.
I don't know. We'll see Charlo next year then. So after he fights Selecki, he gonna sit down for the rest of the year to fight somebody, Caleb Truax, and then he gonna sit down another year to fight motherfucking Darrell, and then he gonna sit down another year, and then he finally gonna get Cinnamon. That's the plan. We got it.
That's all right. Well, either way, I believe Charlo is the number one at 160, and by beating, and by
he's number one by default.
By default, I just think if I'm going to pit all of them together in the tournament, I think Charlo will come out on top.
Well, I got my money on Charlo, but sometimes I don't let my. I mean, I still got. You still gotta. I'll put all my money on Charlo still, but like I said, it is.
This nigga hate to agree with me. Look, he's trying to figure out a way.
I'm a. This is what you don't understand, bro. No, I don't have a problem. I didn't agree with you several times. You got mad that I did agree with you because you couldn't have nothing to argue with me about. So that's not even true, Mo.
Nah, brother.
You so argumentative. I agree with you, and you still trying to argue. And I agree with you still. And it's not even that I'm having a problem agreeing with you. I just don't like the division. I hate talking about that trash division because they're not fighting each other. That's why I look at. I don't see like y'all look at. A lot of y'all look at boxing as promotional companies and networks. I look at it as divisions. I don't give a fuck about the promotional company. I don't give a fuck about it. I care about the divisions where the motherfuckers is ranking. If you tell me who the two best divisions, 140, 154.
Okay.
Controlled by two different promotional companies.
Okay.
So
Now check
the
this
Mike
out.
Nice wants to know if what's Charlo's biggest win, J Rock.
It's
No,
either J Rock or Derevianchenko.
it's
I,
got to
I,
be
I would
Darius. I mean, it's
I would say
sad that.
Deverenchenko because the Deverenchenko beat GGG, and what
Oh my
Charlo did to
God,
him,
man! Come
I
on,
would
man.
say, I would say that was the biggest win because that was the toughest fight. That was the tougher fight, you
I
know.
would
So
say I don't know. J Rock winning that shit didn't age well at all. 'Cause that
Well, it
motherfucking
would
chin is
have
some
if
shit.
J Rock, kept his momentum going after beating.
Yeah, but J Rock chin, his chin is really some shit. So that don't even really, you know what I mean?
No, I just think J Rock is second for an uppercut.
Yeah, I mean so it's like
And so is
through the
Eric
years,
Silva.
it just well, yeah, Lubin fucked me up. Lubin really hurt me this year though. I had money on him. Like he fucked me up. I was a huge I was a huge
You had
Lubin
him
fan.
against Fundora?
You
Yeah,
thought he
I
was
have
gonna
Lubin
beat
against
Fundora?
everybody. I'm a huge Lubin fan. I
I
used to
did.
fuck with
Hey,
Lubin when he was in the
MBO,
amateur.
you know I was picking Lubin.
And you knew I was picking Fundora. Listen, I'm telling you right now.
Lubin really fucked me up though.
Fundora gonna fuck a lot of niggas up at 154. I'm telling you.
I don't know.
That uppercut
Lubin,
from hell is no joke.
I'm disappointed in Lubin. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Like that is disappointing. Him and motherfucking White, the two most disappointing motherfuckers this year. God
Who,
damn.
Dillian White?
Yeah, man.
disappointed. Dylan's a bum. What do you think? He's
I hate
Nah,
Dillian.
but he didn't
He's
fight.
a
I hate
bum.
Dillian White. Oh my god.
Nah, he ain't fight, man. He ain't fight.
Disappointing.
It's trash
He
to
is
me.
what
Nah,
he
he
Man,
didn't
Dillian
is.
White.
fight. Like
I
it's
cannot
a
stand him
difference,
anymore.
man.
Oh
He
my
just
god.
ain't
He
fight.
showed.
He didn't come,
He actually
and what I
showed
mean by
exactly who he
disappointment,
is.
they didn't come with the game plan they were supposed to come with.
Man,
Like
Dillian White is what you call a palooka.
Like they didn't come with the game plan. I'm like, I know y'all motherfuckers had a better game plan than this shit, but they hurt me. Them two motherfuckers hurt me on the money part. I ain't gonna lie
I
to
think
you.
they could have had
Not
all the
that
game plan in
good.
the world. He wouldn't have executed it. I don't see.
I mean, that's fine, but you got to come with some shit better than that. Him and Lubin, they should have came with better shit than that. Like, God
Dylan
damn.
White gained his name because Eddie Hearn put him in every AJ Wilder combo. That's the only way people even know who Dylan White is. Other than that, you wouldn't
you
pay
go,
attention to
look,
him.
bro. Look,
Because he does
hey,
not have
look,
that
just
talent.
calm
He's
down
not
on the
that talented.
promotional shit. We just talking boxing, bro.
I
Just
said
calm
Eddie. I
down on the
said AJ.
promoters and all
I
this. Just
said
calm down.
AJ. Did you hear what I
You
said?
said
I said
Eddie. You
I said
said
Eddie
Eddie
Hearn
Hearn.
put him into AJ Wilder conversations. He was always talking about, hey, fight White, and that's how he got into it. Other than that, Americans wouldn't even hear about Dylan White because he's not that good.
I hear you,
He's trash.
but like I said, I've seen
He's trash.
barring the promotional side of it, I've seen Dillian White fight, and that performance he did versus Fury was some other shit, and I didn't expect that, and I lost money. That's all. And it has nothing to do with what Eddie Hearn said.
That's
I
what
don't
it is.
give a fuck about all that.
This is you okay? You lost money, so it's personal to you.
Any reference?
Yeah, as told you, I lost money on
Yeah,
Lubin
he
too.
lost money. But even with the fights that White had with like Joseph Parker and Rivas and Povetkin, like either he got knocked down or he got knocked out in those fights.
True.
So it's like against Fury, I'm like, if he really can't move very well against Tyson Fury, he was gonna get beat up. So
yeah, but he
held
didn't
on
do
for
shit.
dear life for Parker and Rivas. He held on for dear life at the end of both of those fights. You know what I'm saying? And I actually felt he got robbed. And then he was fighting really, really dirty. The ref was helping him out against Parker and everything. So I don't know. I just never have faith in the guy. I don't see him very skillful. I think Derek Chisora was actually beating his ass before he KO'd
you know why
Chisora
you know why
fight.
people believed in Dillian White? Because they think Deontay Wilder a hoe. That's why. That's what it is.
You think
Wilder ain't have nothing to do.
That's what it is.
Wilder ain't had nothing to do with my bet. I'm saying I've seen Dillian White come with a better game plan than that shit that he had versus Fury. I didn't expect it. That's simple as that.
I expected it to go exactly the way it was.
Yeah,
for real.
Exactly.
I thought he was gonna at least be better than that.
Exactly.
Dillian White been trash to me. He been trash for
Yes.
years. I've been telling people he been trash for years.
So you giving them the Dennis Green treatment?
Oh yeah,
Dude, if that's the case, shit, basically, what I really base my bet on is after that fucking Otto Wilder fight. That's the reason why I base my bet.
You thought?
But the thing about it is some people around here think Otto Wilder beats Dillian White. So
Hell yeah.
It's the reason.
I guarantee you, Otto Wallen beat
now
Dylan
I
White.
see. Now I see why Dillian White ducked Otto Wallen.
I guarantee you, Wallen beats White.
Well, I ain't
I might have
guaranteeing
to.
shit at
I
heavyweight.
agree with you.
I think
Shit.
you
I
I'm
ain't
not fucking with.
guaranteeing shit at
give me
heavyweight.
3 drinks. I might beat Dillian White because I had no teeth for him. I had no teeth for him.
3 drinks. Hey, hold on. What you say?
Dillian White definitely trick bagged me. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like I thought he
I
was
wish
gonna
you would
come
have
with.
ran that one
I thought he
past
was
me. I
gonna
would have
come
told
with
you.
that shit. I thought after paying all them years of sanctioning fees, he was gonna show the fuck off and get that belt. But he didn't do shit, Mo. I'm like, God
Hold on.
damn, you waited all this time to lay an egg like this?
All that
Listen, man,
crying he did.
I'm a
All
fan
that
of talent,
crying,
not hype.
all
I'm a
that
fan of
whining.
talent.
Then he was quiet. He ain't do all that talk. I was like, oh, this
Kind of
motherfucker about to do
mandatory for
some
like
things.
3,000 days, and he
Yeah, I
probably
got
gets
bamboozled. I
back.
got trick bag for real.
Listen,
said
and
I
I
got
really wanted Wilder to catch the body. After he was crying all that time, I was like, you know what? I just decapitate him. That's it.
Oh, the
I
boxing
don't think
soul's
it will
got
be
some nice drinks
competitive at
over there.
all.
Yeah, hey, you
But
said drinks, so hey, let's get. Hey, we about to get started or something.
Hey,
I don't know.
I need to refill my cup.
But I hope Dylan White go away. I don't, you know what I mean. I don't even like hearing his name
Neither
because
do
he has
I. I'm not
brought
gonna lie.
nothing. He has brought no talent. You know what? His biggest win was no, not. I was about to say when he knocked
I'm
that
really
guy
shocked and surprised that Ron Boy
Brown.
was on that white train.
Yeah. I really thought he was
I
gonna
don't know.
want that shit. I thought he was gonna come
I'm
with it.
shocked. I'm
And the
shocked.
money looked good. The odds look good. I was like, shit, I'm gonna take this. This might be my lick. I was gonna show the fuck off. I was gonna post my bet slip and everything. I usually don't even post all my bets.
You was gonna pull a Floyd?
Yeah, I was gonna show y'all. See how I came up. I tried to told you.
What was the
Like
betting?
when I
What
did
was the
my
betting
Billy
line for
joint.
that fight? What was the
Everybody
line?
was hitting me. Everybody was hitting. I posted my app joint, and everybody was, hey Ron Boy, what's your cash app? What's your cash app? What's your cash app? I told y'all what was gonna happen. My shit in my bio. Shit. But nah, man, yeah, White and Lubin hurt me hard. Those are 2 fights that fucked me up this year for real.
Well, what's the next fight on the schedule that you're sure about that you're gonna put money on?
That I'm sure about, I'm gonna put money on is Fat Boy 4th round stoppage.
Against Rolly.
Or Tank.
Yeah. You know
You
he
going to
called
that
him
fight,
Fat Boy.
MVO?
Nah, I'm not supporting Rolly.
Yeah, they said the same exact thing.
Nobody. Like real
I
boxing
can't
fans don't
stand.
really
I
like.
can't stand him.
Don't put money
He's
on the
trash.
fight.
I just need Tank to. I need Tank to sleep him. I need him.
Yeah, he got
I
to.
don't. I just wanted to pummel him for 10 rounds, and then I want him to sleep him like he did.
Nah.
Leo. I need one of them. I need him to sleep him like he
Mike,
did Leo.
it says your mic is not plugged in or something.
And let me
Mike,
tell you
nice.
another reason why I'm not supporting that fight. Because a lot of the black media outlets got rejected by PBC for credentials, and I don't like that.
They always treat them like that though.
Yeah, but that's fucked up.
No, but that's
so?
weird in
Really?
comparison to the last fight that they had. That was last weekend. I mean, it was kind of like a surprise.
Because nobody gave a fuck about that fight. That's why. they thought that fight wasn't going to do no real business because the tickets were selling slow.
So wait, you're saying that a lot of people got their media credentials?
Yeah, because of the chick, because of Kelly Swanson.
For what fight? For what fight?
For Tank versus Rolly.
Oh wow. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, man.
Hey, Fresh.
So hold on. You don't think the Barclays is gonna be lit?
Huh?
The Barclays is gonna be lit, but I'm not supporting Rolly. I'm not supporting Rolly. And here's the thing: PBC is supposed to be the black company, so why do you need white man paperwork? That's
how they the black company when they got white promoters except for one?
Hey.
Tom Brown ain't black.
You right, but
I
they
don't know
supposed
though.
to be supporting these black
I already
media
got my
outlets.
ticket. I already got my ticket for the fight. I already got my plane ticket. I'm going home. I'll be in Brooklyn. So
MVO on that Dr. Umar. It's like, why do you need white man?
Word. Whoa.
Well,
Man,
I know it's not about legacy. It's about
hey,
pure entertainment and
yeah,
drudgery, skullduggery. I need an ass whooping. I need.
like,
I really need
Man,
Tank to
look,
just
man.
so
Y'all,
dog
like,
walk.
do y'all know how horrible Rolly is? Like, how is he gonna
yeah.
defend himself?
I just want to know.
Listen,
With his
he'll
face,
throw them
with his
jabs.
face.
Listen,
He'll throw
I
them
just
Yo,
jabs,
don't do
Slim.
that. Don't do that
and
because if don't do that. Like listen, I'm semi casual, but listen, if Rolly catch tape, you know what I mean? Like it's gonna be bad
Nah,
out here. Like
oh
it's gonna
my
be bad.
god.
Rolly don't have the
It's gonna
skill
be
sets to
bad.
catch. If Rolly don't have
First
the
of
skill
all,
sets to catch Tank,
he
first of
said,
all,
I hope he don't.
Rolly not a one punch knockout artist.
right? Like, y'all gotta
So
stop.
even if he catch Tank, he still got to land some more shots to finish him, and I don't think he's capable of doing that.
He got to put them together first.
Exactly.
Like y'all, Rolly is not good, man. Slim, I done seen the boy get beat up by Jackson Martinez. He didn't win two. He won one round the whole fight, and they gave it to
Nah,
him.
that's a fact. He did
No,
lose
no,
that.
he
He
definitely
did
got to
lose that
gift that
fight.
fight for
Yeah.
sure.
right,
I
For
just
sure.
watched that
Yeah.
fight yesterday. I
Right.
just watched that fight last night and watched
yo,
He definitely got to
And
gift
then
him.
Comey stopped
Morena's beat.
Jackson in what? Comey
what was it,
stopped
like
Jackson
four
what, the
rounds?
second round, first
The
round?
second, yeah.
Yo,
Second round. Like, come on.
yo, checkmate. You're a real boxing fan. You were the first nigga I ever heard that said that they rewatched that fight.
Look, check this out. Because I had to see what this kid is. Because listen, I despise Rolly because I just don't think he's talented. Right? I think he's on the spectrum, and so I had to catch up. I thought, let me, you know what I mean? Yeah, them people in the spectrum, they cock strong. You know what I'm saying? They don't even know their own strength. So I know what he got the strength, but I had to second see. I had to make sure that I was really validated he was trash, and I have confirmed that yes, he is trash.
And I've
Now,
confirmed.
do we think something gonna
He's
happen at the
trash.
weigh-in?
Oh man.
Do we think something
At
gonna
Is
happen at the
weigh-in?
weigh-in?
At the
Yeah,
weigh-in,
yeah,
They're
I
gonna be
do.
jawing.
They gotta,
They're gonna be
they gotta keep
jawing.
selling it. They gotta keep selling it.
They're gonna be
Nah,
jawing.
I have a feeling it's gonna
Ain't
get
no punches
physical.
though.
I have a feeling it's gonna get physical.
Tank gonna
I
get. Well,
think something's
listen.
gonna
Well, you
happen
seen the
because
last week. Listen, the face off. Tank punked. I mean, Tank snatched his soul. I saw his soul leave his body.
He did.
Tank, he kept backing up.
He
You know how people do. Tank was just backing to do it. He was turning. Listen, I'm
but
telling you, he
not
was
for
stuttering
nothing.
and
I don't think
everything.
Rolly's trying to mess up this check. He got dicked out of
Yeah,
it one time, so he's not trying to lose.
Hold
but
on.
let me tell you, we've
He ain't
never
get
seen
dicked
Tank
out
like
of
that
nothing.
before.
He ain't get dicked out of nothing. His own dick got him.
Yeah, no, that you know what
that
I mean though.
day.
Like he's gonna try his best to keep this check.
And the girl, and they talked to the girl, said it still happened. They dropped the charge, but the girl
No,
ain't dropped
they
the
just
charge.
couldn't prove it, but I believe it happened. I'm
He
not
did
gonna
it. Of
lie.
course he did.
It's just they
He
didn't
did.
have enough evidence
He's a
to
creep.
prove it happened.
He's a creep. He did it.
so I should
Gary
go to the
retarded
fight.
motherfucker did that. He definitely did it.
Yeah,
He
He did
retarded.
it.
He did it.
For
Money got that off. Floyd had something to do to get that
He
money.
remind me of one of them. He remind me of one of them retarded dudes that take the A train all day. Like that ass. I'm retarded.
Oh my god.
He on the spectrum. He on the spectrum. The opposite end.
So MBO, I
Don't
should
be.
just skip the.
They
I
might.
should
They
just
might
skip the
boot.
fight.
They might bring the boo birds out. Barclays. I'm telling you,
I
because
want
they
to
gonna
stretch
when
him.
they see that first
Because
round,
everybody
The
coming
who
up from
berries?
Baltimore for it.
the boo
berries?
birds, the boo
Oh, the
birds. When they see that first
the
round on
blueberries.
how horrible Rolly look, they gonna start booing. They're gonna be like, "What the fuck is this?" I'm telling you.
But I think a lot of casuals
but
are
you
going to
know,
that fight. I
no,
don't think
because
hardcore fans are going that
Yeah,
much.
It's about Tank. It's not even about what Riley doing. It's about Tank.
And fans
yo, it ain't even about Tank. You know what it's about? You know what it's about? It's gonna be about, hey, yo, girl, you going to the REX fight? That's what it's about. Everybody going to REX fight.
I'm
That's what
telling
this shit
you,
is about.
I'm telling you now. I think even a casual want to see that this dude have no reason being in this ring. They're gonna be like, "What the fuck type of circus that us up with, Slim?" I'm telling you.
What's even worse, egregious, is the WBA got him ranked #1, y'all. Like what
Well,
type
that
of
was done by design. I mean,
Wow.
that was done by
type
design.
of
Hold on, what
like
is
That
WBA got
go to
Rolly
show
as
you
#1.
Leonard Ellaby.
They had to rank him
That
number
go to
one because
show you
Yeah, he was interim
Leonard
champ.
Ellaby know what they
champion.
doing.
Yeah.
Leonard know what Leonard
But
know
the
what the
shit was
fuck.
already, but see,
Yo,
this was already planned out years in advance, though, that this was going to go out that way. Though. They
Facts.
already knew that this shit was happening.
Right, a couple years
Well,
ago. Yeah.
I need a Spilka knockout.
All I'm saying is after this fight, though, please. After this fight, give me some good fights. Like I
need
believe
Loma
in Tank.
next.
Well,
I mean, I want
no.
to see Tank
Loma's not.
Yeah,
Loma's already.
fights.
Loma's no. Loma's getting retired by my youngin. Calm down. Ain't gonna be Fat Boy. Nah.
He's talking about Shakur.
Yeah, absolutely. King Kerr.
I think Loma
That's
will
the
take
plan.
the tank fight. Loma would take the tank fight over Shakur fight. He
No,
know
he
where the
won't.
money is.
I'm not gonna hold you. As corny as I think Shakur is, like he a hell of a fighter, man. He is a hell of a fighter. I give him that.
You hear that, Nike?
He's just a cornball, yo. He goofy.
You hear that, Nike?
Hold
the cornball stuff. But hold up, you hear that boxing shit? The boxing talk.
What he's saying.
The boxer, take his boxing tape.
Okay.
Yeah, hell of a boxer, man.
Still corny.
That boy can fight.
I hear you, but we ain't talking about personal
okay,
shit.
I know, I understand. I never
keep
said
it
the guy
boxing.
was trash. I never once said that guy was trash. I never once ever said
I
that
don't
guy.
think.
I said I don't like
Wait a
him.
minute. Now you,
I'm not a fan of
I
his.
give you that.
I'm not a fan
Right?
of
Yeah,
his.
you did say you never said
I've
he was
never
trash.
said that man was trash. Never.
Oh nah, but hold up though. For real, I got a good one. All right, this is my bet though. Now who asked me about a bet? I think I'm gonna bet on Jamel though. Jamel Hearn tomorrow. I mean,
he's the underdog tomorrow.
Yeah,
so
that's my
a good
bet.
line.
What?
That's a good line.
That's a good fight.
Yeah.
Damn.
So
That's
what you
fight.
think? Like what y'all think about?
Fight.
I think I'm gonna put something on that fight. I think Jamel will
I
pull
would
it
put
off.
something on it.
What's the odds on it?
I gotta check the line. The
put
line I
something
think
on
is
Jamel.
he plus 2 something, plus 220, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? I gotta check it. I'll check it. But I'm gonna put something on that tomorrow. That's what I gotta do. I knew it was something. I was like, I'm missing a fight. That's the fight. Jermaine
I'm a bet on
that one's flying under the radar.
Yeah.
You probably win
You know
some
what
good
I'm
money
sure
on
y'all
that.
gonna disagree with? You know what I'm sure y'all disagree with? If Andre would have fought that dude Janabek, I think Janabek would have beat Andre's ass.
Get the fuck out of here.
I think he would have beat his ass.
You lunching.
He would have
You are
beat his ass.
I've seen Janabek fight 3 times in person, Slim.
I haven't seen the Janabek fight yet. I haven't seen him fight yet.
I've seen him fight 3 times in person. He's okay. He just ain't on Andrade level. I mean, he okay. He ain't no bum. I ain't gonna say you're bum, but he ain't Andrade level. Slim.
Fred,
Andrade
was there for the
what level is Andre on? What level was he on, bro?
The most avoided level.
160.
Yeah, the most avoided one. Most of amateurs. They know
Listen.
They don't want
Eddie trying to force him to move up to 168. Listen, Eddie trying to force Andre to move to 168 so they can clear them belts to get them Munguia. And Andre just called out that fight.
I don't know.
Andre
I don't
just
know.
said he had an injury,
You bringing
right?
up this point. What is it with you and Eddie Hearn? Or what do Eddie got to do with Oscar De La Hoya fighters? Why would think about this? Why would Eddie help Oscar De La Hoya? They're fucking enemies, Mo. You're not making sense.
It doesn't matter. It's the zone. Eddie's going to get paid regardless.
No, he's not.
No, come on. Now, you gotta stop with these whole.
I know
you thinking too hard, and it's not that
zone employee or the zone executive.
That's my point. And so if he's getting paid by the zone, I'm sure he's getting percentage of these fights from the zone. I know it's a Golden Boy card, but the point is he still rather have those belts on the zone side than any place else. So this
he's
is
still going to have the belts on the zone side. It doesn't matter.
Do you know for a fact that Eddie Hearn has any type of stake in the zone?
Of course he does.
Okay, so you got to show that.
Yeah, just saying. Of course he does. It's not gonna run.
Right.
That's not good enough for me.
The only thing you know is that he's the ambassador.
Oscar De La Hoya has stake in the zone.
Right.
Okay, so Eddie Hearn is taking the zone global in all these markets. It's Eddie Hearn who's the one who's pushing, who's setting it up. And you
Eddie Hearn is not taking the zone global. Do you know what the zone actually is?
What do you mean? As far as the zone? What do you mean? As far as the platform, I'm talking about the boxing. He's set up the zone Mexico. He's setting up the Spain, Italy. All of these, even though this Matchroom is Matchroom the zone, he's putting the zone and making it a global entity as far as for boxing. So I'm not talking about the other sports and all the other entities they have. I'm talking about purely boxing.
Are we sure that Eddie? Wait a minute. So name one fight that Eddie had in Mexico.
Well, he set up he's setting up the zone Mexico, and I'm sure that's the reason why Canelo actually
I said name
let me
one
finish
fight.
let me finish my statement, sir. It doesn't matter what fight he has. He set up the zone there in Mexico, and I'm sure he made Canelo a
He set
partner.
up the
The
zone in
reason why,
Mexico.
let me finish, sir. Absolutely, the zone Mexico is coming online. You
Okay.
didn't hear
So
that?
so let me get this right. The
Man,
zone
Therefore,
when it,
let me land my plane. Let me land my plane. So my point is, I believe that's the reason why Canelo chose to stay with Eddie, even though he had the more lucrative offer with PBC, because again, he gave Canelo
he said the
that
more
stake in
lucrative
the zone
offer.
Mexico.
And
Absolutely.
let me
So
say
100 million plus
so
pay per
let me
view
ask you
after
so
seeing a show after seeing a Showtime pay per view and the DAZN pay per view, that man, I want Canelo to go back to Showtime, man. Go back to
so
the
let me say
PBC,
this.
man.
So why would DAZN
God damn.
use Eddie Hearn to open up Mexico when they have Oscar De La
Oscar
Hoya?
De La Hoya, yeah.
That doesn't even make sense. What are you
Yeah.
talking about?
What has Oscar done? Listen, Oscar.
Do you know how
Know
many
what he's
fights
doing.
Oscar have in
Oscar,
Mexico? Golden Boy
Oscar
is in Mexico. They
Golden
have a
Boy
lot of
is
fights in Mexico.
invisible. Golden Boy is basically useless right now. The 3 stars they're banking
Okay,
on right
see,
now.
you
They just
is
renewed
Jaime
his
Murguia.
contract
They
with
just
DAZN.
let me finish my statement. Let me finish my
Land the
statement.
plane.
They got
Land the
Jaime
plane.
Murguia. They got Virgil Ortiz, and they
Land the
got
plane. Land the plane.
and Ryan as their stars. And all 3 of them, none of them are stars. None of them has accomplished nothing in the sport of boxing to even
Okay,
quantify
Them
stars.
good fighters to
okay,
have
checkmate.
though. Those good
None
fighters
of
to
them are
have though.
stars, but yet the
They're good to have,
Zone
man.
and Golden Boy agreed to a 5-year extension.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. But and those are the 3 fighters that they
And
named for
DAZN
Golden
gonna
Boy.
use Eddie Hearn to
As a
pipeline in Mexico other than Oscar.
Yeah, that does. Yeah,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because of Canelo connection, sir. Hello. You don't see the big picture, do you?
And do you know that Jaime
how y'all
Munguia?
feel about
Do you know that Jaime Munguia is a superstar actually in Mexico?
Okay, but what is Canelo? Canelo is Mexico.
Canelo's okay, but Jaime is a superstar in Mexico too.
Jaime is invisible. Okay, compared to Canelo.
Okay,
Stop it,
once
brother.
again, do you know Jaime Munguia is a superstar in Mexico?
Okay, well that's Mexico. There's a lot of
Okay,
people in
but we're
superstars in
talking
UK. They're not
about
superstar
Mexico.
here.
But we're
But we're
talking
talking
about
about
Mexico.
Canelo. We're talking about Canelo getting a percentage of the zone Mexico's profit. Let me go ahead and bring up that
How do
article.
you
Let me bring
know
it
this,
up
Slim? All right, come on, let's
because
move on.
I've
Because now
read
you're
it.
just making up shit.
I
Let's
read.
move on from
Okay.
this. You just making up
Okay.
shit
Well, let me.
now. Come on, come on, come on.
When you
We
read
gotta
it, when
move
you
on,
read
bro.
it,
We
how
gotta.
about that? How about that? Dude, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. What do you mean? I'm making up shit. I'm not making up shit. I did read that Canelo was getting a percentage of the zone Mexico. What are you talking about? Making Canelo a partner with the zone and getting stock options. If you didn't read that, that's your fault.
Triple G got stock options.
Okay, but we're not talking about Triple D. We're talking about Canelo. And we're talking
you're
about
gonna get
Canelo
it
and Mexico, the
happens.
zone.
It happens, Mo. Like
So that's what I'm talking about. So what are you talking about? What's your point?
Look, man. Let's keep it a buck. How many fights? Who fought in Mexico? When was the last fight Cinnamon had in Mexico?
Didn't they say they were planning for his next fight to be in Mexico?
I
Didn't y'all have been
planning.
hearing?
So you think Triple G? So you think Triple G and fucking Cinnamon gonna fight in Mexico? You have lost your fucking
said
mind.
his September fight was supposed to be in Mexico. Okay,
supposed to be. So that's speculation.
Okay, so
who fought in Mexico more recently? Jaime Munguia or
I
Cinnamon?
don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about that. What I'm saying is
Of
what
course
they
you
said.
don't.
Canelo said his next fight should be in Mexico. Eddie said the next fight should be in Mexico in September.
I would have thought that the one that he just had here in May.
So let me get this right. You think they're gonna maximize their money in Mexico and not Vegas?
Well, no, they're gonna maximize their DAZN money in Vegas. I mean, in Mexico. What do you mean
Man,
maximize?
stop
First of all, Canelo's largest gate ever on DAZN has been $9 million. Period, and that's with 66,000 sold at that.
That's not. I can care less. I said, do you think they're
Okay,
going to
Wilder made more
maximize
than that. They say
in
Wilder wasn't a
Mexico
star.
or in Vegas? I can
They're
care
going to
less.
maximize it in Mexico. They're going to maximize it with the zone because
All
when
right.
they sign up, when they
All
get,
right, sure.
are you going to
We
let me
can
talk?
move on. We'll agree to disagree again.
No, we're
Mo.
not moving on. You're gonna let me land my statement. Is what we're gonna do.
Slim,
So the point is, with Mexico, just because Canelo has a stake there, the thing about it is they want to maximize. So once the zone actually lands in Mexico, then guess what? They're going to again with Canelo behind it. They're going to have probably their largest crowd. They're going to have their largest subscription base in Mexico. Period.
All
That
right.
won't move the
So
needle for us.
anyway,
So
what does subscriptions have to do with maximizing the revenue when the fight should be in Vegas, because that's where the money is going to be, opposed in Mexico, bro? Like, what are you talking about? So you don't have to fight. You subscriptions have nothing to do with where the fight is going to be at.
Dude,
It's
you're
a
asking me
subscription.
something.
It's a
So
subscription.
you're arguing against what you're actually arguing against what Canelo and Eddie Hearn said about Canelo fighting in
I'm telling
Mexico
you,
in
they're not
September.
going to have that fight, a Triple G and Cinnamon fight in Mexico. It's
Well,
not
I don't
happening.
care. Well, whoever he fights, they're planning Canelo for a Mexico fight. What's the problem?
I got you. I hear you. It could be in December. That's fine. You probably misread that. It's in December. I give you that. It ain't gonna be no Triple G. It ain't gonna be no Triple G in no motherfucking Mexico. You can believe that
yeah,
shit.
yeah, certainly won't. So what we moving on to? Because I done got in late. So we're moving on to
Tank versus Ryan. You know that's next. Tank versus
Who
Ryan.
that?
Tank
That's
versus
not
Ryan.
next. That's
I
not
don't
happening.
know.
That fight not happening.
Ryan got to face what JoJo or Javier
Yeah,
Fortuna
he
in
about to
July.
fight Jojo Diaz.
Yeah, I was saying JoJo Diaz, but some people talking about Javier Fortuna. I'm like, nah, I don't think it's gonna be Fortuna,
Nah,
man.
Javier Fortuna was on IG. He said he looking for a fight.
Yeah, so yeah, it's got to be JoJo in July. So you got that
Yeah, Javier
Munguia
was just on. He was just on IG like a couple days ago.
Munguia versus Jimmy Kelly.
Oh, okay.
The who's it? That karate dude? No, my bad. They ain't the karate dude, but Jimmy Kelly anyway. And then Ryan versus JoJo Diaz, and then Virgil Ortiz is supposed to be fighting somebody. Hopefully, it's against Avanesian, but I'll believe it when I see it.
Well, I told Virgil he need to stop trying to prove people that he can make 147 and take his ass to 54.
Yeah, there's that too.
So you
Because
don't you think the
you think
injury,
Virgil
not the injury, but it's
yeah, I
like
mean he tried to fake like it has nothing to do with
do with the
weight
weight.
and all that. I was like, that's part of it. I ain't saying
Yeah,
it can't be 100, but it's 50% of it. You need to go to 54.
yeah.
I don't see what the
I
fuck is
agree.
the problem. You're not gonna get a belt. You sitting here you're not getting a belt at 47.
You
No
know what?
motherfucking career.
That's a good take. That's a good take.
It's just no
That's a good
purpose.
take.
What is the purpose? You struggling. You keep in mind you won't be able to get a title shot till next year in the summertime at the earliest.
So I guess this what Checkmate just posted in the chat. It must be like the headline of the story that he was talking about. Plans to return to Mexico for a fighting match.
Yeah, I hear, but it ain't gonna be Triple G. It can be all that shit. But at the end of the day, yeah, Virgil should go to 54, line his ducks up right there, and start clipping because it's just a waste. Some shit is just a waste of time. I just don't see the purpose. Y'all didn't send no offer to Bud to come over to Golden Boy, send him or the Zone to go make the fight. I've been asking for that for 2 years. I was like, why y'all, if Virgil, and I don't have a problem with Virgil, but at the end of the day, why y'all turning down 2 and 3 mandatories to still kick this can down the road? Is the boy ready or not?
Well,
send the offer to
Would you
Bud and go.
would you be mad if that was the next fight for Bud?
No, I wouldn't be mad. I don't care. I mean, at the end of the day, I expect. You know what? I expect anything. I expect anybody at 147 except Earl. I don't think the fight is gonna happen. I'm gonna stand on it.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised.
You got $100 bet on it.
Yeah, we got 100 on that.
Absolutely.
We got 100 on that, but we know it ain't gonna be Virgil because Virgil coming off the illness and they ain't never sent an offer to Bud.
Because Bud is like,
and then we know Boots is going to IBF route, so it's gonna be what it's gonna be. But all this motherfucking Golden Boy had two or three opportunities to get that mandatory, and they turned it down
from 2 different sanctioning bodies too, WBO.
Well, we just talking about the WBO from Bud. He was he was already ranked higher.
He was supposed to be after the Sean Porter.
No, he was supposed to be before Sean Porter.
Yeah.
Then Sean Porter, since they didn't put their paperwork in, they bumped Sean Porter up. Then he got the mandatory again. I was like, what the fuck y'all doing? Slim, go ahead, file the paperwork and make the fight.
Yeah.
It's like I don't understand. I mean, I understand, but at the end of the day, I mean, I understand why, but man, Virgil is no at this point after he fought Mean Machine and he fought Hooker. What other tune-ups you gonna get after that? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
It's nothing. It's nowhere else to
There's
go.
nothing left.
It's
You know,
nothing less except the
And then
champion.
if you look at it, Steven Espinoza, after Earl move up, he want them belts to go to Boots. So
Yeah, that's the plan. They already setting it up for it to go to Boots. They already know how it's gonna be. Boots is already promised that he's gonna get his shot in less than a year. He already promised it.
Facts.
So it's gonna be what it's gonna be. But I was asking for Virgil 2 years ago, man. Go ahead and fight, man. Y'all go ahead and put that paperwork so that youngin can get scalped real quick. Please.
And this is my whole point. Virgil's going to lose, Munguia is going to lose, and Ryan's going to lose within the next 12 months. So all of the all Golden Boys top marquee fighters are going to lose, just like Eddie's. Eddie lost his last.
Oh my God! This always come down to
Come
Eddie,
back to
boy.
Eddie. It
Boy,
does, you know what?
Eddie.
I'm noticing that it does.
Absolutely. Eddie's the one who's stopping these fights. Eddie's stopping a lot of fights. Eddie stopped Wilder, Undisputed versus AJ. Eddie stopped a lot of good fights, man.
Yeah,
This is what
Eddie
he does.
stopped that Jose. As Eddie stopped that Jose and Hooker unification. He stopped that shit.
Okay, but that's that. But that was listen. That was
Eddie stopped a
you ain't
lot
gonna
of
never
shit.
get me to stop. You ain't gonna never get me to stop.
Eddie stopped that
telling
biggest,
the real
the biggest.
about the bullshit.
Eddie stopped the biggest female fight in the history of boxing from getting made. Yeah, he stopped all that shit.
Yeah, right. And guess what? Were they both his fighters? Yes or no? One is Jake Paul. One is Jake Paul. Are they both fight? Were they fighting on his own? Yes or no?
So that even makes it even more. And that even makes it even harder to make the fight.
Both of them weren't on the same.
No, it was
exactly. So it makes it even
so
harder.
It wasn't you know, y'all come on, y'all know who.
So it doesn't give him any. So it gives him less incentive to make the fight if the other fighter is not with him.
He worked with Jake Paul in order to make that fight happen because that particular fight was supposed to be in the works.
Exactly. That's what real promoters should do. That's what real promoters should do. Work with other promoters to make the big fights.
When Serrano was with DeBella, they were still trying to make that fight from 2020 before the lockdown and everything like that.
And right, and Serrano, she played her cards right and wanted more money, and that's fine.
And she got it.
So it's a win-win. But don't sit here and act like I get it. You don't like Eddie, but don't sit here and act like. So I guess PBC don't block fights, but only Eddie block fights.
Okay, first of all,
I mean,
Eddie
I'm just asking. I'm just asking a question.
Well, you're asking, but I'm gonna make my statement though. Eddie said his goal was to destroy PBC and have Showtime close up shop, go out of business within 12 months. Eddie said his goal is to take over and put BBC out of business. So therefore, no, are you gonna let me land? No, you can't get my statement if you keep talking over me. Got that? So listen. So the point is,
land that plane, bro.
Listen, thank you. So the point is, the fact of the matter is, it behooves is in Eddie's best interest to withhold these fights so they don't make PBC better. He wants to hold them out. He wants to hold them out. He don't want them to get the good fights.
All right,
that's his game. That's
that's not what I asked you. I asked you. Okay, you cool with the whole thing? Now I asked you a yes and no thing. Do PBC hold out fights? Yes or no?
Can you name me a fight? Name me a fight PBC block, sir. I'll wait.
I can name you actually several fights that they block, but I mean, okay, well, shit, fuck it. We can keep it within their own stable. Leo Santa Cruz and Gary Russell Jr. Let's keep it within their own stable.
Did PBC block that?
Yep,
absolutely.
Sure did.
Absolutely. I know for a fact
Leo
that they
didn't seem too motivated in fighting, Gary. Leo seemed to like the one who didn't want it. I'd like to see it.
Wait a minute. That's not what happened.
That's
not what happened. So don't do that. Don't do that. So at the end of the day, we get it. You had this little thing that Eddie went hard on your little favorite promotional company and you upset with him. Okay, cool.
It's not about my favorite promotional
yeah, it
company.
is. Yeah, it is.
British
Because everything
coming in saying they taking
the
over
common
America
thing
and
here
putting
is you
American
we
boxing
talking
out of
boxing.
business, sir.
All we doing is
That's
talking
right.
boxing. You the only one that's always bringing up a promoter. Oh, Eddie Hearn.
I'm telling you the fights. Well, is Eddie Hearn stopping the fight? Hold up. Baby bird, I'm about to send you something, okay? And I want you to
All
play.
right. Oh, okay.
We
So
talking
wait,
boxing. This the
what
only
happened
Joker
with
keep
Leo
every
and
time
Gary?
it's Eddie Hearn this, Oscar this, the zone that. It's like, God damn, do PBC do anything wrong? They just don't do shit wrong, huh? God damn.
So what was it that happened with Leo and Gary? What's the real story?
The real story is that Al didn't want to make the fight.
Yeah, he didn't. He didn't want to
That's
make
a
the fight
fact.
because
That's a
yeah,
fact. That's a fact.
all those other fights that they put Leo Santa Cruz in, to put him in position to kind of like set him up, not to fight Gary Russell
Exactly.
Jr. And then he just ended up fighting Tank
Did
Davis. And
did 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 didn't Al block Regis from fighting didn't Al block Regis from fighting Barrios? So Regis left.
Yeah,
because
So,
Regis
but So let's don't act like this don't happen. And everything is
Regis was
Eddie
on that
fought,
card
Oscar
on
fought.
what
Everybody
was it
do
on
it.
that Tank versus Leo card? He was on that card, wasn't he?
Who's that?
Regis.
Regis wasn't on that card, was he? Nah.
On
No,
whose card?
Regis. Nah.
Well, what about, because I remember seeing Gary Russell on, I forgot whose YouTube channel, and I don't know if it was Barbershop, somebody, and he was saying that they have, in so many words, he was saying that PBC didn't make the fight between him and Tank either.
No, they didn't. I ain't want to bring that up. You know why they don't want to make it.
Yeah.
You know why they don't want to make it with Fat Boy is because Gary black. If Gary black, they not making no black fights. The two black over there at PBC, they'll tell you. Oh,
he
we
pretty
ain't
much
doing black.
said that.
But you gotta understand that's the Mayweather Leonard Ellaby formula. They black versus
Exactly.
Mexican. That's what they do.
But you know where they got the formula from, right? But you know what a formula. But you know who sort of pushed that formula was Al when he pushed it when Floyd left Top Rank. They pushed that shit hard. He was like, leave them black fighters alone. Bob had you fighting too many of them black fighters. We gonna stick to these Mexicans. But they don't want to talk about that.
Yo, fresh. Progress was on that card, that Tank versus Santa Cruz card.
Oh, was he?
Yep.
Regis was on that card?
Yep.
Oh, damn. Shit. All right. But Regis wanted the Barrios fight, and they didn't give it to him. So that's one of the reasons why he didn't get none of the fights he wanted. That's why he left. And that's another reason why Eubank left. He couldn't get the Maracalo fight, so he left. They wouldn't make that fight. But like I said, we gonna act like, oh, it's only this month. We just talking about the fights in their own stable they can't even get.
I can't hear you, Boxing Sauce.
And we can go back and forth, just like shit. Matchroom can't make Triple G fight Boo Boo Andrade. It happens. They can't make the fight. So I mean, it happens. It happens across the board. Shit.
Yep.
It sure does. I don't know what he's looking for because he's still.
Yeah, I don't know. He going through his little. He going through his little poltergeist closet or some shit. About to flood the motherfucking internet. You know how he do, bro. Like, he will poltergeist me to death. I like Slim. Like, we talking boxing. Like, everything can't be the promoter's fault. Let's just talk to the shit that like Eddie, Oscar, the zone. I don't give a fuck about all that. Yeah, I'm talking about trying to get.
I noticed he won't never say anything bad about PBC.
Never, none. Most people don't. They always think this whole. I was like, y'all do this whole super duper pro black shit, but every time Tom Brown is the lead promoter.
Say anything? I'm just being honest. I've never heard you say anything bad about PBC.
Well, listen. There's a lot of things I could listen. My whole thing is, there's one company who's a British company who said they was coming over to America to take over and put American Showtime out of business. PBC
so is that your
business,
gripe?
right?
Is that your gripe with
Eddie
Hearn?
Well, my gripe is I wouldn't mind if Eddie Hearn came over here and just been a part of American boxing. But when you said you're gonna come and take and put these organizations out of business, then yeah, I have an issue with that. When you're blocking these top fights because that is your goal to hoard these titles, so you don't give any others opportunity on the PBC side, I have a problem with that. When you're stopping Undisputed, what's the joke?
He didn't stop Undisputed. I just gave you an example where that Undisputed got made with Josh and Jose Ramirez. So how did he block Undisputed?
Okay. Well, listen to Eddie say it himself. Don't listen to me.
Okay,
Alright,
but we don't hear what he said. We can just stick to the facts.
I'm gonna play this video that's Checkmate sent me. Here we go.
We don't need to.
10 days' time, touch wood, the zone have the entire roster of middleweight world champions. So people like Charlo, you no fights for you. If you want to be a world middleweight champion, you better join the zone ASAP.
You said, like Charlo must come to the zone.
Yeah, he must.
In order for any of those big middleweight fights to happen.
Yeah, he must, because Showtime can't pay the money that we're paying. I expect Showtime to leave the sport in 12 months to be on his own. Otherwise, he ain't getting a Canelo fight. You're going to see a natural progression of fighters knowing that they have to be with the zone to get certain.
Eddie Hearn just backstage there was banging the drum for the Charlo fight. Is that the fight you'd want above all others right now?
Nah, I mean, listen, the real story is we're on Matchroom, we're on the zone.
So when I sit there and listen to you say, "Oh, Jaime Munguia, let's fight Triple G,"
That's not in my direction. You're advocating the wrong fight. Jaime Munguia don't need to be fighting me if he's looking to fight Triple G, or if Triple G or the winner or loser of Murata. I'll fight either one of them because they're both elite top fighters, and I want to get in there with the best.
Let's get the fighters that we need to do on this broadcast. Matchroom, that's Jaime Munguia, that's Billy Joe Saunders if he decided to come back, that's Triple G, Murata. At the end of the day, those are the names that we can make possible in this platform. So let's drive that engine. Charlo, at the end of the day, he wins, I win. We drive the engine over here, it's going to happen. But we can talk about it all day long, Chris Maddox. We can talk about it all day long. It won't be the same, but we need to talk about what we can do here right now and what's the next steps to make the things happen here.
Do you have any messages for Jamal Charlo?
I got no messages.
Come on, Slim. How
The
long
message
is
is,
this?
whoever wants to fight, we can fight.
God damn, this shit is super duper edited though. Like it's
Can you
edited to
shut the
favor
fuck
the
up?
narrative.
It's called 2 minutes, nigga. Damn.
God
The
damn.
whole picture, everybody.
You did this in 2018 and 2019.
Who's with Matchroom first?
Bro.
There's a lot
It
of big
don't
fights
even
there.
matter now.
And then hopefully those big fights will happen. And I continue to
What
keep
year
on
was this?
winning.
I bet you don't know what year this was.
Networks in. You know, I mean, what more they want from me?
What year was that?
And that
This was
concludes
Andre's last fight. There was clips. And the point is, the Andre's last fight, that was Andre's last fight when he had that conversation with Chris Mannix, when he was in the ring and said, stop telling Munguia and all of them to go to fight each other. Have them fight me. What Eddie has been doing is even freezing out Andre the same way he did Tevin Campbell. Okay, so the way he did Tevin Campbell, Tevin Farmer. Listen. Can we talk? Listen, the thing about it, he used Tevin to try to lure Tank, and he used Andre to try to lure.
That's what he was supposed to do. So that's what they told you he was going to do.
Are you gonna let me talk, or are you gonna keep talking over? You gonna finish my sentence for me? So listen,
yeah, I'm gonna finish it for you. Yeah, he said he was doing it because he was trying to lure them over. Yeah, he said that.
Okay, my point is, you just heard Eddie Hearn say that there's no fights for Charlo, and you're asking why he's not getting these fights. So then when you
I told you.
So okay, so no. Let me finish my point. Let me finish. You're cutting my point off. So my point is this: you asked me about my situation with Eddie Hearn. This is what Eddie Hearn's doing. This is what pissed me off about Eddie Hearn. Not only is he destroying Charlo's career, but he's also destroying Andre's career. He basically sabotaged Andre's career. Charlo's gonna keep it moving because he's on a different platform. But Andre has been just collecting dust. So this is my problem with Eddie Hearn. This is the reason why I beat my drum about he's a scoundrel and he's destroying and stopping these big fights from happening in America with American boxers. Simple as that. Okay.
So is that why Hooker and Jose Ramirez was made? Both American boxers.
With that, listen, you talk about this. I'm talking about first of all, is Hooker or any of them was with PBC?
Wait a minute. You said so. You're talking about PBC boxers.
Did he say?
So you're defending PBC. Defending PBC boxers.
I'm telling you. What did Eddie say? Did Eddie say he was going to put Bob Arum out of business, or did he say he was going to put Showtime and PBC out of business, sir?
So I'm asking. So you're only defending PBC boxing.
Let me fucking finish my statement. So
Why
did
you
he
gotta
say
cuss,
he
Mo?
was?
You that
Because you
agitated,
keep cutting
Slim?
me off. No, I'm always agitated
Damn,
when you
Mo.
don't allow. You act like you can't let a person finish their sentence. Okay. So my point
Slim,
is
you the
this.
only one that's
Okay,
doing
well,
these
let me
drawn
finish my.
out, run
You
on
asked me a statement.
paragraphs that
It
nobody's
doesn't matter.
asking
I
for.
don't give a fuck if it's 25 minutes. If you ask me a question, I'm going to respond in my manner. Okay. So the fact of the matter is, well, you ain't running shit over here, nigga. Sit your punk ass down and listen to my. And you ask me a question, I'm gonna fucking answer.
Well, you ain't getting
So
enough
listen.
attention at home, huh? I can dig
Well,
it.
guess what? Well, apparently you don't. Apparently you don't
You
like
can
getting
tell
stuff with
when a
the fact.
motherfucker don't get no attention at home.
Apparently you don't like getting stuff with the fact. You asked me about Eddie Hearn. I showed you a fact, and when we're talking about it, and you still talking over it like a dickhead. Now the fact of the matter is, Eddie
And
Hearn
you the
is
only one
proving
that's
he's
cussing.
stopping these big fights, and you're the only, and you're the only one that's
I'm
interrupting.
laughing at
Come on,
you.
guys. We're having a good time. Don't get upset.
Exactly, but
Hey,
my
I'm not
point is,
upset.
Nike,
I'm
when people
laughing at
talk,
you.
I
I
know you're not
listen.
upset.
When
Checkmate,
people
you
talk,
get it
I
in.
listen,
you know how
I
you get.
respect. That's called respectful dialogue, and then it's
But
called people
look,
who want to
I'm just
cut in
gonna
and
say,
turn
I
in.
think Eddie Hearn keeps the same energy with everybody. He tries to take fights away from Bob Arum too. Like
Yeah, he said it. He said it several times.
yeah.
Like,
So he
I
keeps
don't
the same
understand
energy all
why
around.
this.
It's not just PBC that he's been.
Nike, have you ever heard him say he was putting Top Rank out of business?
He tried to take. He got when he goes over there and he bids for fights. The Top Rank was supposed to get, like the Teofimo and Kambosos fight. He was in there trying to get that fight too. So I feel like he has the same energy for everything. He's just in the business of boxing. I don't think
if
his
Mr. Big
thing
Mouth
is
wasn't
like.
talking here, you would have heard the whole video. But the thing about it, you heard him say that Showtime is going to be out of business in 12 months. You heard him say there's no fights for Charlo unless he joins his own. You
And
heard him say that.
And didn't Bob say Showtime was going to be out of business too? Because premium boxing is
we're
dead.
not talking. You asked me about Eddie, right? So why are we talking about Bob? I got a whole nother thing about
I'm
Bob.
telling you,
I got a whole nother thing
it's
about
around
this
the board.
MBF list, no black fighters list. Okay, everybody got their own little thing that's going
No
on.
black
But you asked
fighters,
me
but
about
this
Eddie.
motherfucker pom shaking for a black fighter that refused to fight black fighters. He's like, this shit crazy, bro. Like, none of this shit be making sense, bro. I hear you, Mo. I hear you. All right, can we talk about boxing? Because we get it. You got your little thing with Eddie. Cool. Maybe if you go to a fight, you can go talk to him and y'all can chop it up or something.
I didn't even know that was your plight with him, so I'm glad that you did get that out today.
Yeah, thank you. Good God.
I didn't know that was the.
Thank you. Thank you. Get it out. Please get it out.
We got Haney Kambosos coming up in a few weeks. We got Roman versus Stephen Fulton coming up in a few weeks.
It's a lot of good fights coming
in. A lot of good fights.
I'm really excited to see the Haney and Kambosos fight.
That shit, young Haney is gonna shock a lot of people. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
He gonna win. That ain't gonna be shocking.
No. What I'm telling you is, it's gonna be way more convincing than what people gonna think. Is what I'm telling you. Like, people think this shit is gonna be close. Haney is gonna make this very easy, where it won't even worry about what the cards is. Don't worry about them cards. Them cards ain't
you know
matter.
what? I hope you're right, because I'm worried about the cards. That's what I'm worried about.
Nah, it's gonna be convincing.
Only thing I'm worried about the cards.
Nah, it's gonna be convincing. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be convincing.
Y'all seen them 3 judges give the first 4 rounds of Canelo versus Bivol. Like I said, there's a lot of things that's happening, and it happens all the time. And I know that the Australian government and Bob Arum wants to make sure that Kambosos win.
Not Bob Arum. I don't think Bob Arum really cares.
No. Do you know how long Bob Arum wanted to sign Haney? Are you serious?
Facts.
Dog, do you even go to these fights, bro? Like, do you even? They've been telling me for years they wanted Haney.
That's
what are you talking about?
Mike,
you signed with the wrong promoter.
Right. Yeah, I remember that. But wasn't he just trying to make Undisputed with Kambosos and Loma? I'm not Undisputed, excuse me. But wasn't he just trying to make Kambosos versus Loma? Okay, so
of course he was trying to make.
So my point is, Bob was already trying to. So if Bob is already, when Bob signed Kambosos to a multi-year deal with Lou DiBella, and they're gonna get other fights on their platform as well, right? So the point is, Bob saw, his bigger picture is the Kambosos. He feel like Kambosos is the more marketable person because he can go after the Greek audience and he can go after the Australian audience. So. And the white audience.
Well, let me tell you what happened. Well, let me tell you from a person who actually know these people and who go to these fights. They always wanted Haney for years. I've been knowing this because they've been telling me this. And they saw an opportunity to finally get Haney in the fold. That's the main reason how they ended up with the deal. That's why they gave Haney a multi-fight deal and not a one-off or a rematch. He got a 3-fight deal because they wanted to always be in the Haney business.
They
Jeez,
gave him
Slim,
a
like you
slave.
can't.
They gave him a slave deal. The Haney right now is making
Okay,
about
if
$2
that's
million.
what does it matter to you? Is it your money? What does it matter to you?
It doesn't. But that's not the point. Why are you asking me? Was it matter to me? I'm just saying it was a slave deal. Eddie Hearn said it was a horrible deal. Haney said it was a horrible deal. Bill said it was a horrible deal. Everybody saying it's a horrible deal, but you asking me what does it matter? Okay.
Yeah. What does it matter to you?
I know. Well, it doesn't matter. It's a horrible deal.
He taking the bet on
Can we move on? It's a horrible deal. It's a horrible deal. Let's move on. Let's talk about the fight.
Haney betting on himself.
Exactly.
Eddie Hearn paid him well, so he's good. He's good right now.
And they already said that. He said, Haney said out his mouth, it wasn't even about the money. I already had the money. Now it's time for me to make the legacy. He said it out his mouth.
Because he's the one who came out and said, I'll take the same deal that you're giving to Loma. Like the same money that you're giving to Loma. He's the one that said that out of his own mouth.
Yep.
Cambosa's making.
And they saw that.
Where I give Cambosa's credit is because he could have went in another direction. He could have afforded a farm over there.
Let me tell you why he didn't go. You know why they couldn't go in another direction? Let me tell you why they couldn't go. Because they wanted to be in the Haney business. You dig what I'm telling you? So they needed Haney to get that fight. That's the reason. They could afford him. They could have did a Comey fight. They could have did that shit. They had several other options. But Top Rank was like, nope. If we can't get Loma, we want to be in the Haney business. So make the fight. That's how it went down. And it came down. It wasn't even Bob. It was Lou DiBella, the one that was like not pushback, but like making it hard.
You're right.
Bob always wanted Haney. Bob been wanting Haney for years.
Yep.
Wow.
That's a fact.
So that's going to be interesting. I'm excited.
It's going to be, everybody think it's a rematch. Excited. And I'm telling you right now, it's not even going to, y'all keep thinking this is going to be a rematch with Kambosos. It's going to be Haney versus Loma. When Haney get that belt, it's going to be Haney versus Loma. Kambosos is just going to ride off in the sunset, get his little couple fights off. And that's what it's going to be. It had nothing to do with Kambosos. It had everything to do with Lou DiBella trying to set himself up for a multi-fight deal.
Right.
Yeah,
yep. That's the first thing that he was talking about after Kambosos beat Teofimo Lopez.
Yeah, he was leveraging Kambosos to get Lou DiBella off the ground. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So he was like, shit, I got these belts. I'm gonna get this shit. And that's what he did. Man. Right. And that's what he was supposed to do. So it's a win-win for the promoter and it's a win-win for the fighter.
Well, I see them trying to steal this. That's why Devin got to dominate. He has to dominate, or else if it's close, you can forget about it if it's close. So he has to dominate. He got the skill. There's a skill separation. Kambosos got heart. He got toughness. He got speed. You know what I mean? But you can't take nothing away from him. He's a fighter. He's a scrapper. But there's definitely a skill separation that I see. So I'm looking for Devin to do some incredible work and really get him on that map and take him to that next level.
I'm telling you, don't be surprised if Haney walk him down the whole fight. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Don't be surprised.
I wouldn't be either. I've been saying that dude could be as big as like 145 or something on fight.
I think Haney could be a welterweight. That's a fact.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's why
I spoke to Haney. I spoke to Haney. He already know they feel that his best weight will be like at the either the end of 140 or definitely 147 is his best weight.
That's where I asked if he was going to be a 147 back in 2019.
Yeah.
But you can see his
big
build.
Yeah,
because he got wide shoulders.
His build, he's going to definitely grow into 147. He's going to do some great things there.
Yeah,
and that's why he's still going into his mass strength.
Right, but that's what I'm telling you. I think they know what. See, Slim, they know what they signed up for, and they know exactly what they're going to do. They know they got this shit. I'm telling you, that fight is going to be. He's going to win the shit convincingly. It's not even going to be. It's not gonna be. But the thing is, it's the fight after where everybody gonna really be surprised is when Loma pop up and Haney get that Haney and Loma fight gonna be big, bro.
Man, I want to see that fight. Let me
That fight is
ask
gonna be
you.
big.
Let me ask you.
When he said,
did Loma duck Haney, or we can't consider that a duck?
Nah, that's not what happened. Haney, what happened was Loma, when I told Haney and them, I was like, y'all should have never left out the IBF for starters. Y'all got trick bagged by the fucking Mauricio and them. But at the end of the day, Loma didn't duck. Bob and them, I would say it's 50-50. Loma didn't duck, but Bob and them did the paperwork for Loma. So he is sort of, you know what I mean? So Loma had no idea that he was doing he didn't know anything about a franchise.
Right. Well,
and then Clemens and Bob did that because they didn't want to.
Fresh. It's not just that, but Bob did the paperwork for Loma to get the WBC title in the first place because Devin was supposed to fight Luke Campbell for the WBC.
Right.
And the WBC was like, no. And then Bob stepped in and said, hey, listen, I got Lomachenko right here. And he just Luke Campbell in the UK. The deal.
Right. And then you had to get the franchise because technically when you win a vacant, you supposed to run it back with an automatic mandatory.
Yep.
So the only protection they had was to go to the franchise because they had other fighters in top rank they needed to defeat, like
but first of all, Loma should not have been out.
Mandatories.
Right.
But first of all, Loma should not have been able, as a sitting champion, to be allowed to fight for the vacant belt. That's the same thing.
I mean, it's in the law, but
AJ did the same thing.
Part two.
Right.
But you
so
it's in the books,
that's cheating. They tried to cheat their way to undisputed by fighting as a sitting champion. I just don't believe in that bullshit.
But it's in the bylaws that he can do that. It's in the rules that he can do that.
But you're fighting a fluke Luke. You're fighting a know nothing Luke Campbell for a vacant Mikey Garcia WBC belt. You know, so you can try to cheapen your way to undisputed. The same way
it ain't Loma fault that Mikey was duck Loma. Because that's the fight that everybody wanted to see was Mikey versus Lomachenko.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
And Mikey decided, well, Loma too risky. I already got my shit flushed by fucking Lipinets. Even though he won that fight, Lipinets did put pause on that motherfucking Mikey. I don't care what y'all say. He put pause on Mikey, and Mikey dropped that belt. He's like, I ain't fucking with these 140 motherfuckers. If I had problems with that kickboxer, I know I'm gonna have problems with that other motherfuckers. I'm going back to 135, and then he found and Mikey did a great thing, scammed the motherfucking boxing public into a fucking Earl fight. He scammed us. I mean, he didn't scam us, but he scammed the game. He scammed it. He's like, I'm Mexican.
He said he wanted to fight Errol Spence and Manny Pacquiao, and he was able to get at least one of them.
He was able, and he almost. You know how close he was able to get that Manny fight.
Yeah.
After getting punished by Earl, do you know he was about to really get that?
His name shouldn't have been in that sweepstakes. That's crazy, right?
That's a fact.
That's sad. But he already scammed his way. So he was like, shit, I got a fan base. They don't care. You know what I'm saying? That Mexican fan base, I got a company that bootlick the Mexicans. I'm perfect. Shit, they gonna give me the fight.
Well, they had Mike at 39-0, 30 KOs, and number 5 pound for pound. They figured like, okay, he earned the shot, you know, and they gave it to him. Mike, I like Mikey. I thought Mikey was a decent fighter. So
but he didn't deserve a shot at Manny. Like, come on.
Nah.
But he came real close to getting that Manny fight. Y'all just don't know.
And that's crazy.
Real close.
Yeah,
they didn't win.
Mad that Earl ain't get that.
Yeah, but you know when you saw Manny face after that Earl and Mikey fight, you saw Manny face was like, you know, I ain't really supposed to be fighting you. I'm supposed to be fighting the Mexican, right?
Manny didn't even want to go over there when Earl called
he didn't want to go over there because he already had it in his mind and he wasn't fighting no goddamn Earl. It was supposed to be the Mexican, win, lose, or draw. I'm fighting this Mexican. You don't even know it though.
And then the WBA played shuffle belts.
Man.
You know, they really was trying to discourage all of that.
That was the other thing with Mikey too, with the WBA, because when they had that whole thing with Manny Pacquiao and they vacated the title, I thought that Mikey was gonna fight for the vacant title, or at least against Ugas for it. But
Nah. Mikey can't. You know what did Mikey in is because Mikey got his shit beat up by Sandor Martin.
I'm talking about before that.
No, he couldn't fight for he couldn't fight for it because he was coming off because he beat Vargas.
Sandor was his last fight though.
Huh?
It was like
that was his last fight, but he couldn't fight for the vacant because one, he was coming off a loss, and I don't even think Mikey and what's his face was the gold. No.
They were in the top 5, like because
it can't be because Virgil Ortiz had the gold, right?
The WBA. This is before that. Even before Virgil Ortiz had the gold.
The fuck? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because I thought they was gonna sneak Virgil in there, and then I don't know. I don't seem right. I don't think that's possible.
You would have to like go back in the WBA.
Yeah, that don't seem. It is no way he can, because Vargas wasn't even ranked at 147, so that didn't even count.
You know what? I could see Thurman trying to fight Virgil instead of Boots. I don't think he won no parts of Boots, but I could see him trying to fight Virgil. I can see that. I can see that.
Nah, Keith ain't stupid.
Thurman trying to slither his way over there to I can see that.
Nah, Keith, no. They're not gonna do that because they owe Keith a fight. So and Virgil ain't on the list. It's Boots, Bud, or
bro. Keith is not fucking with Boots, bro. He ain't gonna do it.
Yeah, well, the problem now is he might not have no other choice.
Yep.
Because Showtime gotta deliver, and Showtime is already in bed. They already told y'all they gotta start pushing the gas on Boots. So at the end of the day, and they owe Keith, and the only way they can afford Keith is one, they gotta bring a fight where Keith can get paid, and he only can get paid right now with in that side with 3 fighters. That's Bud, Earl, or Boots. That's it.
Yeah, well, Errol already said he's not fighting him, so.
Well, Earl don't make that decision, so unfortunately. So Earl
the thing is, like, I really do want to see Earl fight him. I know Earl don't want because when he was trying to get him,
I think that's the fight that's gonna happen next. Personally, that's the fight I think that's gonna happen.
What, Errol?
Keith tried to son Earl.
No.
Keith tried to son Earl. Keith was telling him, "Oh, you go get a belt. Who are you? What have you done?" You know what I'm saying? So Earl is kind of repaying.
Earl don't make those decisions, Mo. Like I'm telling you.
We getting Earl versus Bud next.
Of course.
Don't let them trick bag you. Don't let them trick bag you, Mo.
Mike, that's it. That's coming.
Hold on.
That's coming.
Don't let them trick bag you and believe in that.
Don't let who?
Well, this is
Ron don't think Earl and Crawford gonna fight next.
No.
Now, I will say this.
Blood is saying
if you say after EJ versus Bud, EJ is going up to 54. So if EJ was to fight Thurman at 54, okay, I can see that. But next we get EJ versus Bud.
There's only
100%. That's it. 100%.
I don't think
Earl Spence is going to have at 147. And that's against Crawford. That's it. Nobody else.
That's it.
It's a possibility that you might see Keith. It's a possibility that you might see Keith versus Earl at a catchway. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
Trust me.
You got
if we look at
a source that you know.
If we look at it, right? Anytime Al Heyman wanted a belt from the other side, he sent EJ over there to do the dirty work. He ain't sent Keith over there. He sent EJ to take that belt in the UK. And he gonna send EJ to get that belt from Bud. You know, the best fight. This is what we've been waiting for, and we about to get it.
Super Bowl is going down.
Okay.
mean, I hear you,
there.
but this is
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
hear you
thinking.
too.
It's going
I
down.
think Keith is going to surprise y'all. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
Well, I
Somebody
don't
is
know.
fighting Keith.
I don't think it's it. Listen, if it's either one of those guys, I would be the most shocked person out there because
Wow.
all sides from Errol and Bud say that fight's next.
Facts.
God knows
Okay.
now.
Facts.
And the suits is saying
Not just the suits.
we need to keep this Dallas thing going, but that Omaha motherfucker is too risky.
Nah. Nah. The money is there. The money is there right now for this fight.
The money is there.
The
It's time
money's
for
there
that
for
fight.
this fight.
That fight
Are
been
we sure
brewing.
that the money is
It's
there?
time for the
Because that's
fight.
not what the
Yes.
suits is saying. The suits is saying the money isn't
You
there.
know what? You know what? That is a good point. That is a
The
good
suits
point
is saying the
because
money isn't there.
I
How
do
could
feel
it be
like
there?
Anymore.
I do feel like even with the streaming thing, I don't think Bud or EJ gonna get they just still.
No,
And
the
I think
suits.
that's kind of fucked up right
The
now.
suits said that in February. They're not saying it now.
I mean, they can't say the money's not there and then offer
Once
Canelo all types of shit.
no,
Right,
they're saying no.
They're
You
The
gotta
money's there.
understand,
The money's
saying it
there.
now.
Nike. You gotta understand. You dealing with Cinnamon is Mexican now. You dealing with a group that like that shit. So you know what I mean. It's a difference.
Hey, hold on.
It's not really a lot of money for the brothers over there like that.
All of us
they could promote the shit out of this fight.
All of us
Take,
are in social media. We
But it's
know
not even
how
that.
much
But you don't
cash
understand.
has been
See,
talked
y'all
about
don't really
from both
understand
sides.
how risky Bud is to the brand of PBC right now. He's a risk.
What
It's not.
risk?
I don't.
Let me
Because
tell you what the
if
risk
Bud goes
is.
over there and take all the belts, then they don't
The
have
risk
no
is. Let me
They don't
tell
have
you the
no
risk.
leverage to do anything else that way.
Right. The risk is you done built up these fights. You done built up this fighter. You done built up this brand in Dallas specifically. Now, it's been a narrative that this man been avoiding him. They make the fight. Keep in mind, this is we'll just say it's a 50-50 fight. But they don't really want Earl in no 50-50 fight. That's risky to them. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but the fact that EJ and Bud is moving up after this fight, regardless.
I don't think no. I hear what you're saying. I think Bud is using that as leverage. I think if Bud get the Earl fight, I think what'll happen is
PBC ain't dumb. PBC gonna make him
yeah,
sign
they're gonna
They want
it's
two
gonna be a
fight
2
deal.
or 3 fight deal. I don't think it's gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be a 54. I think if Bud and Earl fought, I think the winner will fight Keith.
The
because
thing is that there are people there.
you got Stanionis in the back.
First off, I'll
you
put
got
it like
Stanionis.
There are folks in PBC that do want Bud to have a multi-fight deal with PBC. But the thing about it is that they definitely want that Spence versus Crawford fight to happen. And that's their priority. And both sides want it. You know, Spence wants it, Crawford wants it. Both of them say, hey, we want to make this the most lucrative fight possible. They see that this is about the time that they should do it. That's when the highest demand for the fight is going to be. So they want to just make it happen right now. Because
and let me say this. Listen, the IBF right there, and you know they step aside for Earl versus Bud. They not stepping aside for nobody. They want Boots to get that shot too.
Yeah,
so
there's no other way around it. They've already
they want Boots that shot.
Yeah.
They want
the IBF don't play with
IBF
that.
shot.
They don't play with that. And even with the
I
WBA,
like that though, boxing source. I like that though.
The WBA allowed the Ugas versus Spence fight to happen because they knew that they wanted to have this undisputed title fight happen this year. And so that's exactly what's going to happen. Otherwise, you're going to have all those belts split up. So there's only one
IBF don't be having no shenanigans.
Yeah, they don't play.
So either way, Boots is getting a shot after. It's either Bud or it's gonna be Boots.
Yeah, I thought Stanionis. I would think the next person is Stanionis.
Boots and Stanionis gotta fight an eliminator. I think. I think that's what it is.
I think they want to set that up, Boots versus Stanionis,
Yeah,
because that's going to be that's possible on all sides, because we're not getting no
Right.
Boots versus Thurman. That ain't happening. Nope.
So
Thurman
it's
ain't gonna do
Boots
it.
and Stanionis, and then Thurman would
I,
be
I,
like
I,
down
I
the
like
road.
that fight better. You
Yeah.
know why? Because I think Stanionis at least gonna come to fight. Like
I
I
like
think
him.
Boots.
I
I
like
think Boots
Stanionis.
is a beast. But
Yo,
that
that
the last
Stanionis, that
yo
fight
these
between
dudes
him
be
and Gutayev
folding.
was a good fight.
The,
That was a
the,
good
the,
fight.
Oh man! Oh, I loved it.
the last fight Boots had, old boy just folded. He was
Oh,
scared.
yo,
He was
Chris,
scared, man.
man, yo, Chris
He
Hill
was
Crumbled.
scared.
Yeah,
no,
that
man,
was horrible.
he was just standing there, putting his hands up, and just took everything, man. It was,
And you know what? I seen it in the weigh-in. Once Boots smiled at him, like he was a little shaky. He was like, you know what I mean? I'm like, oh man,
Oh Lord, what did I sign up for?
Man,
Who's about to
that
fuck
weigh-in was
yeah.
crazy, yo. I was about to punch a few Argentinians out there, man, for real, because they was all in the way and shit. Like, yo, get the fuck out the way.
Man.
Yeah, but I like Stanionis though.
You know what?
So-
I tell you for real, I do. I want to see Stanionis fight Boots rather than Thurman. I think Thurman is gonna be scared, man. I'd rather see Stanionis gonna come and fight. Stanionis he going out.
Didn't Thurman
Hey, Mike,
videos where he was talking about Boots and like he was saying like he wasn't like really interested in fighting Boots or something? I gotta look at that.
He act like he didn't know who Boots was. He trying to.
And Stanionis is actually big for the weight, so it looks like he probably might be
Yes.
moving up to 54 next. Ooh, you know what I want to see?
Yeah, but
Stanionis Castano.
But let me tell you,
I want to see Stanionis versus Castano, man. That would be a banger.
Let me tell y'all. I remember when
Castano.
I remember when J-Rock was a champion and Boots was like a young boy. Man, Boots is disrespectful, man, for real. I know the gym is different than the ring, but man,
listen,
Boots a bad motherfucker, man.
Listen,
He
that
a
dude,
bad motherfucker.
that dude's life is in the gym. Nowhere else. When I say nowhere else, I mean nowhere else, bro. Nowhere else.
I used to ask Adam and other writers why they haven't been writing about him. We didn't had like 23 fights. I'm like, this Boots guy is
And look
good.
at this. This was the point when J-Rock was beating everybody. This before he got knocked out by Jamal. Man, Boots a bad motherfucker. That's all I'm gonna say, man. He like that.
It's a shame that he just getting his recognition. He didn't get it until the Lipness fight. And because I was saying, like, why aren't anybody paying attention? It's the same thing I was saying about Antoine Russell. Because listen, because they was pushing Berlinga
That'd
and they
be a
was
hell
pushing.
of a fight, man. That's gonna be a hell of a fight one day.
What?
They were pushing Berlinga and they were pushing. They were pushing
and Boots.
They were pushing Berlinga and pushing
big.
Virgil Ortiz at the same time, but they was ignoring Boots. I'm like, hold up. These guys are 14-0, 12-0. You're pushing them and putting their names out there all in the boxing media, but you're ignoring Boots. Why? You know, but this guy is very, very.
Yeah, man. What was that? What was that fight
belt,
they had him in?
There's not 10 skillful than Boots.
Yeah. What was that fight they had him in? Was the one of them Showtime fights? It was a couple years back. I think it was that. Was it on the Clarissa Shields card or something? I think that Eubal fight a couple years ago. When they had that joint in Atlantic City, that's when
Okay, yeah,
that was the Shields card, yeah. So I was like, yo, yeah, folks. That's when folks started to see, like, hey, wait a minute, this dude right here, yeah, he's something. You know what I'm saying?
When he did that little turn and pause.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but Boots is the truth. Like I said, I don't think there's 10 people in boxing right now that are better than him. So I would actually,
I'm gonna say it like this. I think the only people at 147 that can see Boots is Earl and Bud. I think those are the only two that can see him.
That's it.
Ron might not like this, but I think the only person that can see Boots is Earl. Look! Oh, come on, Mango Bobby. I'm just saying. Styles make fights. Everybody told me I was wrong about Bibble and Canelo. I just, again, when I see Boots and when I see Bud, I see the styles. I just again,
but you know what? I think Earl
Boots is
gonna
more
give him a
athletic
shot,
than
but
Earl.
not at 147.
I mean, not Earl. I meant Bud. I meant Bud.
I think Earl gonna give Boots a shot, but at 154 though.
Yeah, that's gonna be a monster. Oh my God, that's gonna be monster.
Yeah, that'll be a fight. That'll be a fight.
Man, I'm looking forward to that fight. I'm looking forward to that fight. I don't even want it yet. I need that. I need that to wait so we get everything else out the way.
Yeah,
that's gonna be a monster fight.
Man, when Bosey said that Boots was right back in the dungeon on Monday or something, I was like, God,
man,
he lives it, man.
He lives it.
He got that Mayweather mentality. He live in the gym. Yeah, he in the gym.
Yeah.
You
know what though? Hey Mike, you know what? When I was like taking pictures and looking, I was like, yo, he almost looking like Floyd Mayweather.
Yo, no matter how much Floyd was another one. I always thought Floyd is a beast in the ring. He another cornball. Well, outside the ring, but when it comes to that boxing shit, Mike, listen, Mike. I'm sorry. He's goofy, man.
Look, Mike, my thing is this. Okay, listen. My thing is this. You see, what I do in the ring, I don't play in the ring. All work is easy work, hard work, and dedication. That's what makes me TBE.
You're good at doing voices? I see.
Yeah.
Let me tell you. Speaking of Floyd, let me tell you. This is one thing I'm a little disappointed. Like, I believe, like, as far as Tank. Now, they made Tank and turn him into a superstar and all of that stuff. But I think he should have been able to have these legacy fights before a lot of these other fighters. Tank should have been able to, at 130, he should have been able to go ahead and collect all of them belts at 130. You know what I mean? Burchell, he would have knocked Burchell out.
Yeah, I mean, what was the fight that he had before Loma? Where he won his first belt. Like after that, he should have been, going up, but they just, brought him along slow because they wanted to develop him not just as a fighter, but as a
mentally, and everything else.
I think Tank fell for the promotion. Like, he don't give a fuck about the belts.
But it's not just that. It's that they wanted to develop him not just on that side, but on the fighter side. That's what his coach, was saying. Coach Kenny and
I feel
you. So when they're saying, like, now that this is going to be his last fight, like being under Mayweather Promotions, they feel like right now is the time to like fully push him for him to be on up, take
on a Rolly fight.
Well, you got to remember, keep in mind, they did offer Tevin Farmer $2 million for that unification.
Yeah,
and we know, Baby Bird, who turned it down?
Who turned what down?
Yeah, the $2 million, the fight for Tevin Farmer to fight Tank.
Who? I don't know who turned it down. You said it was Eddie Hearn?
Oh no, not this.
Goodness gracious.
Don't do this again, man.
No, but I'm just saying that's what that's why I looked at her. Listen.
So Steven, I feel you that Tank didn't ask for the, but you gotta like where Tank come from, like for the situation he come from, and then just fucking with Floyd and them, he went over there and got rich. He ain't give a fuck about the belts. Like, I mean, it happens. Like, listen. I'm not taking up for him. I wish he would have fought Loma and shit, but it is what it is.
I mean, they wanted to, have him to get the bag, and then at the same time, they just felt like, hey, they feel like.
But hold on, real quick. Are we sure? Like, what you mean by rich? Do you honestly think? Let me ask y'all, and I know they pushing a lifestyle on y'all, and I know that a lot of people falling for this shit. Do we honestly believe? I know y'all will say, I know one motherfucker they act like Fat Boy make $10 million a fight. I know, and somebody on here is gonna pom. Are we sure that Fat Boy paperwork is right and that he's the highest paid? Or if he's a top 5 highest paid boxer in his own division, are we sure that he is?
He's not getting $10 million.
100% Tank makes minimum $5 million. 100% a minimum of $5 million.
So me being
he got a backdoor Showtime deal. that he get guaranteed from Showtime. I mean, listen, Tank. Why do you think he never fought on Fox? I'm telling you, Tank is pocketing. Tank minimum is 5. They don't tell you everything because they don't pay sanctioning fees on everything. So they'll show. They even show you a million guaranteed, but they make more than that.
What does the sanctioning fees have to do with anything?
Because if let's say you make 5 million, right, and you show 5 million, you pay your sanctioning fees on a percentage of that 5 million. But if you make
you do
5
know,
million,
okay. But
let me ask y'all this.
Bring up sanctioning fees.
If you show 1 million,
matter.
you only
when you
if you pay 1 million, you only if you show 1 million, you only gonna pay sanctioning fees on 1 million.
Let me ask you this, right?
That's not how they do
That's
that.
not how that works. But
That's
let
not
me
how they
tell you
do
something.
that, though.
Most boxers with a deal, they get more money having belts than they do without it. So the incentive on being a champion outweighs the sanctioning fees, Mo.
It depends on the fighter.
Again,
So now you're
business.
telling me
It's
that
called smart business.
now you're telling me Fat Boy contract is different.
No. You see what Steven's saying, right? Steven's saying the same thing that you see with the Charlo brothers, what you see with Errol Spence, what you see with like Keith Thurman, and what you've seen with Deontay Wilder. They get money off the back end because they put their promotional license or their promotional thing behind it too. So you get the base first, yes, but also you get what you get from being a promotional, partner for the event itself. So that's how they get to the 5 million or whatever it is, even though your base salary could be like 1 million.
Right.
So let me get this right. Let me understand this. If Davis is a $5 million fighter, then how come he can't pay Haney $3 million and they can make a fight?
That's
whatever. That's between them.
Do you know how Haney gets his
that's between the promotional. That's between.
You know how Haney gets his $3?
Promotional
Haney gets his $3 the same way that Tank gets his 5 or whatever it is. Both fighters have their own promotional companies, GTD and Devin Haney Promotions, both of them. So they both
got you. So once again, but what does that have to do with? Because from my understanding, you have Fat Boy's handlers saying they can't afford to pay Haney, but if you're a cash cow, you should be able to afford to pay him.
Hold on.
He did say that.
But this goes into one thing that they were talking about in a conference call with Tank Davis and Leonard Ellerbe. They said, hey, and this was like when they took out Rolly for Cruz. They were like, hey, how come you can't get Tank to go up against Devin Haney on that particular date? And they said because of the amount of money that both of those guys command. You think that they're going to make a fight of that magnitude that fast? That's impossible.
Plus, two, to play devil's advocate, they offer Ryan the money that he wanted. They offer Ryan the money. He just said take the fight. So
who offered Ryan the money?
Just a couple of weeks ago.
That's what Ellerbe said. That's according to
What did Ellerbe? What did they offer? What did they offer Ryan?
I don't know.
Whatever they offered him.
Well, because they can't offer. Whoa! How you gonna offer Ryan for starters? For starters, Ryan was supposed to be in negotiation with Cruz. So how they gonna offer him a fight?
No. This was remember when they said that. If I'm not mistaken, they said that they offered Ryan a fight, but Ryan said he had a bigger fight plan. He was like insinuating.
Oh, that was the whole thing with Manny Pacquiao.
With Manny Pacquiao, exactly. He was insinuating he had a fight with Manny Pacquiao instead of taking the Tank fight.
But Ellerbe said 2 days ago, Ryan just recently turned down a fight with Tank a couple of weeks ago. He said Golden Boy just didn't want it. They didn't want it.
You know, the thing about it is, too,
facts.
Ryan Garcia, as far as I know, he don't have his own promotional company like Devin.
I know one thing. I guarantee. Let me tell y'all this right now. I guarantee if Ryan Garcia and Fat Boy fight, it'll be a 50-50 split across the board. If not, Ryan Garcia is the A side with 60-40.
No.
Ryan's got to start. Are you kidding me?
No.
Okay.
No.
Ryan ain't making no money like that.
I know. And you heard what I said, right?
Where do you get these notions?
Okay, hold on.
What was Leo saying? Who got more money?
I'm sorry, brother. Respectfully, I'm sorry, brother.
No.
Respectfully, Ryan cannot sell out the Staples,
Okay.
Atlanta, or Barclays.
Listen to what I'm telling you. I hear
You're
you.
not
I hear
doing
you.
it.
He
I
just
hear
made
you.
his first $1 million
So what
gate.
was?
Tank's still
Listen,
doing $4
listen.
million,
Okay, I hear you. I
gate.
hear y'all. I hear y'all. But listen to what I'm telling you. So who got more to split? So who got the guaranteed purse? Leo or Fat Boy when they fought? Who had the highest guarantee?
I don't know that.
It was Leo Santa Cruz. It was
The
Leo
problem
Santa
is,
Cruz.
I don't know that.
And it was a 50-50 split on the pay-per-view.
Listen, I don't know for whatever reason you fixated on what they show in the media, what they show on paper. It's much more than that. Charlo guarantee was 1 million,
Bro, we're not talking about. I'm talking about two PBC fighters.
Okay,
so what does it matter? What is it? What you're comparing apples and oranges? I'm talking two PBC fighters.
I said Charlo. I said Charlo.
But we're not. We're talking about two PBC fighters fighting on a PBC event. So what I'm telling you is Leo Santa Cruz guarantee was higher than Fat Boy's for obvious reasons. And what was the obvious reasons?
No, it wasn't, man.
Okay, bring it up.
You don't get how the accounting
bring it up.
works. You don't get how the accounting works, man.
I hear you.
The base
But bring it up.
For the base purse for Leo was higher than Tank, but you think that he took home more money than Tank?
And I'm telling you, it was a 50-50 pay-per-view split. Remember, Leo Santa Cruz called all the shots in that fight. They wanted to fight Leo. They wanted to listen to what I'm telling you, bro.
Get high, brother.
They wanted to fight Leo Santa Cruz at 135. Leo Santa Cruz said, no, the fight need to be at 130. They called all the shots in that fight. You know why? Because they needed that Leo Santa Cruz name. So they gave all the concessions to Leo Santa Cruz.
Ron, let me ask you this. Who's the bigger?
It is a fact. Well, I told you. Tell me how much. Right. So what was the guaranteed purse for Leo Santa Cruz and what was the guaranteed purse for Fat?
It doesn't matter what you see on the paper. There's always going to be, they just show an amount. They don't.
Right. So basically what you're telling me is that Davis, even though they're both PBC fighters, it's only Davis who get the higher purse, but not Leo Santa Cruz. Even though Leo Santa Cruz got have more seniority over Fat Boy in PBC.
Doesn't matter who's bringing it. It doesn't matter. Tank's money is pretty much guaranteed by Showtime and guaranteed by the promotion. Tank got a side deal with Showtime that prevented him from even fighting on Fox. Okay, so Tank is money. I remember I think it was 2 years ago. Tank was announcing he had 3 fights, and he's like, okay, this was 2 years ago. Tank said, that's another 15 million. You know what I'm saying? So even 2 years ago, he said that. I can show you the tweet.
I don't care what his tweet say. That Bama lie every day. What are you talking about?
Listen, brother.
Say? You listening to some Fat Boy from West Baltimore. I don't give a fuck what his tweet say.
Okay, fine. Thank you. My point is, I can show you plenty of
Who is the bigger fighter? Earl or Tate? Earl or Tate? Who's the bigger fighter?
I'm not gonna answer that.
Why can't you answer that?
I don't want to offend nobody.
We here to speak the truth.
But listen to what I'm telling you.
Article after article where it will say.
But let me say this. But do you understand what I'm telling you about the Ryan Garcia
money in parentheses said that, but they guaranteed this. So it's always going to shoot up. But apparently Ron don't know that. Parent don't know.
I know exactly what I know. I know that Leo Santa Cruz had a higher guarantee. I know that Leo Santa Cruz had a higher guarantee than Fat Boy. And they shared 50% of the pay-per-view. Those are just the facts. Now, all that other shit you're talking about is speculation.
I'm not talking about speculation. I'm talking about what is printed.
And the facts is Leo guarantee was higher than Fat Boy's, and they shared a 50-50 pay-per-view split. What's the problem?
Listen, there's lots of time you'll see something like it'll say like,
I know.
For instance, let me finish. You don't know because you didn't hear me say it yet. So, like for instance, with Wilder and Fury, right? It said Wilder was guaranteed 4 million, but his guarantee was 20 million. Okay, you understand how that works? So it might show on paper one thing, but it's going to show a parenthesis what the real guarantee is. They're not, because they put a particular amount down, so that's the only thing they pay is the percentage of for their sanctioning fees on that percentage, and the rest You know what I mean?
And
It's
so
ref, they
now
don't pay
you're
anything on.
telling me that Fat Boy the only one that got this hooked up, but Al didn't hook up
No,
Leo, one of his
he's not
favorite
the only one.
boxers?
No, he's not the only one to do that.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
apparently, you don't.
Al do love Leo, man. He named
Exactly.
his,
Slim, you're
that's
not
his,
making no
that's
look,
his
listen
dog.
to what I'm
No,
telling you
if
about
you
this.
think
Now
Leo
let me
made
get
more
this
than
out the
Tank,
way.
He
Can we
loves
get to the
Leo.
angle I'm
He
going at?
loves.
Can we get to my angle? See, this is the reason why I said that Ryan Garcia will get a 50-50 split. Is because they need that Hispanic name. They always bootlick the Hispanic, just like they did Leo Santa Cruz. They're going to bootlick Ryan, and it's going to be a 50-50 split. And Ryan might just be gangster enough to tell you, nah, give me 60-40 because you need my last name.
I don't. Well,
Okay.
zero
I don't
chance
think, I
Ryan
don't
get
think it's just
50-50
that.
from Tank.
It's
Zero
the
chance.
following that he gets outside of the boxing circles that makes his value go up. As far as like Ryan Garcia is concerned, because like if you got all these people, it's almost like the Jake Paul effect when it comes to social media. Like people just want to watch him just to watch him. So if you could get that from Ryan Garcia, then yeah, that probably could work. But right now, Ryan Garcia is in a platform where he's kind of limited. Because the
Yeah,
last time they fought against Emmanuel Tago, them numbers weren't numbering, bro. And they
did a pay-per-view.
Yeah.
It was a pay-per-view for like, what was it, like $14 or something, or 20. It was like a real cheap pay-per-view.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
And so and like I
Ryan's
said,
not getting that
if
money.
that fight is made, it's going to be a 50-50 split. If not, it's going to be Rye getting the lion's share if there is a 60-40 in that fight. But I say it's going to be 50-50.
it's gonna be 50-50. I don't think Tank's gonna be
I
down
know,
for
but I'm just saying if somebody was to get the lion's share is my point, it will be
Man,
Ryan Garcia.
if Ryan get 50-50 with Tank, man, that says a lot.
It don't say a lot because Leo
it will
Santa
never
Cruz got
happen.
more than 50-50. So how does that say a lot if Leo
You
Santa
keep
Cruz got
saying
more than 50-50?
Leo did not make more than Tank for that fight, my brother.
You keep saying that, but he did. He did. His guarantee was more than Tank, and if at the 50-50 split at the pay-per-view, he did make more.
the base purse and the pay-per-view split had Leo Santa Cruz ahead of Tank Davis. The only thing was with Tank had his promotional company attached to the event, so he got the back end money for that. But
and so did Leo Santa Cruz, is what I'm telling you. Leo
money.
Santa Cruz have one of the best deals over at PBC. That's what y'all don't. Why do you think? So let me get this right. Do you think that Fat Boy has a higher price? Do you know how PBC is structured? First and foremost, it's structured on a tier. And when you have a tier, you have certain fighters that's at a tier. Leo Santa Cruz is at a tier that Fat Boy might not even be at yet. That's how they shit is structured. That's when AB was crying about he wanted to be treated like Floyd. Floyd is grandfathered off the tier.
Right.
It's a tier. It's levels to this shit because it's the way they do it is done by levels. That's why Keith get a certain amount. That's why it's a level. It's like a I wouldn't say like a Ponzi scheme, but it's something like it's like a tree. It's like a tree. Like what's that fucking tree scheme or tree scam or whatever. But but anyway, like I said, Leo, huh?
Not like a pyramid joint.
Yeah, it's like a permit, but I don't want to make it sound shiesty like that. But you know what I mean. But they got it where they get paid off of tiers. That's why Berto. You look at Berto. Berto been getting paid because he was one of the originators. No, you know what I mean. He was already He was already in. That's why Berto gets so much money. That's why Berto landed the Mayweather fight because he was already guaranteed a certain amount of money, and Mayweather was the only fight that can deliver him that money. Just like the only fight that Leo Santa Cruz was delivered get paid money is if he fought Fat Boy. That's how it works.
Well, I'm gonna wrap this up, guys. I've been on here for almost 5. Oh wow, we did 4.5 hours today.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And my son woke up. I had to take an intermission, man. I missed some shit.
You got some hours in. You got some hours
I
in.
did. I
definitely got some hours in.
Clock it in. Put it in the timesheet.
Yeah.
I think
I'm gonna go live tomorrow, like after all.
Oh, but real quick, you know I'm sending a jet for you. We going to the King Kerr fight in New Jersey. It's gonna be in New Jersey, so I'm gonna send the shit. You hear me now? Nah, don't act like that. We going to Jersey.
Oh, be the most disgruntled person in that.
All right, I'll check y'all later, so I'll give
All
it
right,
to y'all.
guys, have a good night, and thanks
All
for
right, take it
hopping
easy.
on and talking boxing. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
No
All
doubt.
right,
Have a
fellas.
good night, yeah. Bye.
All right.